Shoot the man. Shoot the dog too.
Alright. I'm starting the stream. I'm gonna ping everyone, and everyone's gonna pop in. It's gonna be hunky dory. Give me 1 second. Look at that. Perfect.
Hey.
I'm gonna ping everyone through this, starting the stage, and so you'll probably all get a ping here in a second. And then let me capture my screen on the, you know what? I'll do that in a second. All right. There we go. Great. Okay. Would you mind doing me a favor, Keki, and sending me a link again to the YouTube so I can post it in announcements?
Yeah, let me grab that for you, because I have it open in the other tab.
Thank you so much. Also, in the meantime, I appreciate everyone dropping in. Welcome, everyone. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post a link to the chat, or to the event on YouTube. And that way, if you want to check it out while it's going on, without having to be in Discord, you can do so. And then also you can let me know right now on the YouTube if you want to, if everything sounds okay. Aaron, I don't know if you're busy, but if you want to help and pop in, you can. Otherwise,
hey!
I know you're also.
Whoa.
Hi, Aaron.
What's going on, everybody?
Perfect. Welcome everyone. Today I'm joined with Kekiro. Droid's going to help out a little bit too. And then also it's Red Queen will be helping out and running mostly charity side work. Kekiro's here to assist me from the Newgrounds Festival server. Big round of applause. If I sound tired, it's because I am. Just woke up. Don't judge me. I was up really late trying to figure this out, and I did, and I'm very proud of myself. If you didn't, go ahead and introduce yourselves, and let me figure this out. You can start with Red, or no, Kekiro, actually, no, yeah.
Oh, you want me to go first?
Please.
Okay. So,
because I wrote it in the document, that's why. It's not, you don't get it's not anything special.
You don't love me? Okay. Hi, I'm Kekiro. I am an artist on Newgrounds, as for obvious, and I currently run the Newgrounds Festival stuff alongside my bestie Slimy, who is not here. So that's what I do. I'm happy to help. Red?
Hi there! Unless I've been a victim of identity theft, I'm your girl Red. I've been doing stuff for Newgrounds podcast since like 2021. Obviously, you guys know me as the creator of PodChan. I'm also a voice actor. I'm the voice of Pico in Newgrounds 0 Hour. So yeah.
Okay. And I am figuring out the stream. That's who I am. Hey, Aaron. Also, Aaron. Aaron's here too. Aaron's helping out.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm a droid. I'm a musician, and yeah.
Yeah, he's helping me out, and he's also runs the Newgrounds podcast. Good morning, everyone. By the way, if there's chat too, we're gonna be answering questions here in a second. Feel free to stick around. You can pop in and pop out. The whole point of this event is that. Sorry if I'm clipping, by the way. I haven't fucking troubleshooted my mic. The point of this event is to kind of pop in and pop out like all day. So really, like, don't worry if you know. There's going to be a lot of different events with a lot of different artists. I'm going to cover all of them in just a second. But it's going to go on for, like, hours. So, you know, if you need to step away, or if you're like, oh, I'm interested in the animation and video game development portal talk. I'm not really excited for, like, art or some shit. You know, it makes sense for you to pop in and pop out. That's the whole point. Obviously, of course, I'm not going to expect anyone to want to sit through 6 hours, and unless you're really curious, and if, you know, if that's a challenge and that's something that you want to take in, sure, you know, I'm not going to blame. I'm going to be here for 6 hours, so, but it's expected to, you know, and then, so, with that said, there's going to be, there's going to be a show live chat and event question chat. I don't actually expect people to ask questions in the question chat because that's not typical of Discord and users on Discord. That's not a typical thing. So it's just there if you want to like prioritize your question. Otherwise, show live chat will be your next best thing. For those listening on stream, of course, this could be discord.gg/NGP. You can tune in live and ask questions. And there will probably be opportunities to do so during panels or whatever, depending on what people do. I don't know. But basically the goal of the event... Yeah, so what's the show about? Great question. So the goal of the event is hopefully by the end of the stream, if you're curious about what kind of art you want to tap into or what kind of creative outlet using Newgrounds you'd like to go through, you'll find out hopefully by the end of this. It's basically for those who are still new to Newgrounds and want to figure out in what way can they contribute. Well, you'll be listening to a bunch of different creators in each category basically go on about why you should do that thing. So there's going to be animators covering like the movie portal. It's going to be Brandy and Nick, so they'll be covering not just movies, but like composition and different like video editing stuff. So different ways that you could get into that through Newgrounds. And I should figure out how to pop out the chat here so people aren't looking at the fucking... There you go. Why is it called Portal Pick? Because that's the idea. You're picking the portal that you... so you're listening and you're like, oh, I want to pick that portal, right? Let's say you're listening to the game dev guys talk about how easy game dev is. You're like, fuck, I want to do game dev. That's the portal I'm picking. And then suddenly you're like, hey, that's something that I like doing.
It's like you pick live without pick boy.
Yeah, sure.
Unless we want.
What'd you say, Aaron?
I think unless we want to get a pick boy.
Yeah.
I mean, I could always like don a cape.
You could, if you want. It'd be cool if we had a pick boy.
You could be undecisive. You could pick.
You could change your server profile to "It's Pick Queen."
Or would pick chick be more fitting?
Wait.
Wait, pass off the tongue
pick
better.
chick. That's genius. It's actually genius.
Oh, it's... dude, I'm having trouble with this stream. For anyone looking at the stream, don't worry about that right now. Hold on, I'm figuring that. But anyways, if you do have questions, yeah, please post in the chat. Also, please, Red, if you want to talk about the charity as well. So while we're doing this event, there's going to be a charity that we're running. If you want to talk about that for just a second, Red, while I do figure out this stream, I would appreciate that.
Certainly. So, as some of us may know, April is Autism Acceptance Month, and so I actually went to Shao with this idea of like having an event where we can like also donate to a charity of our choosing. So I actually chose the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. Now, what is the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network? Great question, nobody asked. So it's an American non-profit advocacy organization that's run by and for individuals that are on the autism spectrum. So they advocate for the inclusion of autistic people in decisions that affect them, including like legislation, depiction in media, as well as disability services. And it's probably like the best organization out there if you want to like actually support autistic people.
And then where can people donate if they want to donate?
Wonderful question. We can actually tell them to donate at the supporter link on newgrounds.com.
Yes. When you do so, please message either the Newgrounds podcast, Newgrounds podcast, Newgrounds account, or message Tom Fulp on Newgrounds.com. You can do the Newgrounds podcast if you want a shout out. Tom Fulp if you want to be anonymous. Easy peasy. Tom Fulp is managing all of the donations, and so you can trust that the donations will go to that, which makes that way easier because I don't want to touch people's money, but I'll have Tom Folt do it. So if you want to donate, again, that's newgrounds.com/supporter, and then you can message Tom or I, and we will. I'll shout you out if you message me. If you message Tom, Tom's slow and might communicate that late to me. So we'll assume if you message Tom, it's going to be anonymous, and that'll be super easy for us. So I'll be checking up on that quite frequently, and I can also see who donates. So don't lie, obviously, and also just don't do that because it's a bad thing to do. But also, So newgrounds.com/supporter. Donate there. Message the Newgrounds podcast account on Newgrounds. We'll know, and then we'll shout you out during the stream, and then we'll hopefully I can get more incentive out of that too. But yeah.
I've also sent a link in Show Live Chat where you can actually go see the website for the Autistic Self Advocacy Network.
Yeah, so that's autisticadvocacy.org.
Yeah. Nothing about us without us.
I just got a text from Max about doing his show. But yeah, first show's going to be in about 20 minutes. It's going to be Genk. He's going to cover art and general Newgrounds stuff. Very exciting. And we'll be mentioning basically between segments who donates. So if you donate and someone's still droning on about their portal, you just be a patient baby, and then once they're done, we will have It's Red Queen here remind us all who donated and who participated, and we'll give you a big thank you and a smooch on the lips. So, and I do appreciate everyone being patient. Again, this is going to be like a 6-hour event. If you want to pop in and pop out, no one's blaming you for leaving for a bit. If you want to take a nap, if you want to drink coffee or listen while you're doing a project, this would be an opportune time.
It's pretty much like think of it like a convention on your computer.
Yeah, a convention.
You're just kind of, popping around all the little conference halls, and you're like, oh, this sounds interesting. And then
it's bored. Minus the sweaty Smash Bros. Players in the gaming hall.
Yeah.
Are you sure those aren't still here?
What?
Are you sure we're missing that part? I don't know.
Hey, Aaron.
Thanks to that, I literally have to bring a can of deodorant with me every time I go to a convention. Because oh my god, the Smash Bros. Players at Oz Comic Con, they are musty.
Yeah.
You're making me anxious about the summer convention. I've never been to one.
Yeah.
So.
Also, we're gonna go to everyone is going to a big meetup in Philadelphia in June. I'm gonna be sniffing a bunch of you. Not excited. Aaron, by the way.
Yeah.
How long do you have today? Are you only have so much time?
I will be free until about 1:30.
Okay, no problem.
So I'll be kind of just hopping around.
Also, what I sent you, we're not following too well anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just a
rough guide.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say if you guys stick around, I might be joining a couple fantastic boys later.
That's right.
To talk about some.
That's right.
Talk about some funny, cool, fun things.
That'll be really fun.
That I do, but I'm not going to spoil that. It's on the schedule, but
yeah. Actually, I don't think your name's not on there. People don't know.
Yeah, my name's not on there because my week has been a mess, and I didn't even know if I was going to be able to do this today. So, soon. So the first show is going to be Genk. He'll be talking.
I always thought it was pronounced Gen C.
I don't know. I
had that question earlier too.
I've never actually said his name out loud, so I don't know. I probably should have asked him. But if you don't know, he runs Newgrounds Graffiti, which is a radio show on newgrounds.com/radio or radionewgrounds.com or radio/newgrounds.com or radio.newgrounds.com. Usually it'll be about 9 p.m. EST, I think, on certain weekdays. No, Sundays. Sundays and Fridays. Mostly Sundays, I think, actually. Yeah. He talks with artists and stuff. He's a big art guy. He does a comic. He got a Kickstarted. You probably saw that banner probably a couple months ago. He's a really good artist. And so we'll be hearing from him in about 10, 15 minutes. General stuff on Newgrounds, art, etc., etc. He's got a lot to say. He's very excited. After him, on the itinerary there, we'll be getting, what is it? Cameron Logan? Is that the next one? No, that's going to be Max James and Chris. Yeah. And they'll be talking about the music portal.
Hey, the Travel Channel boys!
That's right. After that, it's going to be the Newgrounds community featuring Ninja Muffin and Doggle. They're good friends with each other, and so they'll be talking Newgrounds stuff, which is really exciting. I'm sure you know at least some of those people. And after that, Game Portal with Milk Bar Jack and Levi Ramirez. If you don't know, Milk Bar Jack created Dead Estate. Levi Ramirez created recently created Gappy. I like Gappy. I like that more than STD, so I'm gonna talk about that more than STD.
Ooh, bold statement.
Yeah, I love Gappy. After that, though, is the movie portal. It's going to be Brandy Buizel. He moderates here, and also he pops into NGPR and stuff if you don't know who he is. He also made Lucky Boy, sock thing. Nick Conter. So both of them work on Has Been, right, Aaron?
Who? Brandon and
Nick Conter?
Nick?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. They both work on Has Been and other stuff, too. Actually, let me double check to see. Nick mentioned it.
I think they do. Brandy's just kind of works on everything.
Yeah.
So there's probably some shit we don't know about. Sorry, there's probably some stuff we don't know about.
I always confuse Has Been with Hell of a Boss, and that's because I'm not. Hell of a Boss. He works on Hell of a Boss, and he works on Hi-Fi Rush, and so they'll be talking animation game. Basically, that'll be interesting because they both started Humble on Newgrounds through the movie portal. And if you're interested in making animations and movies, then hopefully they can convince you because now they work on really cool stuff and make good money. So, and then after that, we'll do the art portal. And that's Rick Steubens, Doggle, Boogworks, and Ben.
Man, what a dream team.
It's a dream team. Those are four very funny individuals.
Very funny, very talented individuals.
Yeah, if you're interested in art, we got you a bunch of artists. If you're curious at all about what kind of art you can do, they'll be able to provide that. So, it's a really good lineup. I think most of these are gonna be like high energy. Mm-hmm. I think it works especially too if you want a long event, and you have all these people staggered out, so that way everyone has their own energy they can provide instead of like a 5-hour podcast with the same people. Right. It'll be pretty consistent.
And don't forget, afterwards we might have some Jackbox.
That's true, yeah. Or, Jackbox, Gartic Phone, I don't know, whatever, fucking Among Us. It'd be fun. I did, I think I mentioned in the post, people might be sticking around playing games afterwards just to meet some of the people involved, so if you do want to possibly meet some of the people who are broadcasting, they might stick around and play some games. So.
Yeah, and they might smile. They might smile in your direction, make you smile even more.
If I am too monotone, I'm really sorry. I'm gonna be more upbeat. I am so tired. I fucked up. I stayed up really late trying to figure this out, and I got like 4 hours of sleep. So.
Holy crap.
I'm
sorry.
Everybody in the chat, say thank you, Shal. He deserves it.
No. But I'm just, I'm grateful everyone's tuning in. I really think that you're all gonna like it. I just need to keep drinking Red Bull. But thank you all. I appreciate the thank yous. It's very nice.
Since it's like almost 11:30 for me, I've just been having like coffee liqueurs because it's something that I like to call the Cindy Vortex effect. Like you guys remember that scene in the Jimmy Neutron movie where like Cindy was like doing chai chi whilst drinking purple flurp?
Mm-hmm.
Feel like I might get that same effect with like coffee liqueurs.
Coffee liqueurs. Isn't it like 11:30 p.m. for you? Like,
Yeah.
Like you're like ready for bed soon. You're probably gonna stay up really late. Yeah, that's okay.
I ain't got anything on tomorrow, so
It's true. But anyways, again, if you guys have questions you want to prioritize, maybe try the event questions chat. Again, I'm not expecting anyone to use that, but I will be poking in and out of there, just checking, just in case. Because I do know that show live chat's going to be full of a lot of just conversation and filler, so if I miss a question in there, I'm sorry. I'm going to be trying to look for questions in event chat. And also, Kekiro's going to be looking out for that, too.
I'm going to be looking up for the questions. There was one earlier, if you're okay with answering it.
Sure.
Is the YouTube live stream, is that going to be like there afterwards?
Oh, yes. So
Okay.
if you missed it, that's going to be on the channel. And that's just going to be the VOD. I'm not going to... So, hopefully no one says anything horrible, because I'm not editing it. I don't care. This will just be a big thing of key evidence against them. So, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, I don't know why my brain goes to that. It's just funny. I just like that VODs exist. I think the idea is funny. Anyways, it's like PewDiePie. Anyways, so speaking of streams and stuff, for those listening in on YouTube or for those who just joined the server, if you're wondering what NGP is Newgrounds Podcast. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's a podcast with 4 hosts as of now who talk about Newgrounds. There's also Newgrounds Public Radio, which is the bootleg version of NGP, which still has the same hosts, and that goes usually on newgrounds.com/radio or radio.newgrounds.com or whatever, where a lot of the time we just cover stuff that's been posted recently, new events, and then talk to a guest or two, depending on what they've done for Newgrounds. And we're behind 12 episodes posted, so if you're wondering where the next episode is, message Cryptospore. I don't. We're behind a lot of episodes. But we typically try to do NGPR every week with an NGP every month. So it's usually we try to do like 5 shows a month, but we're behind on that as well. So don't worry about it.
Unfortunately, life is an unpredictable beast, and we are multiple people trying to coordinate our crazy schedules with one another. So
that's right. But are you an individual who loves to talk about Newgrounds with a pretty good microphone? And maybe you can be the next best thing for us. We are always looking for friends to help with that. Also, the radio is also looking for shows, just in general. So if you're wondering, yes, like there's an open schedule usually every month. I don't know if you guys see on the Newgrounds podcast, page on Newgrounds, but we're always posting the schedule for the radio. And it's usually, it's got stuff in it, but, we could work with that, right? So it's like, if you have ideas for what to put on the radio, You can get you a banner. You can get front page. I mean, we could work with it. You just as long as like it's like good. Obviously, please try to pitch something that's decent, but that's always up in the air. So don't think that's like something that's like out of your realm. I think the whole point of this show is to kind of be like, hey, there's a lot of opportunity and cool things that can come out of like meeting people on Newgrounds or involving yourself. Collaborations, stuff for the radio, just events in general. That's not ever not on the table, I think is my point. So it's not like we're special for doing this. We just happen to be. And that's it. So, but yeah, if anyone wants to ever talk about that, just let me know. And if you ever want to do radio stuff or podcast stuff, you can. But we still got about a couple minutes here. And we will have our first person coming on and talking about the Newgrounds and art. I think should we just do it so where we, I guess we'll just go into the audience if you guys are okay with that, and we'll just okay, cool. Without further ado, actually I could just have them in right here. I don't think we've ever actually formally talked. I don't think we've ever had just like a conversation. I'm just gonna invite him. Hey, we've never.
Hey, Gank, what up?
Is it so?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much.
It's not Gank, right? It's not. Is it? It is, right? Or is it G?
No, it's Gens.
It's Gens. Gens.
Oh.
You're all fucking wrong. Look at that.
Think like good fence. Put it together,
Yeah,
and then you get my
Gens.
name.
Cool. I don't know if we ever talked in voice before, but
We did a long time ago.
That's right. Yeah, actually, I was showing you. Yeah, we were doing radio stuff. Never mind. I remember now. Yeah. That just goes to show how much of a fucking.
Shell, do you want me to stream this on the radio?
Sure. Actually, well, here's the thing. With Gens, he's gonna be sharing his screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, but maybe starting with like everyone else, like after. That's not a bad idea.
I mean, even if Gens is showing stuff, some people like just want to like have it on.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess it doesn't.
And then you can just like remind people, be like,
right.
Hey,
nothing's on the radio right now, anyway, so I guess it wouldn't hurt at all.
Yeah.
I think that would be a okay thing to do.
All right.
Okay.
Speaking of radio, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm setting up for tonight's show because I have to make the sprites for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll just start the radio and I'll just leave it running, I guess, because I won't be able to like keep starting and stopping it, unfortunately,
okay.
since
Don't
I'll
worry
be
about
like
that.
in and out all day.
All right. Well, without further ado, Gens, thank you so much for taking over, and he's here to talk about art and Newgrounds. So
thank you guys for having me over too. It's a really big privilege. This is my first time actually like participating within the spaces in the Discord channel.
Yeah,
for you guys
that's a
right
good
now.
point. Yeah. Well, hopefully it goes well. I think it will.
And everyone knows like why we're doing this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Donation
yeah.
drive.
Yeah. Yep. Again, if
And
you want to
everything,
donate, newgrounds.com/supporter, and then please let Newgrounds podcasts on Newgrounds know in a DM or Tom, and it would be appreciated. And,
Please do it for autism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting it up on screen right now for anybody to see. Here's the upgrade or donate page.
Cool.
Newgrounds.com/supporter. You can use your credit card or PayPal, and you can also remain anonymous, but you should message Tom like immediately right afterwards. But to talk about the art portal, because that's predominantly what I do. I just mostly post art. Occasionally I will post like a small like fun little animation, but for the most part I'm just an artist on Newgrounds.
Yeah. Well,
Outside
let's
of
get out of your
Newgrounds?
hair. Hold on. We'll go into there. All right, come on, guys. So let's let them do the show. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Also, just to let you guys know, we're live on the radio. Woo!
Yeah. And hello to the radio crowd. Hello to everyone in the spaces right now. Are you guys streaming this on YouTube at the moment? Cool. Oh, I'm all here by myself. Yeah. Okay. So, everyone's here. Everyone's here hearing me talk about myself. Okay. First of all, my name is Gens. I am an artist on Newgrounds. I have my screen shared right now. Here's like my profile page. Predominantly what I do on Newgrounds is I run just art. I have like a bunch of art I post around here. It's literally my favorite site to post on because you get lossless image quality and you can zoom in as much as you want to like see like as many details as possible within the art. And I've been on Newgrounds for, let's see what my page says. I've had this account since 2018. I had an older account that I forgot the password to, that I just didn't bother to like restart or like ask Tom for help to reclaim. And it's my absolute favorite site. I've been around on Newgrounds ever since I was, I think, 10 years old or younger. And Newgrounds has gone through a lot of changes since then. The front page used to be a bunch of different portals. Newgrounds used to have an adult section, which doesn't exist anymore. For the better for the site, I think. I think that was a smart decision by Tom. And yeah, I just really like going to the front page and checking out, like, you know, different artists. Here's Kachi Art, just to give them a shout out because like I saw this on the front page earlier today, and I was like, whoa, this is really cool. But Newgrounds is easily the best site to post art on, in my opinion. But I think it's like a hard sell to like, you know, get out of Newgrounds or post anywhere else. It's the one place that still is extremely anti-AI art, in the sense that you cannot post art that you have not made yourself with your own hands. And that's a really nice little venture. I'm going to be checking like the chat too, to see how you guys are discussing. Let me go down. You know, I know the dude that made it the basketball, but yeah. Outside of Newgrounds, I do run my own personal webcomic where it's a story, a supernatural city, and all the people that live in it. And currently I'm on chapter 3, following a new set of protagonists. Because the first 2 chapters was about a rookie named Charlotte Zappa and her first day on the job. And I'm just like going really fast. If you guys want to read it, you can just check it out at boxcarcityrush.com. All one word, no spaces, no dashes, and you can get there no problem. But yeah, Newgrounds is, and also like, you know, huge shout outs to Shawl, huge shout outs to Tom Fulp, because they helped promote my webcomic when it was running its Kickstarter, when Twitter had my account shut down because somebody, you know, got into my account, took like my whole password and everything and changed everything on my Twitter account. And when that was going down, Tom graciously offered a helping hand and helped me promote my comic, promote my Kickstarter. And this is like, you know, the trailer that I had for it. And the community in Newgrounds is just unlike anything I've ever really participated with. Super supportive. Everybody, like, you know, drops a lot of comments. Everyone's very nice. There's also like, you know, a good handful of, you know, criticism that people drop on art. But for the most part, you know, when you're on Newgrounds, you have like there's a familiarity you get with the different artists. For me specifically, as an artist, just on the front page, I see a lot of familiar faces come in and out, and I see a lot of new faces that I haven't seen before, like this guy Trisbor, Tisbore, Tisbore, with this War Machine. Yeah. Picture right here, and I'm just like looking at it, zooming in. And it's just very cool. There's a lot of personality within Newgrounds, and there's a lot of love for the artists on Newgrounds. For example, the wall art that you're seeing right now on the site, who did Tom get? This was for Pixel Day in 2023. Wall art by Moaling. I'm already following them. But Newgrounds is phenomenal with that. There are a bunch of events on Newgrounds too that are really fun to participate with. There's Pico Day that's going to be coming up at some point. This was Pixel Day. There are a lot of different events and collaborations that happen with the Newgrounds. Here was the Pixel Day wall art that's still going on right now. And it's just really cool. And the tools that Newgrounds has for artists to explore other artists' work is very good. Like, you can see exactly how big this file is, the size and everything, but that's less important. I mean, if you want to look at something for reference and, copy the aspect ratio to see what you can do for yourself, this is like good information to have right here. Otherwise, in other websites, you need to download and download the image and like get like one step ahead of the process. But Newgrounds also, like, recently this year, I think, put this new zoom in feature where you can double click and get as close as possible to the full resolution of the piece. And you can see how the artist exactly did it. Like, you don't really recognize it. Like, you see it in the background right here, like it's faded away, like the buildings right here, for example. And I zoom in, I look at it, and I see like, oh, hey, this is how the pixels were rendered for these background elements. And it's just very cool to see. It's a great tool for anybody to just learn and experiment and, see how people do things. I like it a lot. But that's essentially the big draw for me in Newgrounds. Oh, also, when you're on Newgrounds too, you can set did this artist? Yeah, you can set licensing terms right here. So I'm gonna show you guys how you do it. It's super simple. Here's like, where you upload your art. You click this thing right here, you go to wherever you need to be, and you select whatever images on your computer you want to drop on board. You can set the rating system right here. And Newgrounds, this is the only place I ever see it. I don't see it on, on DeviantArt, you can set whether your thing is intended for adults or not. But Newgrounds has a scaling rating system. Like right here, if you have some nudity, your piece immediately gets like set to like, rated M for mature, lots is adult. You can set everything else to maximum, like violence, explicit text, adult themes to maximum. But like, as long as you don't have like tons of nudity, you're still good on mature. But it's a very nice sort of thing to kind of gauge what, like, how your pieces are rated. And it makes the browsing element of Newgrounds, like, if you don't want to see adult content, you don't have to see adult content. If you want to like limit your content to like, more safe for work territory, you could just like go to your feed and change that stuff. But it's really cool. Newgrounds has categories too. I don't know if like people really mess around with this, but like whenever I post comic art, I just change the category to comic. Pixel art has its own category. There's fine art, and yeah, I'm not sure what fine art is. I think it's traditional artistic, like, when you traditional media is what I'm trying to say. But it's very hard to define what fine art actually is. There's 3D art, and there are a lot of artists on Newgrounds that are like, messing around with 3D now, especially nowadays, and it's really cool. You can tag your stuff. You have 12 tags. You don't need more than 12. Just so people can find your stuff by searching over here on the search tab. Here you can comment, and if you want to drop additional variants of pieces, you can like click this image right here. So if anybody wants to know how to, like, let's say I can show an example right now. I have my Chainsaw Man folder. Where is it? Here. And I have like a bunch of things with different variants. So like, for example, I'm not going to be posting this, but here's me posting this like one Miku and Moonbase Alpha piece right here. And you can set your thumbnail art right here. And if you didn't know how to do this, well, now you know. You can post alternate pieces inside the body of text right here. And then you can type whatever you want over here, highlight it, and then create a link for it to do like, you know, whatever. Let's say this hyperlinks you to newgrounds.com. And that's how you do hyperlinks. It's very old school forum based internet, and there's still a place for that, I think, and Newgrounds still operates in that way. I don't know if DeviantArt still does this, but Newgrounds is definitely one of the spaces that do it. Here, I think, are embeds, or like if you want to put code. Here, if you want to do quotes, you put it over here. I don't really mess around with this stuff that much. Indexing right here, spacing, numbering, lots of tools. Very good things you can use. And then once you're finished with all that, again, for any artist that's on Newgrounds, first, like, click that this is, you know, not a sketch. This is a finished piece, so people can discover it in the art portal. As long as, you know, it is a proper finished piece. And then the most important ones, allow for commercial use. If you want people to use this, you know, fair game, fair use, like, you know, art, you click yes right here. Otherwise, if you want to protect yourself and your art and your intellectual properties, you hit no. Allow modifications. I like yes, like if people want to take my art and, you know, do variations or, you know, interpretations of it, I click yes right here. But otherwise, there's yes as long as people share the original, and then no if you don't want people to, like, you know, do, like, you know, variations or like redrawings of your art, or, you know, use it for other things. And here's like all the terms of use for the user agreement and everything, and then you can submit your art right here. I'm not going to do this because, like, I already submitted like a Miku piece before in the past, but I don't see people do this. Maybe I don't think people know how to do it, but you can definitely do something like, you know, right here. Also, what you could do with like this page right here, you can link to other pages on Newgrounds. So let's say you have a series of art that, like, you know, tells sequential story, like a comic almost, on Newgrounds, and you only update them like one piece at a time. You can go to one of your pieces and, like, you know, highlight one of the text here. Like, let's say you say previous and next right here. So if people want to go to the previous part of the story, or like whatever comic you're trying to put on Newgrounds and next, you can have that like system right here. I can show you an example of this that does it very well, by my good buddy Jeff Nest, and he makes Dragon Fister. Jeff Nest com, because he has Dragon Fister as, yeah, it's a mature rated story. But here's how you go through it, and he does this to very good extent. Here's his first page of Dragon Fister, his comic that he's made right here. Show him some love. And he has it hyperlinked right here on the actual page with previous and next right here. So if you want to go to the next page of the comic, you click next, it opens a new tab, and then it goes to the next page of the comic. And then you can keep doing that to, like, you know, continuously read the comic. That's like the one criticism I have on Newgrounds. Like, I wish there was a more dedicated or like a better use of comic browsing system, because that's what I really want to do. Yeah, the comic is called Dragon Fister for people in the chat talking right now. It is very funny. I it's a very good comic. It's a dark fantasy comic about a man named Dragon Fister, and he does eventually what you expect him to do. But yeah, gotta be careful with what I show. But again, if you're tuning in right now, if you're checking it out, Newgrounds is running a charity campaign for ASAN and autism charity fund, or like an advocacy for autism fund, I think is what it actually is, to help people out who suffer with autism and get proper representation from what I last researched about it. And it's a very good charity to donate to, because people with autism already have it difficult enough as is. Having proper representation, not representation, but legal representation and advocacy to help them along would do wonders. And that's why we're doing this stream. That's why I'm coming on here today to discuss my own stuff, because it's a good cause to donate to. And remember, you can donate over here on the Newgrounds supporter page, and then once you donate, just immediately tell Tom Fulp or Shaw what that you donated, and that your donation is specifically going to the charity event, just to give a quick reminder. But yeah, no, the art portal on Newgrounds is amongst my favorite. I love going through, I love checking out, I love discovering new artists. You can discover all my favorite artists are pretty much on Newgrounds nowadays. I used to be more active on Twitter, but most of my favorite artists on Twitter are on Newgrounds already. And Newgrounds is where I discover pretty much everything. And I see really cool, new arts and things that I can get inspired by. But other than that, I do run a radio show on Newgrounds called Radio Graffiti, where I bring in different guests, not every week, but most Sundays throughout the month. And I interview artists, I interview musicians, I interview game designers. For example, one week I interviewed the duo that made Rushdown Rivals on Newgrounds, Spagato and Keith Garces, Zachary Garces. And I just love talking game design with people. I love talking, what puts people on Newgrounds, what keeps people on Newgrounds, different artists, different people. And Rushdown Rivals is easily one of the big things for that. But yeah, there was one last thing I did want to discuss. Oh yeah, so everyone knows about here's the game section for Newgrounds, here's animation, audio, art, blog. I don't think people know this much about Dump, and this is what I really want to bring some attention to. This is a very useful tool if you want to just share art assets with people very quickly. For example, here's what I shared with Tom for the banner that I made for my Kickstarter promotion. So I put it in the Dump page, and this is what I shared with Tom. And it's like Imgur, but with, or Imgur, I don't know how you pronounce it. Imgur is an image hosting site that is deleting a lot of old images, but everything here on the Dump on Newgrounds, it will stay there forever. You just have a limit of 1 gigabyte of storage, or 1000 megabytes, but it'll be there forever. And if you don't want to clog the Newgrounds feed with stuff, or if you want to share stuff with just friends and have simple image hosting, it's available on here. And it's good for collaborations. I think it's good for archiving particular images if you guys want to, and definitely use it, is what I want to say. Oh yeah, Quackster asks on the Discord, I have a question. Are young artists like kids still available to post stuff on there? I let Okay, I would need to make a new account to check because I haven't made an account in a long time. But I think like let me log out. Sign up. You must be 13 plus to create an account on Newgrounds. Under 18, get a parent or guardian's permission. Receive Newgrounds email. Yeah, okay. So you need to be 13 plus to post on Newgrounds. And again, that's how it is. So that's how Newgrounds works, essentially. I'm trying to check out any other like questions that I missed. Yeah, no. If anyone has a question on like, what it's like being an artist on Newgrounds, I'm more than happy to, answer anything. I have my own radio show where I ask people questions about their art and their process, and I go through it. But yeah. If anybody got any questions, I'll answer. Otherwise, I'll just talk into the wind. No problem. Currently, right now, what I'm doing... Oh, wait. Awam, or Awam, asks, what was your process in making and writing your webcomic? Well, okay. I can show you a little bit right here. So here's like a working page that I had, and here's like a sneak peek of like something that I'm working on in the future for like my next update. But essentially what I do with my webcomic is I write a script here. Where's my desktop? So here are my scripts for my webcomic right here that I run. For different chapters, I have like up to currently chapter 7. I'm on chapter 3 right now, but I have currently up to chapter 7 written. And I have a bunch of different scripts right here where I plan out like, major story beats in my comic. So I write before I do anything. And whenever I'm up to drawing that chapter, I do like a quick revision of like whatever the script was. I have like PDFs of them too, if I need to. But this is what I keep for like reference for myself. Then otherwise, I go into Clip Studio Paint. And here is pretty much like the layout for my pages for what I'm going to do for the entirety of the script. So what I do with my webcomic is essentially of the week, I draw my comics on the weekends because that's when I have free time. Otherwise, I'm a working man throughout the week. I moonlight as an architect. And when I'm not working as an architect, I just draw my comic. But yeah, I go to Clip Studio Paint. Here, let me just give you an example of how I would work on like another page. I don't plan out like the actual like look of the pages. I do this thing. I make a completely black background for my comic. Within Clip Studio Paint, it takes a while for it to load because like this file is a massive file. It's like 600 dpi. You don't need to work in this size, but I do it just in case like I want to scale things. And then I use this tool right here, the frame border tool. This is how I do my paneling, because like once I start like putting my panels on the screen right here, it creates layers over here that like whenever I'm drawing, it's specifically working within that layer. And let me just make another panel too, just to like give you guys like some like context to how that works. So here I'm working on this top panel right here, and like I'm going to be drawing, I'm going to be like making a line. And like as soon as I go, like the line does not extend to the next page, and then I can just like, do whatever I want in this page, and then that's how it works. And essentially that's how I do my webcomic. I'm gonna do like, let me see if I can just draw like a quick like little tank man right here off of memory. They're simple enough looking guys. Oops, I didn't close that line. And it's going to cause everything to like mess up. Bam. But essentially, yeah, this is pretty much how I would do like my working process within my webcomic. Other than that, like once I finish my drawing, I then upload it to my site, and that's a whole process. It's a lot to explain at the moment. I am going to run a video series on YouTube. Maybe I'll upload it to Newgrounds too, because it's an educational sort of thing to teach people how to make a webcomic and how to run a website and how to organize the code for that, because I do code everything myself. I think he has like a little vest right here. I'm trying to remember what the tech like. You would think that I know how like the designs work, but like it's been a long like I've seen them for like years. Haha, Captain. Oh fuck. Oops. Excuse me. Yeah, being an architect is definitely a difficult little thing. I'm not going to save this page because this is not what I have in mind for my comic. But yeah, I essentially draw the panels, I draw the art, and then I do the speech bubbles. And I kind of wing it, honestly, in terms of how the panels are going to work for the page. I don't plan out the panels, I don't sketch. I don't have a single sketch layer in anything that I've drawn for my comic. I just draw immediately on inks, and then I just work from there. You don't have to do things like me. Some people like to plan out storyboards for their comic. I like to wing it because I have like, enough of a sense of flow where I can just like work in that way. But yeah. So that's me and my webcomic. Otherwise, I do want to teach people how to make webcomics themselves. Expect that sometime in May. I do run a radio show on Newgrounds. I do have a show that's going to happen tonight on Newgrounds. I'm actually preparing art for that show for tonight that I should have done yesterday, but I was busy with work and life. But later tonight, I will have artist on Twitter, and he's also on Newgrounds too, NDASFW. Let me see if I can find him real fast. Oh man, I need to. That's not my stuff. I forgot my password. God, what's my password? There it is. NDA SFW. Here is the artist I'm going to be interviewing for tonight's show. He does some of my favorite work ever. Here is his Metroid series that he's done where he did these like crazy in-depth and intricate renderings of the Metroids. He's been experimenting a lot with horror and abstract design. Here's a Queen Metroid design that he's done right here. It's very cool. Oh. But yeah, if you want to follow him, here is his account right here. I'm going to be interviewing him later tonight. He's a big Resident Evil fan. I'm drawing him as Leon Kennedy for the radio show. I have all my other guests on here too. I had Random Hiri on Newgrounds. I have Adam Mikowicz, but I doodled him as a Fugger from Bridge Kids because that's what he wanted to be. I also have where is it? Mike Karf as Lars from Bridge Kids, because like that's the characters that they voice from Bridge Kids. Also, big shout outs to Bridge Kids too. One of my favorite animations on Newgrounds. If you guys haven't seen Bridge Kids right now, I highly recommend. Actually, let me just search Mike's. Here's Mike's. I went to school with Mike. He is a very funny guy. And him and Adam both created Bridge Kids, one of my favorite like cartoons on Newgrounds. Nihaho is Adam. He voices Fugger right here. And Mike voices Lars. Mike does a bunch of the animation and art design for these characters, and like a bunch of people work on everything here. But yeah, there's that stuff right here. Let me zoom out because like I hate zooming in past 100%. Oh, another artist I really enjoy, Bridget Faust. Here is the boss from Final Fantasy X, Animus, I think. I'm pretty sure this is Anima. I don't know why he named it 1412. Oh, he's just naming all of his pieces based off of, you know, which one it is. That's pretty funny. But yeah, give a huge shout out to Bridget Foss. He's one of my favorite artists on here. His stuff is super inspiring and unique. And the way how he renders everything, the way how he does his lines and colors, it's phenomenal stuff. Where the donate link? Okay, so again, if you guys want to donate to ASAN, the autism or the advocacy, I forget like the exact name of the organization, but if you guys want to donate, it's here. Newgrounds.com/supporter. SUPPORTER. Newgrounds.com/supporter. You go there. Here's where you donate. You go to the, I think right here, to the trophy hunter donator stuff. Go here, donate, and then as soon as you donate, you go to Tom Folt and you message him. And you message like, hey, I just donated. My donation is meant to go to the autism fund. And if you guys want to know, Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. That is the name of the actual, like, you know, charity that we're donating to. Again, if you want to donate via Newgrounds, you can donate via Newgrounds. You can go to the, Newgrounds.com/supporter. And you know, once you get that, like, this is another way to get the supporter badge on Newgrounds too, I think. See, that's my supporter badge, and what you can do with the supporter badge, you can like change the border for your icon. Also, you get no ads on Newgrounds, which is a big plus. So yeah, again, for anybody that's like, you know, want to know why we're running this donation drive, it's just to help support, like, you know, people with autism. And yeah, essentially that's what we're doing. Again, the supporter page is right here. 25, 50, 100, or other amount, like whatever you feel comfortable. And proceeds do go to charity. just again, if you do it on Newgrounds, you have to really tell either Tom or Shaw that, hey, we donated so and so amount, and like, you know, just to be like completely transparent, just take a screenshot of like, you know, I mean, I think Tom already has like information on like, you know, how much you put in through the support, but just in case, you know, just like screenshot how much you put in and send it via the message to Tom Fulp. Again, you can do that easily through messages. Like if you want to message Tom, go here and then like, you know, take your screenshot, put it in here in the body of the image, and then just write like, hey, Tom, I donated for ASAN or Asan. And then click here or put whatever screenshot that you took, and then it should be fine. Yeah, and you can message Shaw or Newgrounds podcast. Newgrounds podcast. The Newgrounds podcast. And you can message these guys. Either these guys or Tom Fulp. And we will make sure that your money goes to charity. I'm not in charge of anything. They are. But yeah, there's that. Currently, right now, I'm working on this, and what I do with these, like the radio graffiti sprites, I put these up on YouTube. I'm not allowed to put them on Newgrounds anymore because it takes up a lot of memory and space, and it's just me and a bunch of dudes talking. But I do have this like line boil that happens for these to give it like that sort of Ed and Eddie vibe, where like the characters are always like dithering and shaking just a little bit. This is a very easy effect to do. I will show you guys exactly how I do it with this one actually right now that I'm working on. Let me just... I do everything when I'm animating. I work in nothing but Adobe Flash / Animate right now. It is my go-to animation program. This is what I've been drawing in for the longest time. Essentially, if you want to do a line boil, what I do is like I select the entire image. I go to my shortcut for brush, and here it is, like shape options. You click smoothen, and then it like adjusts the line art just a little bit, and that's how you do easy boils for anybody that's wanting to do boils. That's how I've done it for literally years. And what it does is like it gives you just a little bit of a... It gives a still drawing a little bit more life to it because like it's constantly moving. And Adobe Flash is a vector-based program. Newgrounds is known for Flash animation. Rest in peace, Macromedia Flash on browsers. But we have a workaround around it. There's this program called Ruffle that Tom Fulp has been supporting for a long time right now to keep Flash relevant online. And bless him for that. I don't think I'll ever post like the Swift format online because I mostly focus on just making videos. I don't make interactive content like that because I'm kind of stupid. But yeah. Right now I'm working on my banner and art assets for the radio show that I'm going to be doing tonight with IDA SFW. That's going to take me a minute. I also have plans with people later today, so I'm trying to finish this real quick. Am I still streaming? I think I am, yeah. Also, Newgrounds has a very nice notification system. So, like, if it just follows, here's how it looks like. And if people are commenting on your art and you want to know exactly what they're commenting on, it gives you, like, hey, new art review. Here's the art that they're commenting on, and, like, here's what they did. And you can react from there. And you can also reply from here, too. It's really. I like this in-baked, like, system. I do have my own little critiques on how to make Newgrounds a better site. For example, I think if there were like thread chains, so if people can continuously comment on like a specific thread, that would be cool. What else would I think would be cool? So I have my variations, like I post like my original art right here, and you can zoom into this like as much as possible, like, and you can see like the crisp details on the lines, but you can't really see it on the art that's posted underneath. It's a small little nitpick. It's not really anything super major, but like it would be nice to be able to like zoom into like every little piece of art if I can upload like multiple pieces under one. I think Newgrounds could stand for a comic portal, because we do have a lot of comic artists on Newgrounds. There's Shen Comics. Shenanigans or Shenanigansen, and he still makes comics, and he's still uploading to Newgrounds. But he's had to settle for again, like, this is the only big piece right here. And this is more like a webtoons sort of format thing right here. But like it would be cool if, you could move like forward and back relatively easily, especially for a storyline, because like he's been doing this storyline for like, public university art club. And it'd be cool if he could organize all these into like one consistent, like, stream of format. Not stream of format, but like, like here's how I envision it. Let me go to my profile. Like I would like to have like, here's like the art section, but here's like a comic section, and like the comics are separated by, which comic they are. Because I have my Boxcar City stuff. I would love to upload Boxcar City on Newgrounds. All as in like, one comic like that. You like select like an entire, like, here's the chapter, or here's a cover of the chapter, and then like, people can just like scroll through the comic that way, or click through the comic that way. I have my stupid like, little like shitpost comics right here. My little goofy goofs that I'd like to separate from like, everything else. I have my mini mixes right here that they're their own genre, and like that's the one thing that I want to do. I want to like, like separate my comic work from my artwork, because like, I want it to be like as convenient as possible for people to read like the specific genre of comic. Yeah, a smooth way to exactly, Jack Miles, a smooth way to browse between pages. I think that would make comics on Newgrounds, and I think that will breathe a lot of new life into the site. Just having a comic portal, because I'm fed up with webtoons. I don't like webtoons. The whole reason I made a webcomic, that I code my own webcomic and I build my own webcomic, is because I cannot stand webtoons, and I cannot stand the webtoons format, and I just want to be able to showcase my entire comic in like one, like, look at how easy it is to click through here and like read everything. The pages load almost instantly, and that's what I want. This is how I like reading comics, and this is how I want to read like other people's comics in like this super easy format. I don't need to wait for like a huge page to load. And I feel like Newgrounds can do something like that, like super, like it could be intuitive, and it would be very cool. I feel like comic artists are hungry for a good platform, and I feel like Newgrounds is like the place to provide it. That's my wishes for Newgrounds in the future, at the very least. Yeah, my website, like the way how I coded my site is it's very, very, very like basic code. Simple CSS to get everything looking consistent. Some minor JavaScript, but like there's nothing like too taxing for your computer to load. And the images are like, small image files. So that they're the only thing that needs to load. Depending on your internet, they could load faster or slower, but like it's relatively quick. I've tested on multiple browsers. I tested on multiple different like internet settings, and like my comic loads relatively quickly. Art also loads relatively quickly on Newgrounds too. Like this is me going through catchy arts, like different like stuff. Depending on the size of the piece, of course. But like, it loads quick. You can go from different people's like art very quickly. And I feel like this could be ideal for comics on Newgrounds. Not necessarily going through the thumbnail right here, but like, if you had like a first, previous, archive, next, last sort of thing, it would be so useful. Again, people are dying to make comics. I know people really want to make web comics, and like I don't want to be able to like have to teach people how to essentially create their own site. It would be nice if there was just like the site to upload comics. This is a very good rogue. I love the way how this person catchy art. The lines. It's very like almost painterly-esque. But yeah. Could profile playlists allow for easy categorizing of your different art, or can you only add other people's work into account playlists? I never really messed around with account playlists. Let me see how that works. Latest playlists. How does this work? I don't have any playlists. Yeah, no, I just. All right, let's learn together, guys. Oh, here it is. The add to playlist button. And then you can make a new playlist to organize everything. Let's see. Okay, let me do a quick test with this. Catchy art playlist. So I'm gonna add a few different pieces by catchy art into the playlist. Submit. Okay, and let's go check out my profile right now. More catchy art playlists. No, I cannot browse through the playlist via that way. You can only. I was thinking about like it could be a workaround. Oh, you can change the banner art like for the playlist. That's kind of interesting. I think the idea that I'm having for comics would be relatively similar to this, where like you can like create your own like art for the comic right here, and then go through the pages like this. But ideally, again, what I want is like I can click on a page, or I can click back, forward, and next within the page itself. but like the basis is right here. Like the playlist idea is like right there. I think like if this gets workshopped just a little bit more, it could be used for comics. There could be like a part of a series tab. Jatmaz says there could be a part of a series tab right beneath the credits and info tab that lists the name of the comic, some pages, and easy previous and next buttons right there. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Vinix says unrelated. I saw your Jet Set art on Twitter and thought you was actually working on Sega. Oh yeah, man. I wish. If you guys are wondering what I'm like talking about, here's like this faux Jet Set Radio comic that I've done, and like again, like it's talking about comics on Newgrounds. You can do it. You could do this vertical scroll sort of system right here, and it works. Like you can definitely post an entire like series of comics like this. But the thing is, like again, quality gets lost once you go to like the pages beneath the first post. Food for thought. I'm always thinking about like what I like about Newgrounds and how could I enjoy Newgrounds more. Like I'm thinking about it in that way. And if you guys got ideas, like definitely pass them around. It's a very open to user experience sort of site. Newgrounds, for example, like if you have an idea, pitch it. You can also go to the community right here and like go to the forums and like put whatever suggestion you want over here, see if that picks up any steam, or we can just like I wonder if there's like a suggestion box for Newgrounds. Not too sure. If I do the Keith Stack routine of just drawing Jet Set Radio literally every day until Sega's just like, you know what, this guy wants it. Let's just give him something. Because that's how Keith Stack worked on the official Monkey Ball comics on Twitter. Because he drew Sonic literally every day, and Sega was like, you know what, we like the cut of your jib guy. We'll give you a comic. You can do an official comic for us. Here's Monkey Ball. And that's how Keith Stack worked on Monkey Ball comics. I do want to interview Keith Stack for my radio show at some point. Because he used to be my boss, but like just here's some lore that I can give you guys. Keith Stack, the guy who does the Leslie Ann Brienne comics. Let me see if he's like uploading consistently. Yeah, Keith. He's been posting these Sonic. He still posts like his Sonic stuff here. I do not follow Keith. I've been mean. What? Okay, but I do want to interview Keith at some point. He was my boss for a year when I was working at Augenblick Studios. Got some real rare things on sale, stranger. But yeah. I was thinking about doing work while talking with you guys, but like I'm not doing any work. I'm just like talking about I followed you. Yeah, no, I worked with Keith Stack. I do want to interview him. He was my boss. He was the director that was above me. Yeah, Jatmaz. Wait a minute, Keith Stack. That's the 2000 lesbian webcomic guy. Yep. He's the guy. He's my boss. He was my boss. This was back in, I think, 2018. Yeah, this is 2018. That I worked with him. The other Keith on Newgrounds, Keith Garces, has also worked with him. Keith Garces of Rushdown Rivals fame, who does the animation for Rushdown Rivals. Also, shoutouts to Keith Garces. Went to school with him too. A bunch of cool people on Newgrounds just went to school with each other. It's kind of funny. But yeah, no. Newgrounds is really cool. It's just like, again, the community that's on here is. Oh, speaking of, I gotta give shout outs to like Portal Defenders right here. Bob Tunes and Luis, like these guys, like did like it's a basketball game that's on Newgrounds. It's really cool. I just like the idea of like, oh, oh fuck, I'm playing a game. Nope. Nothing but nothing. Okay. But yeah, that's it. I was just gonna show it off just a little bit. Again, Newgrounds celebrates the people that work. Like, that put in the work and they do their things on the site. If you give to the community will give back. That's essentially how it works. Here's like Ollie and Scoops right here. I got a buddy that worked on it. But yeah, no, Newgrounds is phenomenal. I'm drawing Leon because, I'm looking at reference for Leon because I'm drawing like my guest as Leon tonight. He didn't ask for himself to be drawn as Leon. I'm just doing it for like a little bit of an in joke. For example, when I had when I had Zach and Keith on, the guys that made Rushdown Rivals, they are brothers. And I gave them the same exact pose. Because, like, they're brothers, and like it's just funny. It's just like a little bit of a character design like thing to have them like, have the same pose. Here's Bluey, also on Newgrounds. Bluey has a mask, so whenever like her sprite was talking, I just like pulled down the mask. It's just like, I like to give like a little bit of character to people. And for NDA SFW, I'm just like, his character is that he's Leon Kennedy. It's a little bit of a joke. It's a little bit of like, some like basic humor. Leon Kennedy. The S in Leon S. Kennedy stands for Senor. That's why Salazar goes, Senor Kennedy. I don't think he ever says that in the game. I think he says, Mr. Kennedy. I'm making up lies. But yeah, Newgrounds has been great for me. Whenever Twitter eventually dies, it's just like, at least Newgrounds will be here. I'm joking. I'm mostly doing it in jest. I don't think Twitter is going anywhere, but it's just like, I just enjoy the Newgrounds community a lot more. I enjoy participating in Newgrounds, talking to people on Newgrounds. I also got a radio show on Newgrounds. Like, Newgrounds has done a lot for me, and I'm very, very thankful for it. Do you guys have any positive memories from Newgrounds, or is it just all like, cursed childhoods? all around. Oh, it's time? Yeah. Thank you guys for having me on. Again, donate to ASAN. Again, if you want a quick redo of that, just like, newgrounds.com/supporters. Donate here. Any amount is fine. Screenshot it, message Tom, the Newgrounds podcast, and let them know how much you donated. I should have been promoting this way more, but I did not. Or if you want to, you can go to the support for, ASAN, Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, donate here, screenshot, give it to Tom, let them know. And give it to everyone else. But yeah, thank you for having me on. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. And hope you guys have a lot of fun for the rest of the night. Or the rest of the day, rather. Adios, amigos.
Cool. Thanks, Gens.
Hey! So I'm currently just doing this on my phone at the moment because I'm having some technical difficulties on my laptop. But yeah, thank you so much, Gens, for that. Having you on was an absolute blast. Alright, so now, quick update on who just donated. Alright, so first off, Droid just donated a secret amount and Lion Thickness just donated $5. So yeah, massive shout out to those guys. Thank you so much. Every single cent counts. And we mean this in the most sincere way possible. Thank you.
Yeah. So remember, you guys can donate. Over at newgrounds.com/supporter, or if you want, you can donate directly to ASAN at their website. But if you do it either way, as long as the money gets to them. If you donate to the Newgrounds supporter and you message Shal or Tom, or then you can get a little shout out here. So
cool.
All right, so next on the list, we have two amazing guests with us. 2/3 of the Cheats World Boys, as well as the whole team for Travel Channel, as well as makers of the most kick-ass soundtrack you've ever heard on 360 Degrees. Shout out to Stepford. I give you guys Chris Boucher and Max James. Everybody give a round of applause.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
And also B, because I'm joining last minute.
Aaron texted me 20 minutes ago and goes, "Hey, can I come in? Can I join?"
Yeah, I'm like, is it cool if I hop on with you guys?
No, it is. It actually makes it way better because
it means I have to talk less.
Yes, exactly.
Great.
Exactly. You can carry the heavy work, and also I'm a Discord noob, so I might need help. I don't know. How do we want to go about this? Should we share? Do we each share screens, or should I share a screen?
I just don't know what I'd be sharing on my screen.
I'm gonna just share my screen, and then if my screen gets boring, we can share another screen.
What if we do it like charades? Max shares his screen and mutes himself, and we act like we're Max and we know what he's pointing at here.
Okay.
Right.
We should. So first, before we do that, do we introduce ourselves? Is that what we do?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Max James. I am a Newgrounds level 11 musician. Yeah. And I've been using Newgrounds since I was a young child for fun. And then I joined back during the pandemic, and I started using Newgrounds to share music. And, it actually started to pay off, and I met a lot of cool people like Droid and Chris here, amongst many others. And yeah, I am a big Newgrounds user, big Newgrounds fan, and I honestly at this point only use Newgrounds to post and share my music because of how well the community responds and seems to care. So I am Max James, and I am a Newgrounds musician. That is my introduction.
It sounds like it's AA.
Hi, Max.
Hey, Droid.
Should I go next, or you want to go next?
No, you go ahead, Chris.
All right. Hello, my name is Chris Boucher. I'm technically a host of NGP, but hey, haven't been around in a while, fellas. It's good to be back here. Hello. Musician on Newgrounds. You know, I like to make hip hop. I make some video game music. I do that kind of thing. Well, a little known fact: over 1 million on Spotify too. I made a little cash doing music. Also, a little known fact: I have an awful stomach ache because I ate a pizza that was made with like olive oil and balls last night. It wasn't good.
Okay. What the hell kind of pizza place you going to?
Look, I did like a live stream last night, and I let Chad build a pizza.
Yeah,
it was
that's right.
nasty.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, and then me. Finally, I'm Droid. I'm a Newgrounds level 27. Been on the website on and off for fucking years. Got back into it. I don't even remember when. I think 2016, 2017. Became buds with Chris, and then Max started making some cool shit with Cyranek, and then I don't know. I think through Chris I met Max, and now here we are. We host different shows on Newgrounds Radio. It's a pretty fun time.
yes.
We smile real big.
Yes.
I like how we're like, let's introduce ourselves to NGP. Hey, we're on NGP. like that's useful.
Like it's useful. What do you want me to tell you? I'm a level 27 mage.
Yeah.
Level 27 mage. I've killed Sardoz the Great. I've done 3 quests. I haven't completed the Elf quest yet.
My goal is to beat Jad.
And I make music.
Nice. Well,
That's
I guess I think our goal here today is to for anyone who has debated on giving the whole music thing a shot, we are living proof that not only it is possible to make music and get some sort of audience, but you also don't even have to be good at it. You can you can make music and really not be the best in the whole world. You can do
people
it.
who don't know music theory that make bangers.
I don't play an instrument. I don't know how to make a beat. I don't have any music recording equipment. I've borrowed everything I've ever used up until this point my whole life. I use and I think we should I don't know. I don't have any talking points here, but maybe we should
Stop. I think we should start from the very beginning. If you can see here on my PowerPoint slide.
26 years ago I was born.
Yeah.
Music was created back in 1963 when a small unknown group known as the Beatles exploded into the scene, the music scene in the United States of America, consisting of John Lennon, Ringo Starr, Pete Best, and George Harrison.
Aaron, do you have voice mod handy by any chance?
I can get it handy. Why?
If it was handy, I was gonna say you should put on like a stupid business like copyright free track, like one of those really boring ones. And we could be like, "Hey,"
I have one preloaded actually too.
Because then we could just be like, "Hey, let me help you. Today we're gonna convince you to learn how to make music."
Play the Wii Sports music. Boo, 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 boo. Here are 10 steps for how you can make some real music. Number 10.
Number 10, find something funny. Number 9, make a funny song.
Number 8, smile.
Number 7, Burger King foot lettuce.
I guess we just, I don't know, we could kind of briefly explain our own experiences with like getting into music and that stuff, I guess.
I'd say we should talk about that, and then we should talk a little bit about our like a brief synopsis of our process when we write music.
Our process? Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Do you just want to do that then, where it's like one of us is, we'll say, okay, this is how I got started, and this is my process, or do we want to do it like we all go through what got us started, and then after that, we all go through our process?
Max, you're first.
I'll go first. I'll figure it out. Watch this. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen.
You do it, and we'll copy you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep it short and sweet, and I'm just gonna talk about what the T is here. This how do I do this? Screens.
Open FL Studio.
Go live. Okay. I am live now. Okay, so I'm gonna walk through what got me into music, specifically on Newgrounds.com. Okay, so I have been making music on the internet since 2016. I met a friend in my hometown named Jackson Laurie, and we got together after school every day, and we started making silly hip hop music for fun. That was how we spent our free time. And we would post it online nonstop, and we would do that pretty much every day for weeks, for years. And through that, I found a niche following in my hometown of Wichita, Kansas. I'm from Kansas. I'm from middle of America. And I got sort of a niche local following who would share my stuff online, yada, yada, yada. Fast forward, I link up on the internet with a dude named Cyrenek. And if you see my screen here, we made a song together.
My screen, I voted myself 5 stars.
Yeah. 5 stars.
Only way to do it.
This is my favorite. And we made this thing. And Cyrenek at the time is Cyrenek, in comparison to me, a much larger internet entity, who is known for his trap air horn meme edits from back in the day. MLG.
Wasn't he on Forbes or Times once for a meme he did?
I'm sure he
was for a time he was like massive.
Yeah,
wild.
He was like a PewDiePie thing. Like PewDiePie was a Cyrenek memer, and
also
and all that.
Newgrounds,
So I had linked up with him, and we did this thing, which I'm not even going to play right now. I'll skim it, and it's a song about Elon Musk's baby. So yeah, we made a Elon Musk baby song, and then he posted on Newgrounds, and that got me into Newgrounds, and I realized when he posted it here, there's 28 pages of comments, and I've never seen that before in my life. I don't think I've seen that on Cyrenek's YouTube channel, like people commenting and actually interacting and talking about what they're watching. They're like, OMG, that's this, they're, I don't know. Got me on a Newgrounds, and since then, I have been posting music on Newgrounds exclusively because quite literally exclusively on Newgrounds since I've linked up with Cyrenek and did the Elon Musk baby song. And that is a little bit about me. I don't know if there's anything more specific I need to get into. But yeah, that is my legacy. Is I've always made sort of meme quote unquote music, and felt like Newgrounds, and I just made music for fun, and I felt like Newgrounds support strictly making things for fun and not trying to get rich or die trying. You can kind of do whatever you want and post it, and people will support it and find ways to obsess over it. So yeah, that is my lore. If anyone wants to go,
yeah, I can take it a step further if you want me to. Because I'm not interested as much in sharing about my lore, but I will talk about if we look at my page here, I have fucking 406 audio. Like a fucking nightmare page.
Yeah.
I used to post like every fucking day, all the way back here, all the way back in 2014. Right? I think I had tracks that were older than that on Newgrounds too. But if you look at my timeline of things, I mean, these have way more views now than they used to have back in the day. There we go, like 400, and they're old, so they've been around to get 400, 300. If you compare stuff I was doing back then, this is like not my very first music I've ever written, but it's super early on. Like, I don't know if this will. Look, I voted it 5 stars. Big brain. Like, this is trash. This is what is this?
No, it's hard.
Yeah, that goes hard, bro.
Send me that. Send me that. Let me get on it.
I'll
put in link in chat. Link it in chat.
remix it. We'll make a video of it. Or just show live chat. Here we go. Was that Drake? Yeah, it was. We've got other like shitty stuff. Where's the one I was just looking at? I pulled it up yesterday. Pen Pineapple Apple Pen karaoke instrumental. Fucking 6 favorites on 11,000 listens. 4 stars. Fucking trash.
Banging. You shut up. This is great. It's banging.
But the thing is, back in 2014 when I'm just making shit, you know, like these are remixes of video game stuff that I was doing using their MIDIs. I basically stole them. The thing was, I didn't know shit about music. I was just trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the way that's progressed after posting about 400 more songs. Look at now, we on top. We on top, baby.
We on top of the world, baby.
We have Foreskin, a song about foreskin.
Oh yeah.
Okay? There's been a long progression to get to this point. But it's very, very possible. You don't have to know everything right off the bat. I didn't know music theory. I learned how to play the tuba. I knew how to play the tuba when I came out with this.
Hell
Probably wrote it with a tuba.
You need to repost, like you need to I feel like that one got that needs more votes. I feel like that's just super unfair.
Underrated.
Yeah, underrated as hell. I'm gonna give it 5 stars right now.
But the thing was, like, this was just me guessing, right? Like I didn't have a key in front of me. I didn't know how to write music with a piano or whatever. I was just guessing what notes sounded good together. And that was the best I had. That was my college try, right? I think that the point I'm trying to make. I wish I had my business music playing behind me, my copyright-free business music. But the point I'm trying to make is you don't need to know shit about music to get into it, right? That was something I was convincing Stagger Knight for a while. Now Stagger Knight writes music, and it's very cool. It's a very cool thing to see. It's a very cool thing to see anyone see, and it's a very cool thing to just try and dip your pinky toe into. You know?
Yeah. You really don't. You literally just need. I feel like any level of interest. You know, you don't need to. I feel like I'm trying to find a way to word it, but I feel like if you're interested in something and you care about something, that is going to outweigh skill in the real world. If someone sees you're passionate.
Yeah, if you really are passionate, you don't even got to worry about like equipment. Getting a good DAW, none of that. The first tracks I ever wrote were like me taking iPhone recordings of my audio, right? I'd play my guitar into my iPhone, and then I would take that and put it into Sony Vegas and export it as a song, export it as an MP3. It sounded like trash, but I was making stuff. Yeah. After that, you know, it was just, I got a Yeti USB microphone for less than $100. And I got Audacity, and I wrote music in Audacity. Horrible place to be recording music and trying to line that up, but it worked.
It worked, and that's
if you
all
have the
that
drive,
matters.
you can make it work.
You
know,
I know that's right. And Droid, talk to us about you. What about you, bro? What about you, dude?
Me? What about me?
Who are you?
I'm B. Hi, I'm Droid. What's up? I make music.
I love refrigerators.
I love refrigerators.
Who are you?
Who am I? So, do I stream? What can I stream?
Show us your Newgrounds.
My Newgrounds.
Yeah, I want to look at it.
All right, let's.
This is the Max, Droid, and Chris flex stream.
Yeah. Oh, just wait till later. Wait till later. We got flex.
See this?
Oh yeah. All
right. So this is my Newgrounds. Got on Newgrounds in 2009. I was a child then. And this was before I think I'd even actually decided to start making music. So I would have been in 6th grade when I decided to get into music. It was, at the time that would have been so.
What's crazy is when you decide to get into music, the ghost of Ludwig von Beethoven comes down and sort of knights you and then slaps you across the cheeks and gives you a kiss.
And he kissed me on the lips. So that would have been 11 years ago. So I would have been 16. I feel like I would have been younger.
Oh, in 6th grade, you were 16? Are you an idiot? Did you get held back like
you were
10
a
years?
baby, bro. You were probably
No,
like,
I didn't. No, I did
12.
my math wrong. So I did. Oh my god. So 10. About 13? 13?
Yeah, 12, 13. Yeah,
I think 12, 13. All I remember is that I was a huge fan of Skrillex at the time, and like any middle schooler would have been. I loved dubstep. I was super into that whole scene. I was like, man, this is good shit. And at some point, FL Studio kind of popped up in my life, and that was the moment I realized that I could be a musician and I could make music.
Yeah.
I was trying to find it. I used to have some of my I have them somewhere. My very first FL Studio projects that like I've ever made. They're on a hard drive or something somewhere, and they're garbage. They're the worst things I've ever heard in my entire life. Because I guess I'll share my FL Studio screen. But I had how do you switch screens? There we go. I had so in FL Studio, you have a couple different ways of doing things. You have the piano roll, and then you have like a pattern sequencer. I only use the piano roll now because after I learned about the piano roll, I realized just how great the piano roll is. But this is kind of just like your general sequencer here. You throw a sample in, and then each one of these is like a beat, and you can just kind of
Sounds really
do that.
good.
It's really, really good. And what I used to do is, as most people would do, is when I started, I would just open up FL Studio with like a basic thing that had all the default plugins, and I would just kind of screw around in this, right?
You'd make a beat.
And then make a beat. So they're shortcuts, but they're shortcuts. But I'm kind of demonstrating what I did at the time. Is I would just fill that in, and then it would be like this. It sounds awful.
I don't know, it's kind of hard. What's the theme of the troll behind that?
And the sequencer is a super powerful tool, but it's really limiting because whenever you try to say put something in a different key, the way that I used to do it, and I don't even know if you can do it anymore, is you used to be able to like right click each one of these that you set or something like that, and you would set the key value for each and every single one of those. And before I knew what the piano roll was, which, if we go to the piano roll, is literally a piano, and then you kind of can dictate what key your instrument's playing in. I was setting each one of these individually. I would like right click it, a little piano thing would appear, and I would select the key. And I would do the same thing here and here and here. Whereas I could have just done the piano roll the entire time.
Like that, just like not knowing how to use
right. And that's the thing, right? Is like, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that at the time, it wasn't nearly as accessible as it is now for a lot of people. There were tutorials, but not everyone was doing it like they're doing it now.
Yeah, there's a much bigger learning curve back then.
The learning curve was massive. And I guess all of this to say is that was like 10 plus years ago now, I think.
Like 80 years ago, you old man.
Something like that. And I've now gotten to the point where I'm like able to consistently put stuff out that I'm happy with. And that brings us back over to Newgrounds.
I want to say, I remember like pirating Mixcraft for my computer.
Yeah.
And either like just using pre-made loops to make a like beat or a song, or I would literally go into like the draw to, you draw all the notes in your little thing there, little composer there, and I would just scribble something and hope it sounded good because I had no fucking clue what I was doing when I was like 10, 11.
Yeah. And it
sounded awful.
That's the thing is like you don't even I guess all that to say, I didn't have like a formal music training. I'd like maybe taken some piano lessons when I was younger. So I had like, I knew how to make sounds, but I didn't know how to make sounds that I liked. And I didn't know how to make sounds that sounded cohesive, right?
Yeah.
But I just, by throwing myself into it and learning FL Studio and just gathering as much information as possible, I've been able to like go from I'll do this. Which sounds like shit.
rocks. That fucking rocks.
I sampled the Chef Boyardee I Love Chef commercial. It was really bad.
3 stars. Let's see.
I love Chef.
I love Chef.
So,
I've heard this. I feel like
I've heard this too.
Yeah.
I've probably talked about it.
I remember like 2016, you and Chef Boy OG working on stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah. But you know, you can hear it's very amateur, right? The mix isn't great. Everything's really flat. There's no expression to it. But you compare that to something like
That was like a WarioWare DIY stuff.
WarioWare DIY beat. But you listen to something like this.
Girl, let it bounce, let it bounce, 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 bounce.
And it's so much more. This is goofy, but it's so much more dynamic, and it's so much more. Everything is so much more fun.
Yeah.
Or, not fun. It's better put together because you learn things as you kind of go along. Like, okay, if I do this, this, and this, and this is going to help give me this sound. Right?
Yeah, I like how you went from I love Chef and you said 20 years later, I've gotten so much better, and you open up with I bust a nut, let a bald man lick it.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, what do you want me? What do you want me to open up with, huh?
Like Symphony number 9.
So you mean this? One Day on Christmas? Huh? If it'll play. It's not playing.
Oh, Newgrounds broke.
But it's like when I was just starting out. Oh, it keeps restarting. When I was just starting out, I would have never imagined making something like this because my focus was exclusively on how do I make dubstep?
Yeah.
True.
But I guess that's the thing, right? Is you eventually kind of hit your stride in any art that you do, as long as you're sinking hours into practicing it and honing that craft. Like it's pretty difficult to get worse at something if you're actively trying to get better, right? You just have, unless you're just completely ignoring any sort of critique or any sort of things that are genuine criticisms that will help you improve, right?
If you're completely complacent with making the Chef beat there at the bottom, you will make the Chef beat over and over again.
Yeah, if you make that and you say this is the best thing ever,
this is the peak.
This is the peak, or you just sit there and you're like, this is the best thing ever, and then you just make no attempts to try. And
sometimes, hey, like sometimes, you make something, and this is not to say make something and don't be proud of it and always be hard on yourself. Like,
right.
Hey, maybe that Chef beat was the hardest thing you've ever done up to that point, but I feel like as long as you have the bare minimum drive to just be like, oh shit, I just made this. I could probably do it again, and then again, and again, and then figure out, your swag along the way for sure. Like,
right. It's a lot of it is just kind of finding your own flow, right?
Yes.
And I guess that kind of leads us into the whole workflow thing is I'm sure any artist can understand, you're going to be hard on yourself to an extent, but you have to understand that you may not be satisfied with what you make, but that still doesn't take away from the enjoyment other people find from it.
Yeah,
and
true.
If you have a healthy drive to improve yourself, you will. I mean, you will. Like, you can't if you put yourself down to the point where you just have no incentive to try and just make something, then you're being way too hard on yourself.
Yeah.
And I know some people can kind of fall into that trap. For years, I fell into that trap where I just was like, I'm not as good as so-and-so, or this doesn't sound like the way I want it to sound.
Yeah.
But as I've gotten older, I've kind of just realized that, sometimes things don't come out the way that you want them to sound, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just because something you imagine in your head isn't exactly displayed in the finished piece doesn't mean that it's like bad. Like you could totally have come up with something completely different from your original idea, and it's still just as great, if not better.
Absolutely, it could be. I mean, to other people, it could come off as a flair to what you're doing, right? But also at the same time, like it's just you growing. So another thing like about that is like I don't like going back and listening to a lot of my old music and looking at old videos or what it be, but I don't think it's worth taking them down or completely removing them because I think like like you said, Aaron, to some people they really enjoyed that and they really appreciate it, and it's kind of like a milestone thing too, right? It's like, oh, look how far we've come. We're able to sit here and look down 400, 500, a million songs and go, hey, here's the chef song switched up to the troll song, you know?
Yeah, and you got to kind of think of it as you're not wasting time, right? By jumping into your DAW or whatever, or even just sitting down with your guitar or your bass or whatever instrument you play and just tooling around with it, because that's you putting time into learning the instrument. You know, unless you're a master level and have been doing this for like some insane amount, like 30 or 40 years or whatever, and you just are some insane wealth of knowledge.
You scored the whole game Donkey Kong as well as Banjo-Kazooie, and you block Aaron on Twitter.
Yeah. But like the point is like just every moment that you're spending working on the craft is going to help you become more attuned to what you're doing, because you're gonna get an idea of what you like to hear, and you're gonna get an idea of how you need to reach certain outcomes, and you're gonna learn how to apply those to your workflow, and it's just gonna keep building and building and building and building on itself. And eventually you're gonna look back and you're gonna be like, oh man, do you remember when I made the fucking Wheels on the Bus hardcore trap remix?
Okay, this one actually is hard. Do not shit on the Wheels on the Bus beat. Do not shit on this. This is wrong.
You're gonna listen to this and you're gonna be like, this is all right.
You're gonna go, this is dope.
This is dope.
Are you kidding? This is so sick.
Yeah, that was
Why did you pause it?
Because I'm talking. You're gonna listen to that, or you're gonna listen to like, I don't know. You're just gonna listen to something you made years ago, and you're gonna say, wow, it's kind of crazy. This is where I started.
It's kind of crazy that I peaked all the way back here when I made the Wheels on the Bus song. That's too bad.
You're right. Oh my god, I wish we could collab with the 1-2 buckle my shoe kid. 1, 2 buckle my shoe, 3, 4.
You're talking about the TikTok?
Yeah. Buckle some more, 5, 6 Nike kicks. I'd love to, but I'm getting kind of away from where I'm trying to go with this, but don't stop yourself. It's daunting. Starting anything is daunting. Yeah, starting anything is daunting. You just need to take that initial step and be willing to make mistakes and be willing to not be at the level you want to be at, and understand that comes with time and that comes with practice.
Yeah, let me talk about making a 6-hour soundtrack for a stupid child's game ROM thing that I was making.
Nice.
That is one of those cases where it's such a big learning experience because you're doing so many genres, but on top of that, it's a great... It took such a long time and it was such a big process. It was one of those things that kind of taught me, hey, if you want to do something, just fucking do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I don't know how to score a game. I've never done that before. But I just fucking said, all right, I'm going to do it because I want to do it. You know, it's exactly what Aaron's saying. Like, maybe you're not a musician now. Maybe you're interested in music. Just do a quick Google search. Find a free program you can use to do anything and just do it.
Yeah. And even if it's just making like dumb, fun stuff. I think me, Chris, and Max are a fantastic example, genuinely, of just making stuff, because we'll just like reach out to one another with like the goofiest ideas,
yeah,
and then we'll just make shit with them, and like some of them don't like Max, you remember when I went to go visit you where we just like sat down? I think we were recording shit over like YouTube beats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even just doing stuff like that it's a great way to.
I think it's extremely important to have fun first.
Yes.
Especially with when there's a learning curve, or I guess what am I trying to say? Like when you're trying to learn something, if you're trying to learn how to make film, maybe don't try to make an art house film right away. Maybe try to learn how to have fun with it first. With music, I've been through the whole thing where I started to have fun with it, and then I tried to take it serious, and then I realized this is burnt. Then I went back to have fun with it again. But it always starts off with same with film, right? Like I start off making videos for fun. Now I'm interested in actually making movies, like actually trying at some point. And then at some point I'll probably want to go back and just do it for fun. But I think as long as you approach music, or specifically music, with I'm going to have fun first. And then through that, you realize, oh, I'm good at having fun. Maybe I can, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but
no, I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm like good at it now. I can, do whatever I want. Like now I can, I don't know. I think just making sure it's fun.
It's a way to learn, but also like want to do it. But I think also like a lot of great music comes out of a place of emotion, which could be, hey, I'm feeling really good, or hey, I'm feeling really bad, or it could be, hey, this makes me laugh. I'm enjoying, I'm having a fun time. Yeah. And even if you do something like fucking Cheese World, where it's just like you fart into a microphone and put it on a bass that's too loud, at least you're learning while you're doing that, right?
And and like on Cheese World, that was just stuff that Chris and I had made, but that didn't really know what to do with, and we ended up like compiling. It wasn't that's not the case for all the songs in there, right?
It was a good like 15, I'd say.
Yeah, there's a good amount on there that was just stuff we had lying around, but it was because we had made things that we just didn't really know what to do with. We didn't want to release them, whatever. That we kind of came up with the idea for Cheese World in the first place, because you're like, well, we just didn't. You know how people do like albums where it's like, oh, here's like all my unreleased shit, and it's like really good, and it's
like Mac DeMarco drops 16 hours of music or whatever it is.
Can you show us what Cheese World is for anyone who maybe
Cheese World
doesn't know what that is?
Cheese World's #1 on the charts right
now.
Yeah,
but Cheese World is.
Yeah, Cheese World's #1.
What do you live under a rock?
Cheese World is a project by Chris and I. It's a project by Chris and I.
That's the best way to describe it.
The best way to put it. I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't heard it. I'll play.
You are now listening to Cheese World.
Rest in peace, the singer of that band.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's Cheese World! It's here! It's fucking
This is hard.
Oh my god! I'm so pumped for Cheese World!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheese World! Popped up, I'm ready to go. This shit is ready to blow.
It's Cheese World. The thing is, like, this is mostly just me and Aaron sending each other fucking shitpost tracks, because we think it's funny. Like, even to this day, like, I think a few weeks ago I hit up Aaron and I was like, yo, I made an EDM track about being the man. You know what I mean?
And I've been sending Chris more serious stuff, but I know that I've sent some goofy shit like here and then. But a lot of this too is like Chris and I used to get onto calls and just be like, what if we both make really fucking dogs barking. But we would just be like, let's make like the shittiest beats that we can. we would compete to see who could make the worst beat possible. And then we'd like record them, and they ended up being like, we would just laugh about it, and eventually that's kind of the foundation of a lot of Cheese World and stuff like that. Like this next track coming up, Milkman. I made the beat and I sent it to Chris, and Chris was like, "Oh my god, that beat's hard." And I started recording. I think I just recorded Milk, right?
Let me see that.
Yeah, you did. You just did the milk, and I woke up in the morning and you sent it to me.
Yeah, they sent it to you. Oh yeah, Courage, and then Courage too. Do you want to talk about that, Chris?
Oh yeah, I'm really passionate about that song.
2803. There you go. I love that song.
That's not
Banger track.
So this is a song about a dog. Very
Emotional.
Yeah, it resonates a lot with what's happening in my real world.
Yeah, man.
You know, I don't know if you can recognize the sample.
Yo, tell him, Chris.
What the dog doing?
What the dog?
What the dog doing?
Okay, let me jump over to some of your stuff too, Max.
It's about a dog that wants to fuck Muriel. Named Courage. I think he's heard enough of Courage. But it's literally just having fun, right? Like I just woke up one day, said, "Oh Muriel," and then I made that and sent it to Aaron.
Y'all should do it too. Listen, this is living proof. Y'all should do it too. Y'all should do it.
It's I guess the workflow is just we all just enjoy the craft of making music, right? The idea of getting to sit down and create something out of essentially nothing, right? That's what this Kia Soul type beat was. I made the beat, I sent it to our group chat. I was like, who wants to hop on this?
And what a better place to post fun music than newgrounds.com.
Exactly.
Reiterate that. Where else are you going to
Exactly.
You show someone an Apple Music link of that Muriel song, and they're going to be like, oh, like you fucking
send you to
goofball.
hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Tupac is going to come back.
And as unfortunate as it is,
Eminem, you're not as good as Eminem.
and as unfortunate as it is, like SoundCloud at this point is taken way too seriously.
It's burnt. It's burnt.
It's burnt. People, everybody like tries to make it big on SoundCloud, and it just is too saturated.
It's burnt.
With both,
and
like,
they charge a lot of money for you to even.
Yeah,
be
they charge a
successful.
lot of money. It's really dumb.
It's
like
burnt.
it's like, let me just play this. I'll play Key Soul type beat. Like, I made the beat and I just sent her a group chat and I was like, wants to hop on this, and I got Chris, Max, and Max's friend,
Shorty.
Shorty. I didn't know if I should have said, if I wanted to say that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Here's Max.
Like we're for 35 minutes. Took shrooms with my best friend. Then he
started tripping.
Nightmare staring at the
wall. Started flipping.
That band on the gold websites. Where they at?
Let's bring them back. Hell yeah, let's bring them back.
Like,
the premise is like we could just rap about anything because we're just having fun.
Yeah, and you don't want to take. I guess I'll kind of loop back to what I was saying. Yeah, we'll listen to Mario and Luigi in a sec.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But it's kind of. Did you upload that to Newgrounds?
Hell, it's a Newgrounds exclusive.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. But
look at the fucking waveform on it. It's like a block.
But I'll play this and I'll kind of talk while it's going.
I can't even.
But music, you can't start off with music or any art for that matter
Aaron,
expecting.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Yeah, you can't start out with any music. How's that better?
I can't hear it.
We can't hear it.
Is that better?
I can't hear it.
The chat literally can't hear it. Like we can't. I literally think your stream is broken. On the best song ever made, and you let us all down. We can't hear Mario and Luigi, and all we want to do is hear the song and hear you talk inspirational words over it. How can
there's only two songs I wanted to hear. Those the wheels on the bus go round and round.
And Mario and Luigi. That's it.
Wait, is there really no sound playing right now?
I swear to God, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I did serious.
Do you have to redo it? Do you have to close it? Yeah.
That's weird.
All right, everyone, make sure you join the stream. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, turn the volume up. I thought you were just kidding.
No, totally not trolling at all.
It has it.
There it is. Wow.
All right. all this to say, you should take yourself seriously to an extent, but you shouldn't be afraid to just be dumb and have fun and just make stuff for the sake of making stuff. Because if you try and make a masterpiece every time you sit down, your expectations are going to be way, way, way up. And when you don't hit those expectations, you're going to burn yourself out on ever getting into it again. And that was something I struggled with for forever. And it's easier said than done. But if you, at some point, you kind of realize that it doesn't really matter. I think Jatmaz, he said this about this. At some point, you just have to stop caring. And eventually, you kind of learn that it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter if your song blows up or not. It doesn't matter if 1 million people hear it or 10 people. All that matters is that at the end of the day, you made something. You made a piece of music. You made a piece of art. You made whatever. And it's there. And it exists. I say we're fucking Mario and Luigi.
I just got staring at the art that really got me giggling.
Oh, Blake is an amazing artist. That's one thing that I wish they would post more on Newgrounds is their MS Paint art, because they're actually goated.
Absolute heat, that picture.
Yeah.
That is absolute heat.
Why does Luigi have toes and Mario doesn't?
Oh, it's so badass.
No, yeah. Also, don't ever talk yourself into having fun. This is something I do a lot. Is that if I want to do something like this song right here, I can easily roll my eyes and go, "Damn, I'm wasting my potential. Everything I've learned to this point, I'm wasting it to make some dumb piece of shit." And as soon as you do that, you need a like a little shock collar, and you need to shock your neck and your brain, and remind yourself that it's okay to have fun, even if that's all you do. You're not wasting potential for creating. That's literally the opposite. You are using your potential.
Because on top of that, like if you're enjoying it, if you're having fun, other people listening are going to enjoy it and have fun.
Right, and the thing is you don't want to be. And I guess this is just more of like a personal opinion. Is you shouldn't be pretentious.
Yeah.
Of what you make, you know, you should value what you make, right?
Yeah.
But
for like 2 minutes.
You should value what you make, but don't sit there and be like, I'm too good for this, right?
Yeah.
Because as soon as you do that, you're just kind of like you're pigeonholing yourself into like, again, to getting stressed out and putting intense pressure onto yourself to
avoiding a community of people.
Yeah, and you're completely like ignoring a huge swath of information and potential from people.
And
right,
collaboration.
Like Jamaz has been hitting all the notes like nonstop for real. Like everything you make, regardless of what it is something you've made, and it's work you've put in, and it's only going to benefit you in the long run. Now, if you make like a really racist song, that's not going to benefit you. So don't do that.
Wise words of advice from the teacher, Aaron.
Facts.
Yeah. Before we wrap up, can I give like a few tips on people who are starting?
Please.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Please.
Let me share my screen.
Too high concept this whole time. So
no, you
well, no,
really,
I think that was all really important.
Vital shit.
Can you close your screen? Your stream?
Yeah. We're just trying to.
All right. If you want to write music, you know, there are a couple things you could do. Music DAW. And you know, I don't know which one off the top of my head. Maybe you find a way to get Ableton or Pro Tools or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not going to
Studio. Yeah, you
promote
can purchase it. You can purchase it legally.
Triple OS.
A DAW, a digital audio workstation, is what lets you write music like FL, what Aaron was showing earlier. If you don't know, like, man, I want to write a sad song, but I don't know how to do that, look up piano keys. And if you don't know exactly which key you want, maybe you do a C scale, right? Now you have the C scale in front of you. And if you only pick notes from the C scale, guess what? You're going to write a song that sounds halfway decent. If you want it to be sad, oh, we're going to throw a B minor. And you can just reference this and write all of your entire track in this if you want to. And guess what? It's going to be in a key. And you're going to start to memorize scales.
Wow.
Now, I'm not going to teach you music theory, but I think that's a very easy way for a beginner to start learning scales and learning why different notes work together and what makes music. You also should look to have a melody. It could be a vocal, it could be a piano, doesn't matter. You should have a rhythm or something backing the melody, a harmony, if you will, a bass, and probably a drum kit. That's probably the most important thing, especially if you want to do something like me, Max, and Aaron in hip hop. Drums are extremely important. Mm-hmm. But if you do all those things and you use a scale like I have on screen to get you kicked off and started, you're gonna write a fucking song. And that's my tip. I hope that
so
was
what about, how do you feel about YouTube tutorials? Do you feel like those
YouTube tutorials,
to an
it
extent.
depends.
Yeah.
To an extent. Like, generally speaking, yes. If you have zero baseline knowledge, YouTube tutorials are a phenomenal way to get started.
Yeah, I would argue Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
I was gonna say, like, books and stuff and whatnot are great too. I mean, who reads books anymore, right? I mean, I haven't read a book in ever. So I'm kidding. But I have a book that I bought. It's like Music Theory for Computer Musicians is a book that I bought. Really nice book.
That's a real book in 2023.
It's a real. I forget when it was written, but anything will be a great source of knowledge. Now, as you kind of move on, it kind of gets, more and more. What am I saying? It kind of. I just completely lost my train of thought. Oh my god. But yeah, YouTube, great. Chris, go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that Max is doing a good deed. I was going to say the hardest part, I think, in music production is mixing. And I think a lot of tutorials on YouTube, they're not going to teach you how to mix like a god. You're not going to sit through it and then just become suddenly a platinum record recording artist or engineer. However, I think they're a good asset to help learn some great tips on what makes a good mix. And I'm not going to go crazy into mixing. It's kind of complicated. And I think as you're starting out, you don't need to worry about it very much. Just, mess around with your volume levels of your instruments, and that would be good enough to start. But as you grow and you start learning what different things mean, or you want to learn what different things mean in this industry, in this music industry, then YouTube is a good resource.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
YouTube.
Or do what I did and find a friend who knows everything more than you and just leech off of them forever. And
I was just about to say that.
But
Like,
for real,
That's
though,
going to be
good
forever
advice.
more valuable.
Literally just
Yeah,
find well, of course, do YouTube, but through YouTube you're gonna and you're gonna get more skilled, then you're gonna unlock new skill level friends, and then just literally leech off of as many people who are better than you as possible. And that's real advice. I'm not joking.
I got another tip too.
Just like meet people and talk to them and ask questions.
Yes, 100%.
Be open. Also, be open. And this is something, once you start writing music, you'll start noticing things about other music. It's like when you learn the hero's journey and you watch a movie the first time and you're like, oh, fuck, it ruined every movie. For the dorks that might know what I mean when I say that. Be open to listening to different genres, because you could find influences from a lot of different things that are really cool. And on top of that, as you start writing and you start figuring out what makes things work, you might listen to a song and then you're only listening to the bass in the song. You're just kind of tuning out everything else and focusing on one thing. You'll start to be able to do that and start to recognize things they're doing that work really good and things you like and want to find influence in. Does that make sense?
No, 100,000%.
It makes complete sense.
Hell yeah, I have a big brain.
Yeah, big brain. So I'll show my DAW again real quick, Max, if you want to.
Yeah. Yep.
Also,
of course, do what Max was doing.
Anyways, everyone listening, just real quick, please donate to ASAN. All right. It's very important that
you
do.
like the
This
Wheels
is
on the Bus song, if you like the Troll song, if you like Mario and Luigi, donate.
That's right. That's
if
right.
you liked any of what you heard today, donate any amount to ASAN. It's a fantastic organization. There's a lot of really shitty organizations out there that supposedly give a shit about, autism awareness and things like that. Cough, cough. I can't think of the one that has like the puzzle piece. That's actually a really shitty organization.
Oh yeah.
Autism Speaks.
Yeah, Autism Speaks. We're literally never give any money to Autism Speaks ever. They're the worst organization in the world. ASAN actually gives a shit about people on the autism spectrum, and they do a lot more. So please, 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 please go donate money to them. I've donated. You saw Max just donate. Chris is gonna donate.
Yeah,
Chris is gonna donate. Chris is gonna donate.
Yeah, and I think I saw Shell said we could just donate to the Newgrounds support page.
Yeah, you can donate to Newgrounds, and then you just message Tom or Shal, or you can donate directly to ASAN.
Mario,
you can be happy, and you can know that your money is actually going towards, helping those, like on the autism spectrum. That money is actually being used for something.
Max,
so
could
please,
you put that link in the chat?
Yes. Don't move. Everyone, don't move.
Freeze.
I'm gonna drop 2 links. This is the one. If
links.
This one you want to throw $50,000 into. This one you can just throw whatever you want to, and you'll get a cool badge as well.
I'm gonna throw $50 right now.
Chris is throwing 50 bones in there.
I threw $50,000 into
this guy. Threw in 50,000.
Yeah,
but it's a phenomenal organization, and I'm personally a major supporter of these sorts of like advocacy groups, especially for things like autism. So go donate because it's genuinely an awesome like organization.
Yes.
And then I guess just to kind of get back to it, this is FL Studio. FL Studios are like just one of like the multitudes of digital audio workstations you can use. There's Reaper, there's Ableton,
Max and I use Logic.
Yeah, Max and Chris use Logic. There's also GarageBand, which comes free with Max. You can use. I've seen like producers use Audacity and make some of the craziest shit. I think you know who I'm talking about, Chris, right?
I think so.
The guy that we saw like fucking forever ago that made like insane beats in Audacity. Unless I'm mistaking it for someone else.
It was someone on Newgrounds, wasn't it?
It was someone on Newgrounds, I think. But they made some like crazy beats in Audacity. I wouldn't recommend it because Audacity's
hard as hell.
That's struggle right there.
Yeah. However, even like GarageBand, right? Also kind of not a great program, but look at someone like Joji. Joji wrote in GarageBand forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So literally just like look into digital audio workstations and start from there. And I'm personally like, I won't speak for Max and Chris, but I'm sure they feel the same. If you ever have any questions, like feel free to like just DM us or reach out.
Literally, please do that. I need that.
I'm always more than happy to like answer questions too.
And if you ask me, I'll probably redirect it to Aaron, who's always happy to answer questions.
I'm like deeply obsessed with the music and the creative process. Like I love it.
Hey, let's go, Chris. Everyone, do what Chris just did. Everyone do that.
So all three of us donated. So that means everyone listening to us right now, you have to go to ASAN. You have to go donate any amount.
Yeah.
That can be $1. That can be $1. That can be $100. You could donate $500. You could donate like $10,000, and we would love you forever.
Do it. Do that
so
shit.
Please go to autisticadvocacy.org or newgrounds.com/supporter and make those donations. And if you donate on Newgrounds, let Tom know or Shal.
And look, I know what that screenshot says. Don't go around calling me Christopher. That's lame. That's a lame head thing to do. Call me Chris.
Yeah, call him Chris. If you call him Christopher, we're gonna know you're lame. Okay?
We're gonna ban you.
We're gonna ban you. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm sorry I talked so much, guys.
No, we need that. We need that.
You were excited. Me and Max were like messaging before it started, like,
What yeah. We needed you, Droid. Thank you for being here and sharing and talking and making sure we don't go out of line, inspiring the minis.
Shell gave me the super nerd react.
Just hoping some of y'all who are wanting to get started with music, go ahead and do that. And again, please go donate. Please,
Yeah,
please,
man.
please.
You want us to hang out and chat?
Share my screen. Share my screen.
I love going live in front of an audience and going, "Hey, we're just gonna stall." Ugby Mumbo with the 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Also,
Ugby Mumbo with the 3. Don't play with me.
Chris, do you have any? We should like make some stuff soon. I'm back in Atlanta for this 1 week, and maybe we could pump out a bunch of bullshit. I need to drop on Newgrounds. I feel like I've been lacking due to work.
Same. I think all 3 of us just have been like slammed with life. So, yeah.
I did just get like a bunch of vocals from Chris Soap.
Oh! I need. That's what I'm gonna do while I'm here. I got to record on the 2 opens or whatever open he left.
Yeah, we can always extend those beats too and make them work.
Definitely should. So yeah, man. This is actually a crazy game, and I'm low-key offended that that there's no Chris and Max song on here. But you know what? I will live without it. But if there was a really cool full circle song on here, I probably would play this game more often.
Aaron, can you meet up with Lewis and just sit him down at a nice fancy bar, give him a few drinks, and
what was he thinking?
Where's the Chris and Max track?
Yeah, what was he thinking? What was he thinking? It's a basketball themed game.
Good Lord!
You think
I'm
we
a
could make an
6'5"
NBA Jam
gentleman.
song?
No kidding.
No, Dry did kill it. Dry is kind of the GOAT. But,
Dry is a GOAT.
I will say, why did we not make an NBA Jam, Space Jam? We're playing basketball song for this. I'm gonna FaceTime him.
FaceTime him.
I'm gonna FaceTime him.
Did you figure FaceTime?
Wait, is he supposed to be on? All right, I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna bug him. He's probably not gonna answer. Oh shit!
Phone's probably exploding.
Yeah.
Probably not actually. I'm sure his Discord is quiet. He probably gets a lot of messages from kids.
Yeah, probably.
Oh great! My game froze. Oh, my whole computer's breaking. All right, Cam's not answering. Oh, you awake?
I'm just waking up at 1:30 a.m.
What are you doing?
Sleeping.
Oh.
Tell me what fucking flaker.
Charles telling me to ping you. There's like a Discord thing or something.
I forgot.
You know what? I can't even be mad at him. Can't be mad at the boy.
Yeah. I'm being the messenger right now. I'm on Discord and
Cam, are you like in Asia? Where are you that it's 1:30 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for waking you up. I feel bad now.
No, it's okay. I was like, I got all.
Yeah, I don't feel bad at all.
All right, there, bro. I'm happy you're awake. I'm gonna talk to you on Discord. God bless you, my friend. Sorry, he couldn't hear y'all. It was a. I have my headphones on, but he was literally asleep. Like he answered as like he had one eye open, like he was fully unconscious.
Holy shit!
He was not awake.
Fuck that guy. I'm not waking that fucker up. I don't think he's coming. I don't. If he's
no, he is. He's coming now. He's on his computer right now. I watched him do it. I watched him open up.
Well, Max is gone.
Oh,
What
no!
My bad.
This is a really good panel. I'm having a
Yeah.
good time.
This panel's going really good.
This has been well scheduled and well put together.
Hell yeah, man! So first off, we have Chris who actually donated $50 again, massive.
Let's go.
And then we also had Levi who actually donated $2.99.
Yeah.
God bless you, Levi.
$2.99.
Oh, another quick thing, guys. Stream Autism Speak should shut the fuck up by Young Butt Piss. It's a banger.
What?
Butt piss.
All right.
Sorry that.
Oh, there it is.
Cam,
What's
are you
good,
are you
Cam?
like in Asia or something? Like what?
What's
Where
your
are
obsession
you?
with Asia, dude?
No, he said it was like 1:30 a.m.
I was so
mean,
tired,
well,
I
to
meant
be-
to say 1:30 p.m.
Ah. Oh, never mind.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm gonna take a fat shit.
You're the worst human.
What are you
Just the
doing?
worst. Just the worst.
Dude,
Get
I
out.
had to
Get
eat.
out.
I had
No,
to eat
just
the
get out.
nastiest
Get out.
thing
Get
of all
out.
time last night. My stomach going crazy.
Chris,
My stomach
Chris,
going nutty.
nobody cares that you got $100 for free from random people on the internet. Okay, nobody gives a shit. Get the fuck out of my space.
No. It's not about that. It's about
Christopher?
the meatballs and my belly.
Chrysanthemum,
balls.
get the fuck out of my space. Okay.
No, let Chris cook. Let him cook on this one.
By the way, hi Cam. How you doing?
Oh, whoa. Everyone else is gone.
Yeah, it's just you and me, buddy. It's gonna be a nice, intimate talk about Newgrounds, our favorite place.
Agree.
Are you uncomfortable at all? Are you at all worried?
Yeah, Newgrounds scares me.
Yeah, it scares me too.
I keep it low key that I use Newgrounds.
Yeah, you're very, very low key about
Keep
it.
it
You're
low
very much
key.
so. But for everybody here, hi, I'm Doggle. My real name is Logan, and I do 3D art shit and voice acting stuff on Newgrounds. I've been doing it for 5 or so years now. And Cam, you can introduce yourself.
My name's Cam Taylor, NinjaMuffin99 on Newgrounds and the web.
He makes music. That's about it.
Just a little music. I'm
Makes
just a
a little
little
music.
program.
Hmm.
I make little pixel art. And I make some damn friends.
Yeah, we make a lot of friends on this site. It's one of the best places, one of the best things to do on this site, in fact. And I think that's probably something good to start with, Cam, because you and me in particular, when it comes to Newgrounds, we've got a history of some sort. We've got some sort of tale to be told. And for me, my entire thing on Newgrounds kind of stems from you because of your games in the first place. But I would really like to hear how you.
I just said wahoo.
Yeah, wahoo. But I'd really like to. I'd really like to hear from you. I'm sure I've heard it before, but I'd really like to hear what Newgrounds starting up was like for you, because I know you had kind of a smaller friend group when you were starting up, and you kind of just. I'm gonna be honest. You weaseled your way in. You snuck your way into Newgrounds. You jimmied yourself in there with Ivan and that, and now you're here. So how did that start, buddy?
Back in the day, I was a dang kid. I was this dang programmer with a dream.
Mm-hmm.
I just log on Newgrounds and just favorite art and favorite music and reply and review to people. I didn't know how to do programming. I didn't know how to do art. I just dang started, and honestly, I just knew more and more people, and that's how it goes.
So for you, meeting people on the site was almost entirely just making stuff, and then being around is how that happened, or were you reaching out?
Yeah, pretty much. I guess it's like both, where it's like if you just make stuff, and then, or even, I don't know, you can even just reply and review to things as long as you're active and visible on the site. It's I don't know, people do notice it if you're just reviewing shit and just being cool and chill.
Yeah.
People do notice and see you around and whatnot. It's and if you're not a psycho, if you are nice, hee hee hee.
Yeah, if you're very, very sweet. It's the more you put in, the more you get out, sort of thing with Newgrounds. Where
yeah.
Active and interactive with all the people there, the people are going to be, taking you back in kind, and it's very, very nice. It's one of my favorite things about the site too. Is all of us, insofar everybody that I've met, aside from a few deplorables, I won't bring their names up.
A few evil users.
Everybody on this site is very welcoming and very much so like we all just like to create, and that's the best thing for all of us. Because we all just enjoy the act of creation, whatever art or thing that we're doing. We can connect on that and have, a really good conversation, criticism between artists. It's very, very nice. I enjoy that very much so. For me, I joined Newgrounds because of your fucking video game when I was 14, 15.
Which game is that, Doggle?
You know the one. You know the one, Cameron.
I can't remember.
I was watching Oni Plays while I was sleeping on the floor. And a little funny game called Blacks Only came up, and I was like, whoa, Gulp, you can't do that. You can't make a video game like that. And they were all making fun of you, and I said, huh, that's interesting. And it reminded me, because when I was younger, when I was like 6, 7, I was on Newgrounds for like Lego animations. So I started on Newgrounds with fucking stop motion stuff that would always get blammed, and I would get told to kill myself and whatnot. But that was a long time ago. That was a different Newgrounds. That was and also I was a little child. So thinking about that and seeing, that it's still relevant, there's games that are still being made there and still a community, I was very surprised by that. I decided to pop on and popped onto the Discord. So for me, I wasn't, like it sounds like for you, you were just making shit. I didn't really make shit for a good while. You probably remember this too. I didn't really make much for the first year that I was on Newgrounds. I was just kind of interacting with the people, you, our group of friends that we had at the time, and kind of worming my way in through that. Mostly just having
I'll
fun.
be honest, you were worthless when we all met you.
Worthless, dude. I was fucking nothing. I was absolutely nothing. But I found my way. And that's something that Newgrounds, I think, is really good at, too. For everybody that joins, anybody that's new to the site, it's because of how creative the place is, it almost, depending on whatever path you take, and I think almost specifically, if you're interacting and actually trying to be a part of the community, Newgrounds kind of guides you in a way. It's kind of like a big dad, a big father of some sort. It's your big pop up in the sky. Tom Fulp is directing you, or for me at the very least, helped me find the path of things that I really like to do, which was 3D art and voice acting. I had done acting stuff beforehand, but I had never even
You could have been on Nickelodeon.
I could have been on Nickelodeon. That's a story for
Secret
another time.
Doggalore. He could have Secret Doggalore now. He could have been on Nickelodeon.
I could have been, but I was pulled away from that because my mom always forced me into doing modeling stuff when I was younger, and tried to get me into all of those Disney shows when I was really young. She set me up with various auditions where I'd have to learn shitty bubblegum commercials and whatnot.
That's awesome.
And one of which was or the most promising one was for a Nickelodeon exec when I was 8 or 9. And that fell through because my mom just didn't, I don't know what happened fully. It was just an odd scenario that it's not best for Newgrounds. It's very...
You could have been on iCarly.
I could have been. I very more likely would have been on Jesse. I would have been Cameron Boyce and I would have been hit by a car. But nevertheless, with Newgrounds...
slimed.
Yeah. You know what? I fucked up choosing this path, huh? I should have been slimed. Either way. With Newgrounds, seeing and also just being around animators all the time, I wanted to be useful, of course. Everybody wants to be useful.
Yeah.
And having a microphone, having some sort of slight acting ability that really pushed me to help my friends out. That was where it came from for the most part. And I think that's something that's really good for people that are joining the site too, is just be kind. It's very simple with Newgrounds, but being kind and contributing to the website with whatever you do, you don't have to be good at all. You don't even really have to make anything. You just have to provide yourself to the site. You have to be actively and, how do you say? Actively and speak for me here. I'm trying to come up with the words. You just have to be a present figure around the folks that you like, and
have to be chill and cool and nice and pleasant.
That's a very good description. That's a
That's
very
top secret. That's what they don't tell you.
Yeah, they don't tell you that in fucking kindergarten. But Newgrounds is just an amazing place for all of that. It's an amazing place for finding what you want to do, where you want to go, and meeting great people to collaborate with. Collaboration is probably one of the I mean, it's a cornerstone of the site, right? It's one of the best, biggest things that we do. And I would say, especially with collaboration, for anybody that's new to the site, just jumping into it, doing as much of, joining as many collabs as possible, as many short and, I will say, interesting collabs as there are.
Or even just making things with people, of just it's like, it doesn't even need to be, I guess, explicitly a collab or anything. It could just be like, hey, you want to make a cute little animation? Just like, hey, you want to make a cute little game or something? Or like, you want to make some music with me? Just and really anything like that.
Yeah, and of course the hardest part, especially because we're all little nerds on the internet. I know that a lot of us are shy, and it's tough to reach out, especially in the beginning. But with Newgrounds in particular, I feel that there, for anybody new, should not be that fear, because I can't even remember a single time I've reached out to somebody on Newgrounds and was responded to negatively. I can't think of a single time. I think every single interaction that I've had on the site, which you can do through messages or just reviews especially, like reviews are were one of my favorite ways to interact with folks and get feedback and get criticism.
Oh yeah, honestly, reviews are kind of underrated, where it's just like, it is just like leaving a nice little comment on something, or being evil bastard and just leaving a mean comment.
Yeah,
or it's really just anything.
Yeah, the evil bastard comments. I know we both got a handful. We both got a few, but even those are still like, if you can tell that they were done for a joke, which most, if not all of them, are. We have some friends that don't have some jokey ones, but just the yeah, never mind. You do have some, but. With the comment system, with the reviews, that's like the best one. I love getting criticism on my pieces, because criticism on the site too, I've never received something that was like, oh, your art's shit, oh, fucking fix it, lame-o. Like, I've never gotten that. I don't think I could ever have an experience on the site that was like that, unless I was interacting with shitty people. The cream kind of separates to the top, and if you're a good person, if you're a nice person, and you want to interact and be a part of a good community and reach out and push yourself, you will find that. You just have to show yourself first. Let me see here. Also, for anybody that's confused as to what we're talking about, this is just a general outline, talking Newgrounds, how much we enjoy it, bringing you in. There's so much about the site that we both adore. Cam, I would say you love Newgrounds way, way, way more than I do. You've been around you've been around since the very beginning, boy. And
I've seen the Stone Ages.
It's very important. Newgrounds. I will admit, I have not been around for like as often as I'd like to be in the past year, but I would really like to be coming back to Newgrounds to be more active, and this is a part of it. But I want to see What are you saying?
No, I say, I mean, I think that's okay to be. I think it's okay to be, I guess, in and out, or maybe that's just me coping, because I also been a little inactive.
Yeah, a little bit, Cameron, a little bit.
What?
We've both been gone a little bit, but I think I think just how Newgrounds is, I'm not scared to come back and be around. It's one of the most positive places that I've ever been a part of, and I'm always happy to be able to interact with the people on this site and make anything happen. The entire thing that we're a part of is everything by everyone. Being able to collaborate with anybody on the site just based on, oh, I think your art is cool, or oh, your music is really dope, or hey, we can work together to make this thing happen. And there isn't this miasma of like, oh, do they hate me? Do they not like me? Do I not have enough followers? That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist on this site, and that's the best fucking part about it. or one of the best things about it.
Cap.
Cap? You're telling me I'm a liar?
Cap.
Why are you saying cap, Cam? What do you have to say, huh?
Cap.
Fuck you.
No, Newgrounds. Newgrounds is win. Newgrounds
Newgrounds
is just like you just make shit and do shit and keep it real and keep it saucy.
Newgrounds is an epic win, Cam. I couldn't put it better myself.
Hold on, I'm looking at the script and seeing after I say cap, my next line is
what's
a little
mine?
bit.
After yours, actually, you don't have anything else in the script.
Oh yeah, that's it.
So you're gonna have to improv. But being a part of community, first thing, last thing, just fucking push. Just be around. There's people that are around for you, and there's people that are around that want to collaborate with you. That's just the entire vibe. If you've been a part of the site for a while, probably already know this, but if you haven't, just push yourself. And if you're shy, if you're worried that people aren't going to, care about you or, really want any of that, just try. Just push yourself to do that, because I can guarantee that on Newgrounds, it is one of the safer and nicer places for artists, for creatives, for people like all of us to get together and make shit happen and form a community that's way better than any on the internet. Let me see here. Let's see. Cam, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to add?
Best things that have come out of Newgrounds community for you, Doggle. I want to hear what you have to say about the best things that came out of being part of the community for you.
Well, for me, being a part of the community, I was much more active like a year and a half, 2 years ago. But being a part of the community gave me a friend group when I really didn't have anybody. Blushes. When I was first getting on Newgrounds, I was online schooled for all of high school, and I didn't have any friends. I didn't know anybody, so I was completely alone for those 4 years.
I forgot about this doggle lore.
Yeah, the doggle lore. And in that 4 years, I was suffering. I was really, really struggling. That age bracket, that's one of the fucking worst. That's one of the worst age brackets to just exist or live in. So without friends, living in a tiny shitty apartment on the floor, I slept on the floor for those 2 of those 4 years, and finding Newgrounds after seeing how goofy and silly it is, and that there's still a community that exists there, and just throwing myself in because I had nothing else, it was an immediate, oh, I have friends now, when I didn't have any before. It was immediate. And I think you would remember, too, the first day that I got in there, we were immediately that night watching movies. And I think the first one was awesome. I forget if we watched Zoom or Hoodwinked first, but we were immediately setting up a big call.
We watched Spy Kids.
Oh, you're right. We watched Spy Kids. That was really fun. we watched a handful of movies that week. I jumped in, and everybody was just sweet, cool, chill people. And I had never experienced that before. So just jumping in and being a part of things immediately. And of course, you have to be the type of person that wants to make friends, or a lonely guy or girl, whatever. But just jumping into it and talking with folks was the best thing that ever happened to me, because immediately after that, for that year, I made all of these friends. I didn't know what I wanted to even do with myself before I joined Newgrounds. I didn't really have any goal in mind for the things that I liked to do. I liked to draw, but I wasn't good at it. I didn't think of myself as an artist. I just thought that I did it, and my life was school. But jumping into Newgrounds, it further solidified for me, hey, I'm going to create stuff. I'm going to make things with my friends, and it's going to be a wild ride, because these people are fucking crazy. But that year especially, and of course, that first 2 years was mostly voice acting, because I didn't really draw or do much aside from that. But I was still active with my friends, actively helping with projects, being a part of other people's projects, and pushing myself to be a part of the community, because I received the thing I had never had, which was friends and a goal. And that was the best shit ever.
I think Spy Kids set up all those dominoes.
Spy Kids really, really set up all those dominoes. Spy Kids is the reason that we were able to meet up in Denver for Pico Day. Spy Kids is the reason that we're setting
Yeah,
up all these
lined up.
games now.
Domino
Yeah.
effect. Small domino, Spy Kids, big domino. Pico
Without
Day.
Spy Kids, and also I just want to say, with Newgrounds as a community, before Newgrounds, I was terrified of the internet. Like, I would have fake names and stuff. I never went by my real name. I never showed my real information anywhere. But when I started getting more and more ingratiated, I fucking doxed myself immediately because I could not help but just feel comfortable with at least the people that I was around. I'm not telling you guys to give your phone number out to people on Newgrounds because it's fucking insane. But
my name is Cameron Taylor, and I live in Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
I know where. I'm not gonna say anything. We're all fucking up.
Say it, Tom.
Either way.
Don't say where I live.
No, I'm gonna be a nice boy.
Go
But
ahead.
with that,
Go crazy.
With that, I think, like, just being in Newgrounds, being as comfortable as I was when meetups started happening, and I got to where I'm at an age where I was able to go out and meet people and do things. I can't say that I've had a single either just meeting up with friends where it was uncomfortable. Like, of course, there's a little weirdness at the beginning, but I haven't met a single Newgrounds person so far that in person has been a terrible, evil person when I meet them. Like, when we did Pico Day in Denver, that was with Shao and a handful of people. Every single person that I met, and there were like fucking 30 people at that party, every single person that I met there was cool and chill, and you get this vibe of just like, oh, the same. All of us are doing the same shit. Nobody is like worried or has this fucking, and I come from a world where you're constantly just worried about what people think about you and how you're acting in front because I'm a people pleaser, blah blah blah. But Newgrounds really shifted that for me and gave me a whole ton of new people that I'm really comfortable with. And I mean, I live with Shao. He's my roommate. From that too, like, I did not expect when I was 15 years old that I would be moving in with my best friend who I made online, which is weird. The one of the most stand-up human beings I've ever met. I did not expect that I would be moving in with somebody from the internet when I turned 20. Yeah, it's really crazy.
Aww.
And I mean, for you too, Cam, you've had a fuck ton of experiences, and now you are I think you're doing like the most shit that you've done in the 5 or so years that I've known you. This past 2 years, you've been meeting people, doing a lot of things. How do you, in particular, the folks of Newgrounds?
Yeah, see, now I have I'm out and about on my own in a big city and whatnot. So I'm a bit more fortunate in ways I can get around and meet people. There's more people who just so happen to be in my area, but it is always nice just being like, wait, hey, you use Newgrounds and I live near you. Let's meet up. Or, hey, you use Newgrounds and live in this other area that I'm visiting. Let's meet up. So it is just like awesome to just be able to. It does feel like I can just go anywhere and just be like, hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I'm flying in the city for.
Yeah, I think at least like close, and not even close friends necessarily. There's friends that I have on Newgrounds that the closest folks ever, but I would still meet up with them because there's a lot of really good people here, and I'm comfortable with most of the folks that are around us. It makes me very happy. I can't think of a single other online that is like ours. And it's just a fucking fun, amazing place. I love Newgrounds so
Your
much.
Your network is your net worth.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. That is true though. With Newgrounds, the people and the company that you keep are
no.
Not your like worth monetarily, but the people that you're around, the community that you keep is a piece of what makes you you. And if you're around good people, if you surround yourself with people that are creative and consistent and just have this passion, that's the biggest thing. There's so, like, all of us here, most of us here, have so much passion for all of the shit that we do. And that is one of the biggest things that connects us all as well. I love it. It's just fire, baby. It's just pure fire.
If you like Newgrounds, you're a BFF.
You are a BFF. That's true. And because of Newgrounds, now at 20 years old, I'm going to be turning 21 in fucking 2 months now. I joined Newgrounds when I was 15 because of you. Met you, and now 5.5, 6 years later, I'm living with a fellow Newgrounder. Going to be moving to hopefully the East Coast to meet up with more. And and I get to live on my own and make art and do crazy ass projects all the time whenever I want with the freedom that Newgrounds gave me. Newgrounds, in complete honesty, gave me everything that I have now, and I would not be anywhere without it. I owe absolutely everything to Tom Fold, and I love that man. And you are the only person for this, Cam. Without Tom telling me that I'm going to be the next stepper when I was fucking 16, 17 years old, I would not still be here. I would not still be here. With us doing weird rap stuff around then, and with the random comments that, like, pushed me forward, I would probably be still, in school and boring and not doing anything nice. I got all of the motivation I needed just by interacting with and being a part of the site that gave me everything. What about you, buddy?
Don't do math like Stamper.
Oh yeah, don't do math, guys. Don't be like Stamper. Don't.
Yeah, Tom was wrong for that one. Tom was actually wrong for that.
Only thing Tom got wrong was Stamper, but that's the only one. We give him that one.
And Doggle. Times are different. Yeah, Newgrounds, it makes me...
Hey, I think we both know exactly how it is, Cam. I think we can sum it up in like 5 words, and that is Newgrounds magic is real. That's 4 words, but Newgrounds magic is real, baby.
Newgrounds
the
magic.
Realest shit ever.
It's when you wake up, see a Newgrounder, it's like, wait, that's a person I met online, and they're...
Yeah. Every Newgrounder that I meet, I kiss on the mouth as like rough as I can because I just love them.
I can kiss them on the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm gonna be honest, guys. We ain't got much more, but I love talking about this site. I love being around you guys, and I love seeing the collaboration. I love seeing the community continue to push and expand and fucking not burn in flames in a bad way, but just fucking the passion, the fire continues. I love seeing it. It makes me extremely happy. And I guess if you guys have any questions or anything, or if you want to talk about specific things in Newgrounds, we could take questions or something. Shout, we got our 30 minutes, bud. We read the script.
I wrote down everything we've said.
Hey, buddy, you can't tell us there's no script. I'm reading it right now.
Reading it right now. Oh, sorry, Shal.
What else could we talk about Newgrounds wise, huh? What else could we talk about?
Let's see. There's something in the script.
Yeah.
There's this thing that says, with friends who are creative, there are more opportunities. And I think you did mention it earlier, where it's like, just being around people who are creative also makes you want to be creative type thing.
Yeah, I think Newgrounds is one of the best places for inspiration as an artist and as a creative. If you go to any other fucking creative space, and also the tough thing is there aren't really that many places online that are dedicated to just us. There's not that many places online that are dedicated to artists, because Twitter is just a fucking open... Facebook? Nobody cares. Instagram? Who cares? ArtStation? That's just a portfolio. People aren't interacting, getting close with each other in capacity. They're just posting their art and stroking their dicks. With Newgrounds, there are so many things that are like just perfectly designed to make us care about the artwork, the passion, and the creativity that I don't think we really think about it generally in passing. I was talking about this with some friends, and it'll probably get brought up later today. But with Newgrounds, there's no like systems for tips or anything or commissions directly through the site. You're working person to person. And I think that is a very good and important piece of the site too. We are very focused on artwork that is made and not the person or the personality behind it. Whereas with Twitter and other spaces, other, online places where artists congregate, there's a prevalence, there's a focus on the person that isn't really needed. And I think it kind of gives this air of, especially with Twitter, and I notice this all the time, where I feel like I can't message people because, they have 30,000 followers or whatever, or they're just not even going to respond to me, or they're going to look down on me like some peon. With Newgrounds, it's way different. With Newgrounds, I feel comfortable messaging literally anybody. It's not because I have any fucking... I don't got any fucking skin in the game, really. I've done shit, but that was years ago. And I do plan to come back and do a lot of... Just you wait, guys. But I haven't been around in a while, but I still know and feel, even with the break that I've taken, and I hope you feel the same way, Cam. I hope you feel the same way, because you're in a different position. You've gotten a lot of changes in 2 years. But for me, even after the year and a half, 2 years that I've been gone, I still feel like I can talk to anybody around and still feel comfortable just chatting and being with like-minded folks. It makes me very happy.
It's easy to hop into if you flip out. It's easy to hop into if you have never been in it in the first place.
You can literally just flip in, and nobody's gonna look and point at you. Nobody's gonna point at you and say, "Hey, who are you in here?" Nobody's gonna do that.
What are you doing here?
Hey, what are you do? Who invited you? Nobody's gonna do that.
You're so old.
You, man. You're so fucking old, man. Nobody's gonna do that to you. Nobody's gonna point and laugh at you. Everybody here wants the same exact thing that everybody here wants. And that sounds simple. Most of the things that I've said about Newgrounds are relatively cliche, but it's true. Newgrounds magic is real, and I mean that from very soul. Because there is not a better or a single other place that does what we do as consistently, as passionately, and as ferociously as we do it. We get shit done. Newgrounds girls make do, and that's just how it is. That's how it always will be.
It is true.
What else? What else could we talk about? I think...
Else does mention... ASAN.
ASAN? What
is today's sponsor?
So, excuse me. So, hey guys, we're helping out a wonderful charity, ASAN, and if you
Today's
would like...
episode is sponsored by autism.
Hey, we can't say that.
What?
We can't say that. Today, we are helping a amazing charity that's supporting folks on the spectrum, or with spectrum disorders, called ASAN. And if you were to make a donation of any amount, that would be extremely helpful. If you would like to help out Newgrounds as well, just, guys, all of the links and everything are going to be in the show live chat. Support wherever you can, and support will come back to you in kind. That's one of the biggest things, one of the main things I've got to say about Newgrounds is what you put in is exactly what you get back out. And that's not going to be the same for the charity you're donating to help them, but your karma will go up. You will feel better, and it will make you a better person. But donate to both. Donate to Newgrounds and donate to ASAN. Thank you very much, guys. So the script is just completely...
What does ASAN stand for? Well, what does ASAN stand for?
Don't let me improv that, because I'll say something bad.
What? No, I'll keep it real.
Oh, it was kind of close. In my head, I was kind of close then. Kinda.
Welcome, Shao.
Cool.
Shao, do you use Newgrounds?
Shao, do you use Newgrounds? How much? You use it way more than I do.
I log in and review things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell me to get the fuck out now, by the way. You can tell me to get... Oh yeah, I have use other than just babbling about Newgrounds. I forgot about that.
Everyone shouts to Max James because he FaceTimed me, and if anyone else FaceTimed me, I wouldn't have answered, and I would have.
I know. When Max called you, I was like, man, I thought about calling you, but I was like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter.
I was like, oh, Max James, I would answer you for anything.
Yeah, he's still in bed, by the way. He's been doing this entire thing from his bed.
I turn on camera, live feed.
He can't see you, buddy. Oh my god,
It connected on my phone.
It's real. Bro.
Wait.
Yes, it's real. He's real. What a handsome boy.
That 360 bed cam.
This is awesome. This is fucking sick. This is fucking
off
awesome.
my computer.
This is odd. I don't like this actually.
Yeah, connected to my iPhone, so now I can. Don't look at my room.
I thought you were gonna block something.
Anyways.
But yeah, I hope you guys were very inspired. I hope you guys can spread the gospel of Newgrounds, because I do mean it. This fucking website is awesome, and I don't think there's anybody like us. There's nobody like us at all.
Anyone you want to thank in your Oscar acceptance speech?
I'd like to thank Barack Obama, first and foremost. He helped me, or more so, his wife. She helped my bones stay strong, and pushed me towards Newgrounds. Michelle, really helpful.
Michelle.
My talking juice is out. I used a lot to help you out, Cam. I used a lot to help you out. I had to fucking... I used like 3 key points to figure that shit out there. Thank you, buddy.
Kyle's gaslighting you. He hates you. And he hates Newgrounds.
Yeah. That is not true. That is so not true. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay. When am I popping back? In 2 hours? 3 hours? Huh? When is it? You have the schedule, asshole. Okay, cool. Awesome. Alrighty.
Alright, so should we move on to the donation shoutouts?
Yep.
Alright, so as of right now, VHS Dreamland just donated $10. Thank you so much for joining the war against autism on the side of autism.
The war against autism.
On the side of autism.
That's fair. We are. We definitely are.
And again, guys, if you can, please donate. Like, every cent counts.
Moderator.
He's starving. He
Fuck autism speaks.
I was scared for a second. But if you didn't say speaks, I was gonna be really scared.
Edit that one in post. Edit that one in post.
Put that. Alright. Good luck, guys. Good luck to the
Hello. Hi there.
Hello? Hi.
Hi, Shal.
Okay.
That sounds amazing. Well, I had that idea I pitched.
Okay.
Usually,
I'll
I will
just
slip
say
out here.
when. I don't even know if I'll actually do it, but I'll just say when if I.
Also, I will slip out of here. Love all
Oh
you
no.
boys. Love all you
Goodbye, Cam.
boys.
I love you.
Hi, Jack. You know I love you, Jack.
I love you too. Levi, you say you love him too. Come on.
I love you. I
I know
love you.
Levi. Levi's beefing with
I was
me.
looking at
It's
my
a long
phone.
story.
Levi,
Me and
you're
Cam have a long history of, you know, brutal fights, and I don't want to get into it, but I think we've made peace with each other.
Oh, look at him.
No. No. I'm sorry.
Come on, Levi.
Blocks Levi.
Wait, don't do that. That's gonna have
Okay, bye, boys.
All right.
All right, that's enough of that.
Levi, I don't know.
Alright.
I don't know if this is just me,
Mhm.
but you sound a little bit quiet.
Do I?
I don't
I
know
can
if
hear
anyone in the
myself.
chat also thinks so, but
What do we think? What do we think? I can try
Ty-
and turn. I think I'm actually up at max.
Tyra said he thinks you sound really, really quiet.
Okay, give me like 1 second. Let me see if this will help. I'll try and be quick. I'm sorry.
You're lucky I'm here, Levi. I don't think anyone else would have told you.
I know. How about now? How does that sound?
That's a little bit better.
A little bit better? All
Yeah.
right. How about this? How about that?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Do you want I just turned up my input value. I don't know why that seems to, you know, I don't know. I'll turn it up a little bit more. How's that?
That's
How's that sound?
that's really go
Okay,
back
okay.
down. Go back
Okay,
down.
right here, right
You
here.
had a good before.
Okay. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. Right here? Is that good?
Yeah, that's decent. That's good.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry.
We're starting like 15 minutes early because they
Oh,
were
so
up theirs up a little bit early. I kind of blame
we
one of
have
them.
we have time to dick around then. We have time to,
Hmm.
Mm. Well, why don't we introduce ourselves? Jack, you can go first. Let's introduce
Okay.
ourselves.
My name's Jack. It feels weird introducing myself because this is all just like people who have like been listening to like NGP and stuff, so
Well,
they already
there's people who don't know. There's people who don't know.
I don't know if there
Introduce
are.
yourself like you.
Okay, either way. Okay, I'm Jack. I've been using Newgrounds for like not as long as like most of the people who've been on. Probably. I've only been really active on it since like 2020 probably. I make games with my team, the Milk Bar Lads. And I program and I do like a little bit of pixel art. And right now we're still working on our game Dead Estate, which released how long ago? Like a year and a half ago now, almost I think.
Yep.
On Steam. We're still doing updates for that, and this is like the longest I've ever worked on one project. It's been like 3 years now, almost.
That's crazy.
So that's where I'm at. Levi, what do you do? What do you bring to the table?
Well, my name's Levi. I'm also a game developer. I've been on Newgrounds since 2016. I mostly make web games, but I also did release a Steam game called Shoot Trip Die, and that is also still being worked on, and that's almost going to be a year old in a couple like a next month. I also am working on a new Steam game. I released a demo for Pixel Day, which got kind of popular, and I've just been making browser games for like forever. So yeah, you probably know me from something.
You've been on there longer than me. You've been on Newgrounds since like
I
what,
have.
like
I think
2017 or something?
no, I joined Newgrounds in 2016, and then I did art for a little bit, and then I made games in like 2017, 2018. So
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Interesting. And why are we here today, Levi? What cause are we supporting?
Wait, what is it actually called again? I'm sorry. I'm really bad. I'm really bad.
ASN.
ASN. We're here for ASN.
Yeah.
Yeah, ASN. We're this is a charity event, little thing. We're gonna talk about the portals, all the Newgrounds portals, and we're gonna talk about what we do and why you should choose, if you're interested, the game development portal. So
Hopefully we can convince you. This is gonna be like pitching a pyramid scheme.
This is really good so far.
It is
Well, are we
good
gonna
for unscripted. I'd say it's pretty good.
It's pretty
We're
good.
doing solid. All right, Levi. Why don't we start by explaining how you got into game development in the first place? What brought
Ooh.
you down that path?
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Good
Now
question,
Fletcher
good
says
question.
this sucks. Never mind. Don't do that.
All right, good question. Good question. Oh no. I got into game development in around middle school, so like 2014, 2015. I made a few games in Construct, which is what I still use because it's, I just like it. But I got into game development because I've always liked video games, but a little synapse in my brain got, flipped on when I played The Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy in middle school. And then that, kind of introduced me to Newgrounds because I was like, this is cool. Where did this come from? And then like I found Newgrounds and I was like, oh, I can just do this. Like I can do that. And then I did, and here we are. The rest is history. That's
That's
about it.
beautiful.
That is
That's
really beautiful.
I got a little emotional. I
I
feel
know.
like that's that's kind of like a common trend among a lot of like Newgrounds developers is that they started with games like, well, at least like current Newgrounds developers, they started with games like
yeah.
Binding of Isaac because Edmund McMillan was like,
Yeah,
he was like
cool
a
guy.
big Newgrounds developer back then.
I remember playing Castle Crashers as a kid and being like, this is really cool, and like I'd never seen anything like it. But I think I don't want to give Castle Crashers all the credit because I played that when I was really young, and then Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac were like the real ones that were like, I want to do this, like I want to be able to do something like this. But
They got the wheel turning in your brain, the cogs
yeah,
turning.
they got my my hyperfixation in middle school. I mean, it completely changed who I am as a person, and I wouldn't be who I am today without Mr. Ed McMillan or Mr. Tom Fall. So yeah,
That's
the
beautiful.
game portal has treated me well. I'll just say that.
Would you say that your that your life has improved drastically since you started using Newgrounds?
I actually would actually say that. I think
Yeah.
Newgrounds has improved my life tenfold, like unironically. I love all the people that I interact with. I love working on stuff. It keeps me motivated to work on stuff, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But I don't want to be a hog of the spotlight. Jack, why don't you talk about how you got into game development? Go on.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I laughed when I said that question, but also I agree completely that Newgrounds has probably been like the most influential thing on my own I guess creativity in the last like few years. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't have done otherwise if it weren't for Newgrounds. But from the very beginning, it's kind of. Oh wait, hold on a second.
Uh-oh. What do you think Jack's doing, everybody? What do you think he's doing? Go on. What are the ideas?
We had a dog incident.
Wait, is that who I think it might be?
It's Ike and his little buddy Goose. His little stupid Shih Tzu buddy. Okay.
Wait.
Anyways, where I didn't even get started. No, I had kind of like a similar start where like, I would play games like The Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy, and I think probably actually like Battle Block Theater was like the biggest game I played. Well, not the biggest game I played, but the most like influential thing I played. Because that game had like a crazy level editor in it, and I feel like I don't remember anyone ever like talking about that or bring that up, but like games with editors like that, like Battle Block Theater and like WarioWare DIY and stuff especially. That really got me into the mindset of like wanting to pursue game development as a hobby, because those games make it look so easy. Like like my little 8-year-old brain touching like the sprite editor and WarioWare DIY, and then you just like drop it straight into the little. I don't even know what it was. It was like a drag and drop thing, I guess, like kind of like a Construct and Game Maker have. But those games really made me want to start making my own games because they made it seem so simple. In a lot of ways, Yeah,
is
in a
that
lot of ways, it
simple.
actually is that simple. Like, I don't want to go too far off track, like talking about how I got started, but like Game Maker, I was able to pick up when I was like, I don't know, like 10, I think, because that was like right after I played WarioWare DIY, and I was like, I want to make my own games. I want to make my own. I think I really wanted to make like Mega Man fan games at that time. I never did because I didn't get good enough at a Game Maker to actually finish one. But like Game Maker at the time had like a whole drag and drop thing that was like super simple to like wrap my like stupid little 8-year-old head around or 10-year-old head around.
Yeah.
So I got way into that. And I would just like rip Mega Man sprites off what site is it? The Spriters Resource. And I would
Yeah.
just like drop those in the Game Maker. I think Cam actually said he used to do something similar. Like he would also rip Mega Man sprites when he started out.
Yeah.
But I realized you can't, there's only so much you can do with like little drag and drop. Also, no, Fletcher. Me and Shao will argue about that. He thinks Mega Man X is the best, but I like the I like Mega Man 10 the most. But fuck, where was I? that completely made me lose my train of thought.
Fletcher, why did you
Whatever.
do that?
You completely ruined this. Yeah,
Way to
Shao
go,
saying he would
Fletcher.
argue that.
I was
I'll
gonna
just
ask.
oh.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. I'll just start over from Game Maker. I kind of like rage quit it at one point because I was like, the drag and drop is stupid. I need to learn to code or else I'll never be able to make a game. And it's hard to learn to code when you're like 10. So at that point, I kind of just like rage quit. But like at some point, I think I was probably like 13. I was in like 8th grade or something. I was like, I really want to revisit this because I feel like there's this like big hole I left where
Yeah, no, for real.
like I just gave
I
up halfway
understand that.
through the learning process and I really wanted to go back to it. So from there,
Yeah.
just like Game Maker's programming language is really easy to figure out. I feel like I mean obviously like programming for the first time for anyone is like a challenge, but a lot of tutorials on YouTube for Game Maker make it very, very simple to follow. And from there, I mean, it's just been like continual learning over like almost 10 years now. So
Yeah.
that's
I
where
swear
I'm
that
at.
every time I make like a bigger project, I learn something completely new about my engine. I've been using it since, middle school as well. Like
Yeah.
the first game I ever made, I was in 8th grade, and I just been doing more and more as time has gone on. But
Like-
I haven't really switched around from engines to stuff. I just like the one that I use. I just stick with it.
Have you ever worked on a project for like an extended period of time, like a year, let's say, and it gets to the point where you have old code like in the project, and you're like,
yeah,
this is shit.
No, that's
shit.
I have a game on Newgrounds that's exactly that, and I almost that was gonna be my first Steam game, but I was like, this is awful. Like I had to release it free. That's my game Untamious Fantasy. It's like a Zelda like and it is. I spent like probably a year and a half on it, like redoing it over and over again. Like I started over like 3 times, and it was just so bad. And I think a lot of people liked it. I know Tom talked about it. It was released during COVID, so like Tom was like, "This is a cool game, uh, that is like you can play this while you're inside." But it's like my biggest flop, and I hate it because it's so like just shit. But it was a really good learning experience. Like I always talk shit about it, but like it's charming, and also it taught me so much about like how, how to properly make a game that is for like commercial viability. I think if I didn't make that game, I wouldn't have ever been able to release STD or Shoot Trip Die or the funny game.
Do you ever get like a little worried when you say STD out loud and you think, oh, people don't know what that is?
Yeah, I have to say Shoot Trip Die because if I say STD, people are like, "What the fuck? What?" It's like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, no, I try and
you're a
clarify when
psycho.
Yeah, I have to talk. I can't be a psychopath, and I can only be like that in the comfort of my own home, around people that I know.
I'm a twisted fucking maniac. I'm a game developer.
Yep, that's true actually. But I was gonna ask Jack, do you remember Super Flash or Super Mario Flash? Do you know what that is?
I feel like I have like 10 different games in my head that are all named Super Mario Flash.
It's a Flash game that used like the Mario All Stars Super Mario 1 sprites, like those like weird like I
The
don't know, like
remake ones, like the SNES
yeah,
ones.
but it had a level editor in it, and you could like
Oh,
copy
okay. Yeah.
You could like it would like spit out like a little HTML like line just, like a little whatever, and you could go on a forum and like post your levels on there. And I don't remember what my username was, or even if the site's still up, but I used to post levels there, and that was I was probably like 8 or 9 when I did that.
Yeah,
And
I remember
for
what
like
you're talking about.
cool Mario levels, and all these like kids would be like, "Your fucking level stinks. Like just clear." Oh, okay.
Kids are mean.
Yeah, they're mean. The Newgrounds ain't like that though. At least not as intense.
I I think it probably used to be like that before before like our time on it.
Before Biden's America,
Yeah,
yeah.
before Joe Biden got elected and changed everything about the website. But I think generally now people are a lot nicer for the most part. Like
Yeah, I
it's
would say so.
it's easy to look at like one like kind of mean review you get and be like, well, people are assholes. Fucking
Point. What's the point anymore?
What's the point? I don't want to be a game developer. But like generally, a lot of the comments I get are like, even if they're not necessarily like positive, like they're critiquing the game, they're still nice about it. And
Yeah.
that's cool.
I think
I think that's kind of a more recent thing.
yeah, no, for sure. I think something that I've gone through, and this is something where I don't know if it's the changing of the times or like if it's just because I've gotten more popular, but when I first started out, people were much more like willing to give criticism. It's kind of, it kind of depends. I'm not super popular on Newgrounds, but I would say I'm like part of like the new like generation of like this like weird new wave of Newgrounds. I don't
New
know what
wave,
you would
yeah.
like. Yeah. But I think I'm like popular enough. And like most of the games I release now, people will be like, good game, and like just give it 5 stars and it's whatever. But back in the day when I was first starting out, when I was like not very well known, you get a lot of criticism about like people were willing, like you would obviously get your comment like this game sucks and it's just like whatever. And there'd be people who are like, this game's awesome, but for every like two of those, you would get like one really good like paragraph of feedback. And when you're starting out, it's a little like scary to read that big wall of text and be like, man, I really fucked up. But like if you really like take it apart and really digest what they're saying, like you get a lot of really good feedback. And I think if I didn't get that feedback when I was younger, I wouldn't be making good games like I am today, or better games, I should say. I can
Yeah.
always still improve.
I think part of it is probably people have generally gotten nicer as the site has kind of gotten smaller, I guess, because it used to be a lot more popular. But also it's just like you're improving, and as you improve, there's less room for critique over time, because that's what improvement is you're addressing critique.
Yeah.
But also what you just said reminded me. Do you remember? Do you remember on I forget which game that Benny made, but like Fractal County or Chipple Dipple left a review that was like 10 paragraphs long, and he was like, he was like actually mad at the game, and he gave it like a half star.
Wait, nice.
Every once in a while you get a review like that, and it's fucking awesome.
I think of fuck, what was that guy's name? I can't think of his name, but there was the guy who was like fucking like genuinely harassing me when I released STD. Can't think of his fucking name. It was like WA something. Yeah, WA the Anna. Yeah, the furry
was
guy.
a furry, and he was
And,
German.
like,
yeah.
Yeah, he was fucking crazy, man. He wrote like multiple reviews because I was just like, I don't know, like he was mostly just talking about like you shouldn't release the game because there's no market for this. I was like,
That's
okay.
so dumb. Like you
was like
shouldn't make a game if nobody's gonna like it. You shouldn't do things you want to do.
Yeah, I was like, okay, like I don't like you're not critiquing, and then he was like, you're just avoiding the critique, and he left a review on Steam. Like he would like message me like every day, and this is a bit deep of a cut, and I don't want to linger on this for too much, but I think a big reason why he did that was because he sent me a link like a couple of months ago where he's like, hey, I want to apologize. I've been working on this for a couple years, and I want you to try it out. And I'm not saying that it's similar, but like he's been working on this game for multiple years, and it has the same like kind of vibe as STD. And I'm like, I wonder if this guy like got really nervous that I made a game that has like the same like beats and like kind of the same vibe as this game, and like I got popular before he could even release it, and he was like, "No, my work is done." And I felt like there was a part of me that felt really bad, but I was like, "Oh man, like you shouldn't have like you shouldn't have like fucked around. Like I like this wouldn't have like no one would have blew up at you if you would have just like did one review and like just left us alone." But he was very constant about nagging like everyone on the team. Like he was just always up our ass, and it was annoying. But enough of that. Enough of my
You beat him to the
weird.
punch.
Yeah, I beat him to a bloody pulp.
Yeah.
I came to his house and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, we're supposed to be inspiring people right now, making them want to pursue game dev. You know, if that's their if that's something they want to do. Although I think in a way this is kind of inspiring because these are good stories.
It is. I think I mean that is one story in the fucking multiple years I've been on Newgrounds, and it was like pretty tame. But I mean, for every one of those, you get like 500 people who are like, all your stuff really inspires me, and blah blah blah. It's really cool. I think one of my favorite things is when like kids, and like it is a little nerve-wracking, but like when kids are like, "Hey, I want to get into game development, and like I want to go to school for this," and it's nice knowing that people like look up to you, like, "Hey, I think that you would be really cool to like talk to and like guide me," and it's a really nice gesture, and I always appreciate that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I had I did have one email that kind of freaked me out like probably like a couple months ago, maybe less, where it was somebody I went to high school with, their younger brother emailed me asking if they could intern at Milk Bar Lads for like a senior project they're doing, because at my high school we had to like our senior project was we had to like intern at a company or whatever and like shadow somebody. And he explained in the email, he was like, my brother and Mr. Dane, who was like my English teacher in high school, he was cool. He said like you're like a big game developer now, and I'm really interested in that. And I was like, first of all, I thought to myself like, how do they even know? Because I haven't contacted any of these people since high school.
I mean, you got to think that, like, he's probably watching on YouTube, or like, I don't know. Like, for me, like, teachers usually find like if a teacher like really liked you enough, they'll probably try and keep up with you. But
maybe
sorry, continue.
No, that was it. That email just like freaked me out because it made me think like, man, how many people like in my personal life know what I'm doing like without me knowing? It feels like an outside looking in kind of thing.
I think the only people in my life who know like anything about what I'm doing is, I mean, my parents. I mean, they kind of know because my dad helped me with my taxes. He's like, "Oh wow, you like this is cool," and I was like, "It is kind of cool, isn't it?"
You're fucking rich. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you need any inspiration to get into game development, just do it for the money.
Yeah,
just only pursue things that'll bring you wealth and power. Don't do anything out of passion.
Yeah, if you want to make a game, make something that's like easy, digestible slop. Make something
only
that's
make shit. Only make put out garbage and make money.
Exactly.
That's bad advice. Do the opposite of that.
Something I usually tell people, like whenever someone asks me, like, what is it like to be a game developer? Should I get into game development? Blah blah blah. Whatever. Like, if you want genuine, real advice, and this is what I tell everybody when I talk about why I do game development, is you shouldn't make games for money, because first of all, every fucking anybody on the face of the earth who wants to make games wants to make money. So you're in a very competitive fucking market. So you might as well just make what you want. If you wanted to make market, if you wanted to make money, I'm sorry. Like, you should have been a doctor, or you should have like fucking go work at it. Like, so go work somewhere. That's where you get your money. I think with time, if you truly do what you want to do and like make what you want to make, and there's an audience for it, like you'll find the money. But don't pursue game development for money, because you're just going to be disappointed. And that's just kind of with everything. Like, you should do if you're doing something creative, you should pursue it because you want to and you have an idea. And even if it's not super marketable, if you work with other people, if you like talk to people and like kind of tell people what you're into and like they get your vibe, you can there'll be a market for that. It maybe not be so big, but it'll be something. And that's why you should make games.
Yeah, like any money you make off of game development or really anything creative, I feel like should just be like a byproduct of you actually wanting to do it, like out of your own like creative drive and passion, because it's something you feel like you want to actually do. If you're doing it for the money, you're gonna end up making something very soulless and
exactly.
Honestly,
you gotta remember that game development takes like time. Like
it's a little bit of a paradox because you're not gonna make something good if you're just making it for money, and nobody's gonna buy something if it's not. Actually, no, that's wrong. Actually, people buy garbage all the time. Never mind.
It depends on what garbage it is, though. Like, of course, like I don't know, like they're even with garbage. Like, if someone makes a garbage indie game, like I can name a few, but
yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, people buy AAA garbage all the time. If an indie game is garbage, it doesn't succeed ever. I really can't think of any examples of like an indie game that was like actually terrible succeeding.
Like actually terrible. Yeah, for sure. Like even any like game, like any indie game that like I don't like or like I don't agree with, I have to like accept that like there is still a lot of like fucking like a lot of work went into this and there still is like gleams of like goodness in this game. It might not be for me, but like it's good. For example, this is gonna get some people riled up in the chat.
Wait, can I guess what you're about to say?
What is it?
Vampire Survivors.
Oh, I can talk about Vampire Survivors all fucking day. But I was gonna talk about Celeste. I bought Celeste.
Oh, okay. I agree with that one too.
I fucking hate Celeste. I don't think it's a bad game. It just doesn't hit. It just does not work. I think the controls are weird. Maybe it's because I have like baby fingers, but like I don't know. It doesn't do anything for me.
I don't like Celeste either, but like at the very least you can tell it's like
a great game.
It's like a solid game that's like well put together. Like on a technical level, it's good, and I don't like aspects of the game, but a lot of people do, and you can tell that it is a game that was made out of passion because somebody actually wanted to make it and not just have money.
and as a game developer, I'm like I see that it's well put together. I know that I know it isn't a bad game, but like I think there are some design philosophies and some aspects of the game that I just don't think make. I guess I was a little disappointed when I bought it because I was like, it was so hyped up, and I was like, man, that was really disappointing. But even still, a game that I don't like still has a lot of soul to it and is still well put together, and I understand the appeal of it. That's why you should be making games, is for those specific reasons right there. It ain't gonna be for everyone, but you're gonna find people who are really gonna cling on to this.
Yeah, if making games like sounds appealing to you, and you want to you have like passion for it, and you actually want to get it done, then worst case scenario, you make something where the passion shows through, and maybe people don't like it that much, but they can at least acknowledge that it's something that you put your soul into instead of like an actual pile of garbage. Like worst case scenario, you end up making something that has value, like real value.
Yeah. I agree. Jack, you got some good ideas, man. You're a thinker.
I'm gonna run for president someday.
Jack for president. Everyone, what are your what are we talking about now? I kind of like I don't know what else to talk about. I kind of like turned my brain off for a
Chal's
second.
here.
Chal. It's okay. I'm gonna look different now, though. Wait, is this Shao game?
It is easy. That's something that pisses me off is like people will go on Twitter like a bad game will come out, like a bad AAA game will come out, and people will go on Twitter and be like, "Well, don't shit on it because you know they work so hard. The game development is so hard. It's really not.
Yeah,
It's like one of the. It's
in the
like this is
world.
like the best gig in the world. You fucking. If a bad game comes out, you should make fun of the developers as much as
Yeah,
you want.
exactly. I haven't worked on Gappy in weeks, and it's almost halfway done. That's just how easy it is. It's like nothing.
work-
It's turn my brain off.
They work so hard. Please don't make fun of
Oh, you-
Pokemon.
Don't make fun of Pokemon.
Yeah, you can literally
Yeah.
you go on ChatGPT right now. It will write the fucking code for your game for you, and it'll probably be shit, but you know it's something at least. And
But
you
people
know, I'm
will buy
afraid.
it because people like schlock. You know.
I am afraid in like 3 years it will make some stuff that's not shit, and then oh my god, game jams once there's like dedicated AI for like shitting out game code, that's gonna be insane. What was it? Oh yeah, the Shells game. Tell us about Shells game.
Tell us about Shell's game. What's about Shell's game? Yep. Yep. I don't make that many games though, Shell.
Hey, someone commented on the chat. And actually, that's Future Cop LGF. Hey,
Future Cop LGF.
Yeah, it's Future
Wait,
Cop.
everyone stop the show.
Honestly,
Future
he
Cop
should-
LGF.
he should
Great,
be in
he's
here
great.
talking.
Is a great game critiquer. He does critiques every
Wonderful.
month. You've probably seen his stuff. If you make games, he's great. I love that guy.
He does give good
silly.
good critique.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do stop by the NGP, I will bring you in to talk because you know a lot. But I was just saying that mental hurdle is the biggest thing. Sorry again that I wasn't on the stream, but mental hurdle, getting over that, I figured out how to make a game in 3 days, and it's really bad, but that was my start. And you know what?
That's not really bad.
What, the
Shall I
game?
have a question for you?
Shell's game is really good.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'd say it's
Shall I have
like
a question?
you know those videos where it's like a $0 game developer versus a $1 million master. That's like me and Jack like sitting side by side. So you're getting perspective from both ends here.
And then the comments on the video are like, "Am I the only one who thinks the $0 one was better? Am I the only one who thinks that?" Every fucking video, there's like everyone. There's like $1 million like chef who'll make like the best looking filet mignon like you've ever seen. He'll like garnish the plate beautifully. It looks delicious, like melt in your mouth, beautiful, gorgeous ecstasy. And then like the $0 chef, he'll like dump a can of like Salisbury steak out onto a plate and like microwave it. And then without fail, there'll be like 50 comments that are like, Okay, but like, why does the $0 one actually kind of look good?
Why does it kind of slap? Wait, this actually kind of slap. Wait, why is this $0 stick looks like it would slap?
Wait, Levi has a question.
Shall.
Sorry.
Shall.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Okay. I want you to defend yourself right now.
Okay, go.
So,
Shall's thesis.
correct me if I'm wrong. But you said that Jack was your biggest inspiration to make this Shall's game, correct?
Yes, true.
Okay. So you're saying that, right?
True.
So then why is Jack not in the credits as an inspiration for Shall's game?
Mm-hmm. Is he not?
Oh.
He's not.
Is there anyone in the credits there? I can change.
I think it's just you and Logan and Chris.
No,
and
it's
Jade.
Everybody. It's Goji's
Everybody.
there. Chris.
Like on the site, everybody.
Yeah, everybody's here.
No way, huh?
I was playing Shall's game during Chris's and Logan's segment. I was playing Shall's game during that.
Everyone was there.
Brandy's credited on it. What did Brandy do?
Brandy helped.
Brandy,
he helped with some code, I think, or something like that. No, I don't even
Didn't I
think he
help?
did. I think he opened.
Didn't I help you?
I think he helped like bare
Shall, what is your defense?
I don't
What
know.
is your defense? Shall?
Wait, what do you mean? He is in there. You're a fucking liar. I see it.
You wrote in the description, love from @Jack and @Stepford,
Yeah,
and
that's
@Brandy
right.
Weasel helped kinda, and then you credited Brandy Weasel on the side, not me or Stepford.
I don't know why. Well, actually, because I think he actually went in the document and messed with some code. You guys just guided me, whereas Brandy actually at some point opened the file and sent me something he did. I think he made a level, or
Whoa.
I don't know, something like that.
I really want to make Shall's 2 the collab,
Yeah.
everybody works on Shall's game 2. Did I just say Shall's 2 before?
Shall's 2, yeah, that's okay.
I meant Shall's game 2.
Shall's 2. Shall's number 2.
So there's a huge portion of the game that's broken. I put there, it's a fixed glitch where if you die then fall into a hole, then the game soft locks. So I didn't fix that glitch. I just made it so it wasn't possible. But also someone figured out how to do that anyways. And so you've said that, but you lied. It's not fixed. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well.
They just said you lied.
They're that's not fixed at all. I figured out. I didn't think it was possible, but I guess someone figured out how to. Because if you get hit and then fall down a pit, your game will soft lock. It doesn't know. It doesn't know how to reset itself, and I don't want to fix that, or I don't know how. And even if I did,
Shall, can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
How do I start Shall's game? I can't start the game.
What do you mean? How do you start?
I'm trying to click the new game
Press
and it won't let
enter.
me.
Press
Yeah, keyboard.
Oh, my bad.
I didn't get that far. I didn't make it so you could click.
I had an idea earlier that I pitched, and I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I want to explain it to the audience. I want Shall to stream Shall's game, and every time he beats the game to completion, I'll donate $10.
It's an easy challenge.
It's not a very long game either, so.
It's not a long game. I could beat that game at least 3 times. That's $30 too.
I'll donate up to $60. 50 sounds a little low. 60 sounds better. I don't think you'd be able to reach that in time, anyways. But that's my limit.
All right.
Yeah, but Kat saying she hasn't beaten it once, but you have to understand. Shall made Shall's game. He knows the ins and outs of it.
I do know the ins and outs of the game, but it's also been a while, so I might have forgotten a thing or two.
If you don't beat a single run of Shall's game, I'll donate $50 also. But if you beat even one, I'll only donate $10 per run.
I'll take up you on this challenge.
I'm playing Shall's game right now.
I'm playing it right now too.
It's such an inspirational segment.
I really want Shall's game too,
1440p.
like a massive collab project.
That's the thing too. I agree with that. I think that if I were to just sit down and spend another 3 days on a game, I could probably do it. What I wanted to do was a Metroidvania next time, as the sequel. and like kind of like make it so it's like a big labyrinth, and maybe make the underground
Shao's
look a little
Labyrinth.
better. Yeah, Shao's Lab. Whoa, Shao's Game 2, Shao's Labyrinth. Okay.
It's beautiful. That's like poetry.
That is beautiful.
Okay, Shao is streaming. People are leaving because Shao started streaming. But every time Shao beats Shao's game, I'll donate $10.
Okay.
I'll donate all of it at the end. I'll just tally up how many times you beat it, and then I'll multiply that by 10. Then I'll donate that.
I'm streaming my own stream too, so it's gonna be.
You're streaming your own game.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Shao is kind of a psychopath, a sociopath.
I'm just gonna do this once though. We're not gonna do this. This is just.
You're only gonna play it once.
I can't beat it multiple times. I can tell you.
But you're gonna get better each time. So you'll beat it faster on the next try. It'll be like exponential. And it's only like a.
I am turning off Logan's voice though. I'm not doing that.
Levi, what can we talk about in the meantime?
I'm playing. I'm focused on Shao's game. Give me 1 second.
Because no one knows about this Easter egg though. But basically,
oh my God! If this goes straight to the end, I'm canceling my donations.
No, you just see Carson.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah. Hey man, you're on a list now.
Well, Kat, we started like half an hour early. We've really been on for like almost an hour now. I think maybe 45 minutes.
That's true.
Yeah, me and Jack have been here. We've been working hard.
So this is a bonus.
We've been in the mines and
bonus
shit.
content.
Yeah.
What is? I've never seen this before. What is this? Is this like some kind of secret area in Shao's game?
No, this is the actual game. This is just it.
Wait, Fletcher asked Jack, "Were you inspired by Dark Souls?" I don't like Dark Souls.
we should have the audience ask questions.
Actually, wait, no. What I just said is bullshit. I never beat Dark Souls, and I never played Dark Souls 2 or 3, but I do like Elden Ring. But I wasn't inspired by it.
we should have chat ask questions. It's where we have half an hour left. Let's have them ask questions.
Everybody ask questions because we couldn't make up our own content.
Good questions. No shit ones. Okay.
I'll commentate because I made this game, so I can talk about the development.
Yeah,
this is like the making of Mario.
This took 3 days to make. I followed I used Game Maker. I followed a YouTube guide. When I did this level design here, I forgot what I was inspired by, but I was inspired by something. And the guy getting stalled on accident when he's falling through the holes worked out in my favor, so you can kind of chase him. And I wanted to name levels, and I wanted to call this one like Chase Me or something, but I never. And then when you chase him, he's like, "Haha, I got you now!" But there's these little pockets that you can use to kind of avoid.
Like some kind of trick. Wait, Levi has 2 questions. I guess he's more popular than I am.
Okay, Levi, when will we make?
I can read.
Oh, okay. Wait, do you want to read? Do you want?
I was gonna read them, you asshole.
Oh, okay. Read them then. Read them.
Man says, Levi, when will we make Carry On Killer 2?
I don't know. Someday. one faithful day we will.
Okay, Kat asks, Levi, when did you first decide to make STD, and did you ever think of quitting, or was it a straight ahead ambition?
I actually had STD as a prototype for like 3 months, and I was just like, this is cool, but I'll get back to this. And I worked on Rat Game and a couple other games, and I was like, that game was kind of cool. And then I just started and didn't stop.
Rat Game was funny. I like Rat Game.
Rat Game was funny.
Tyro says, Jack, what's your favorite thing to order at Culver's? I'm actually getting Culver's today, and my normal favorite thing is like a mushroom and Swiss burger and the cheese curds, but they have a new sandwich. It's like a barbecue cheddar smokehouse bullshit, and I think I'll get that because I haven't tried it. Okay, Kat asks, Jack, when will Debug come out? I'm waiting on. So I think Amanda and Spazgunk and Jade to finish their assets for the game.
Wait, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but my girlfriend just sent me a snap that said, she's been watching the fish tank like the fish tank live stream on her TV, and the chat of fish tank is overlaid over our stream right now on her on her big TV.
How? Wait, what? Over? How? What?
She's been watching the fish tank stream, right? Everyone knows.
How'd she do that?
Chat is overlaying our stream for some reason.
This is a hard
sort of trick. It is a hard
some sort of trick, I believe.
Okay. Next question, Levi from Prosciutto Man. Levi, when will you make Anonymous Frog the game? You don't have to answer that.
Never. Also, Anonymous Frog, if you're listening to this, I don't like you, and I don't care.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I banned him from the new server, and I just don't like him. So if you hear this, I don't like you.
This was supposed to be inspirational and positive.
I don't care.
Anyways.
I don't.
Cat, wait, is that Cat? Cat asks, Jack, would you ever consider making an RPG? Not a turn-based one, but I like action RPGs. I turn-based RPGs don't really mesh well with me. I think they're a little bit like boring, and I'm like a zoomer and I need like constant stimulation. Except I do like I like turn-based stuff only when it involves like actions that you have to actually do like mid-turn, like the Mario RPG games do that, and I like that. That's fun to me. I like those. I don't really like any other like turn-based combat. Okay, next question. Bobby Burr asks, what do you guys think the games portal needs more of?
Like more genre? I don't know. I think I don't know. I think it needs better games.
Oh my god. I want to see more like really ambitious projects, like big projects people upload, because that was like my thing with Dead Estate when we first made it for Newgrounds. Was I thought it would be insane if like, whoa, what if like somebody made like a whole roguelike, like an actual roguelike, like not just like a demo, like The Binding of Isaac was on Newgrounds, but like a whole playable roguelike with like complete levels, and you can like finish it all the way to the end. There's multiple characters and stuff, and so that's what we did. Except it was like it turned out a little bit smaller than we wanted it, but then we made the Steam version and it's a lot bigger. So I want to see more stuff like that, just like big projects, not necessarily, like Dead Estate. I'm just saying like big ambitious stuff, not like. I mean, I like the stuff on the portal now. Most of it. Obviously, I don't like everything, but a lot of it is like very like small or like jam games. I think it'd be cool if more people put up whole projects, but I can understand why people don't want to spend like a year working on their like free Newgrounds game also.
Yeah, for sure.
This game.
That's. I think I agree with Jack. I would like big games like that, and I want to do one myself, but also like I don't have a lot of time and I'm working on other projects. But maybe one day, maybe when I have enough money to not even know what to do with, I'll do that. But we'll see.
Shal, did you just say this game sucks?
Yeah. So, and I saw someone has a really good question. If you want to answer that first, I have something to say about this fucking game.
Dude, we're going in order, dude. Here, wait, how many questions are there's not that many.
That was Jack, you ever considered making an RPG?
And then
there was
what
a question
was
for me that
what
you
do you
missed.
think? There was?
Yeah, these are going to appear in new Gappy game.
Oh, I didn't see a question mark, so I didn't think it was a question.
Oh, so yeah, use proper grammar for Jack. He needs it.
This charity's for me, okay?
Yeah,
okay.
That's probably gonna happen. Or by Chalupa. Or Chalupa, yeah.
Chalupa?
Chalupa.
Okay, anyways.
Chalupa.
Prosciutto Man asks, legit question, Jack, what is a genre of game that you've never developed but would like to? I have to think about that. My brain's really slow. Hold on. Oh, you know what? I want to make I guess I already talked about WarioWare DIY earlier, but I really want to make something like that, but for Newgrounds. Like a whole like DIY mini game making thing, where people can like make their own sprites and make their own music and
It should be a
like
online game. That's what I think.
yeah that wait you want me to just like make an online game, or you think this idea should be online?
Like it should be I think the game should be multiplayer. That's all. It's just like whatever the game is. I want a multiplayer WarioWare. We've talked about it like several thousand times. But
a multiplayer WarioWare.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could like incorporate that into this idea, because I just want to make like a micro game maker, basically, where you just make your own sprites and music, and then you can like upload them to some server, and then download them, like make a playlist of them. I don't know. And I already have like a sprite editor and music editor set up because of Shrimp OS also, because that has those in it. Tyro asks, Jack, want to play? Actually, wait, Levi, I'm gonna deflect that question to you too. Prosciutto Man asked me, what is a genre of game you've never developed but would like to?
Fuck, I don't know. I want to make another turn-based RPG game, but I've already made one of those, but I actually kind of have one in the works. I think like a strategy game of some kind, but I'm also like kind of dumb, so like I don't like strategy games, so I don't think I could make one. But I think I would like to try.
I feel the same way whenever I do anything with like puzzles, like.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm not that smart. I don't think I can design like a smart puzzle.
Yeah, I think if I made a puzzle game, it would just be like stupid. It'd be like baby's first anything.
Next question. Tyro asked, Jack, want to play Letter League? Well, I'm a little bit busy right now, Tyro.
We can play Letter League after this.
Later. I can't do it like right after this because.
Okay.
I mean, there's still like people.
Okay,
people are still doing.
Jack, I don't even care. I don't care. Shut up.
The charity thing.
Hey, I'm gonna interrupt the question for a second with something. I think, my experience in developing games has grown since this. I've played Mario Maker.
Oh yeah.
And I will say, going from making this to Mario Maker, I've realized a very important thing, and that's I think a fun, difficult game is fighting the design more so than it is fighting the game itself, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's the best way to word it, but like I'm sitting here fighting like controls in this fucking game. Like, just the way that I set up the jumping, I cheaply made it so it's hard to get to another platform. And I think I was inspired by, like, Rayman, where, like... so the jumping itself is not difficult in Rayman. But when you make it so that it's a really small, slippery platform, and you have to get over, like you know how, like, sliding around works, and you know how jumping works. So now all you have to do is manage that. And it's like... That presents a challenge on its own, but this I'm trying to nail the jumps just right, and not right here, but I made it so there's a small buffer for when you fall off a platform you can still jump like that, and so I base jumps around that, but really poorly where it's like pixel perfect. And I don't think that makes for a fun challenge.
Yeah, that's because
it's just fucking stupid, and I hate myself.
Yeah, the coyote frames are like kind of like a.
Yeah.
They're like they're not something you really want your player to like acknowledge. I feel like it's something there. It's something there to make the experience a little bit smoother for the player, so they don't feel like they're cheated out of stuff. So the moment you like force the player to kind of like acknowledge and like take advantage of that. The feeling of like, you know, it not being bullshit goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and I think because you don't have issues when jumping in Mario. You know, it's like in Mario, you're jumping around. You're like, oh, this is fun, no matter what. Even if you fuck up, that's your fault. But even in Mario Maker, you can't set it up so that something has to be like. I mean, you can make it so you have to be kind of precise, of course. But also, it's just like that's just a learning curve, not like. Luck, almost. I don't know.
I'm gonna go to the next question because I think there's a lot to get through, or a few. Chalupa says, "Didn't Anonymous Frog make GSD? What is GSD?" I don't.
Gun shit drive, I think, and no, some other. I mean, he helped on it, but he also a lot of other people did. So yeah, I also wasn't really. I was just there for inspiration.
I'm like
I
this
wasn't
fucking level in
affiliated.
Shell's game.
This level's fucked up.
Goofy Not Nightmare asked, "I hear all these stories of development hell. Have you all experienced that, or is that just something that happens to the huge dev teams on the AAA level?" No, it can happen. It can happen for any reason. It's not, it's not just like there's so many people on a team that kind of communication sort of breaks down and becomes unbearable because all these people have to be managed and they all also have their own input and nothing ever gets done because nobody can figure out what they're actually supposed to do. Sometimes you just get demotivated, and you don't want to work, and that's I don't know, it's hard to get through that, but that's kind of its own form of development hell, I guess, for an indie studio.
I think for solo dev it's a bit different because when you have multiple people managing a project, like Jack's saying, you're extending that out amongst a bunch of people. If there's more people, it'll take longer.
Yeah.
I think for solo dev, if something's in development hell, it takes maybe a few more weeks, or maybe at the most a few more months to finish a project than you thought it would. I have my own development hell story, but I brought it up a little earlier about my game Untameous Fantasy. But that was because I was making a project that I didn't really know how to make because I was still so new to making games. So it wasn't really development hell per se. It was more just making a game that was too big for my britches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but besides just losing motivation and not wanting to keep working on a project, that's probably the number one reason a lot of indie games don't get done, is just because some of them are over ambitious.
Yeah.
And especially if you keep adding on ideas as you're working on it, it kind of just turns into a cycle where you get something done and then you'll have another idea and you have to get that done, and then it never ends. And until you burn out.
Isn't it possible you can accidentally turn something into it's called a feature creep, right? Where it's
Yeah, that's what this is just continuously continuously new ideas until you just can't keep up with it and you burn yourself out.
The sole vision of your game is gone. If you add too much shit, it's just barely what the original idea was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next question. Is it wrong that I played Dead Estate and never Binding of Isaac? No?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, it's good. You're good.
I like Binding of Isaac, but I think there's some obvious comparisons between Dead Estate and Binding of Isaac, but I think my main inspiration for Dead Estate was Nuclear Throne more than Binding of Isaac.
Yeah.
I don't think it's wrong to.
I know I was sucking the dick of Isaac a little bit ago, but I think my biggest inspiration for STD was Downwell, and I think any game that's I think any game that's a roguelike is gonna get connected to Isaac, and especially with my game since it was more Digi.
It's just Isaac is just one of the biggest roguelikes of all time.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe Hades or something is bigger now. I haven't played those.
I haven't played Hades either.
Or what's it, Dead Cells or something? I don't know.
Dead Cells.
Prosciutto Man asks another legit question for both of you guys. It seems like a lot of recent games on Newgrounds that do well, V-wise and in terms of ratings, are crossovers. Do you see this as discouraging for newer devs, or does this further motivate you to make distinct games? What is your opinion on crossover games in general? I don't know. I don't have a problem with them. I guess I never really thought about it. I don't really have any strong feelings one way or the other about them. I think it's cool that people can make games, that kind of combine multiple, not franchises, properties. Not even that. I don't know why you call it multiple other works together. If they want to. I think it's just cool, and if the game's good, then I'll probably feel the same way about it that I would a non-crossover game. I don't know. I never really thought about it that hard, so I guess I don't have any real opinion on it other than just like if it's good, then it's good.
I agree for the most part, but I think just the reason that those games do a little bit better in general, like of course if it's a good game, it will probably most likely do better just because it's good. But if it kind of is carried by both the franchise that like they combine or like whatever it has in it that's like a reference to something, people are going to be more comfortable with familiarity. So if they have already had something they're familiar with, they're more likely inclined to like enjoy it more instead of it being something original. It's just kind of what happens. But Newgrounds is such a place where like original ideas are so like welcomed and like appreciated that I get where you're coming from, but like it's not that insane of a difference. It just depends, really.
I feel like if anything, like if I was a newer developer on Newgrounds and I saw like these crossover games where like a bunch of characters that were like iconic to the site like got you know, like introduced in the game and like everybody loved it, that would kind of motivate me further to submit games to the site because it's like, oh, I want to be a part of this. I want to get involved in this.
Exactly. It's always really
one of my characters
sweet whenever one of my characters from my game is like introduced in the crossover. I always think it's very nice. So I think that should motivate people to make original stuff.
Fletcher asks why don't ... you make ... a Shovel Knight like game. I feel like Ugly Mamba 3 is already a little bit like Shovel Knight. It's kind of got like a Mega Man structure to it where you can just like choose your own path through the game and like every level ends with a boss and I feel like I kind of already did that. I mean, it's not exactly like Shovel Knight,
oh
but
fucking god.
Isn't this like the last room in the game, Sean?
I fucking hate this level so much. Dude, and someone else in chat's like further than me. I'm the one who fucking made the game.
Levi,
look at the last boss.
Levi, why don't you make a Shovel Knight game?
I could. You know what? Maybe I will. I've been watching Shao play Shao's game, and I want to make a little platformer like this. I think it's funny. Maybe I will make a little Shovel Knight like game. Something shitty I can make in like a week. Not shitty, just small. Sorry,
it's okay.
J Retrio X. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Just said Shrimp OS. Okay, Bailiff's Fox. I hope I pronounced that right. They said, should there be a way to sort games by input methods in the portal? I don't see why not.
What does that mean? Like
should you be able to like filter out games that don't have controller support or touch screen
that would
support.
be really cool. I would love to have a little checkbox that's like this has keyboard, touch, whatever. I think there is one for like touch support.
Yeah, there's already I'm pretty sure like you can already put tags like on your games that are like this game supports controllers, this game supports touch screen.
Yeah.
I don't see why not if there isn't one already.
Nice.
I've never checked actually.
Tom, get to work now.
Yeah,
come on.
Not listening.
Thank God all day. Go on.
We have half the viewers that Cam had.
Yeah, our views are dropping. No one cares.
Chalupa asked, how were the weapons made in Dead Estate? I'm talking about the 3D look. So this is like a really stupid method of doing 3D that you probably shouldn't do, but all the weapons are made by just like taking sprites of like each, how do I describe it? Each like layer of the weapon like on the Z-axis. So every layer of the weapon is like split up into a different frame in a GIF, and then they're all just drawn on top of each other, offset by like 1Z coordinate every time. So like, hold on, maybe I can like pull one up. I'm not gonna stream this because I can just take a screenshot. So like, I'm taking a GIF of it right now. This is how like the shotgun, like the actual sprite for it looks. It's just these like separate layers that all get stacked on top of each other, and then to make it kind of look more convincingly like 2D, like as if I actually drew like a 2D sprite for each rotation of each weapon. There's an in-game like outline shader applied to all the weapons, and then all of the you know, the weapons rotation is rounded to the nearest I think to the nearest like 20th degree, I think. Because if it rotated a full 360 degrees, it would like obviously be like a 3D model, but I feel like by rounding it to the nearest 20th degree or whatever, I don't remember the exact number, it kind of gives the illusion that it's like, oh, they didn't want to like draw like all 360 degrees obviously, so they just drew like 8 different rotations instead because that's all they could. And that to me kind of makes it seem more 2D-ish. When in reality, I actually could have just oh my god, Shell's reached the final boss.
Seizure warning.
Oh yeah, click off the stream if you're sensitive to that. So yeah, I could have just had the weapons do like a full 360 degree rotation, but I like deliberately limited it because I feel like it kind of makes it look more 2D.
I beat the game.
That's $10 to the charity.
$10 to the charity. Hey, you know what? I do it for you.
Next question. J Retrio X asks, "Hey Levi, what was your inspiration for Parallelogram Man?"
Oh, I don't know. I was a lot of things. Mostly Zizu. I don't know if you've ever heard of Zizu or Tomb Dude on Newgrounds, but his work really inspired me to make Parallelogram Man. But also Parallelogram Man came from a card game I'm making with my girlfriend that we're working on. And I don't know. I just thought it was like I wanted to make a really goofy, silly game inspired by Benny and or Pluffmott's and Zuzu's games, and I wanted to try like mimicking a similar style because I wanted to make a game like that for a while, but I usually stick to like more retro games. So yeah, that's my inspiration for that.
I feel like Zuzu's like of like all the game developers on Newgrounds right now, Zuzu's like the most inspiring one to me, kind of.
Oh yeah, definitely. Zizu's awesome. I love Zizu.
He's got a really cool style, and also he just like I don't know how he works so fast. It's like
he's amazing.
Like every week he's like working on a different project. I don't know how he does it.
In the time it's taking Zephyr to make this little Picayune Dreams or whatever, Zizu's made 9 games, all S tier, all perfect.
9 games? Wait, actually, like 9 games?
No, not 9 games. He's made a lot of games.
Because I believe that for a second because he works so fucking fast.
He works so fast.
I'm gonna look actually. I don't know how he does it too because like all of his games come out like really fucking good.
Tomb Dude is his Newgrounds name.
He submitted 10 games in 2022.
That's crazy.
That's insane. I mean, well, one of them is like a credit on Shrimp OS, and like another one's like a credit on Shoot Trip Die.
He's working on
it's still
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait, I can link it. It's Tomb Dude.
We
call him Zizu. Oh, you did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next question from Sulfur Fetus. He said, "I really stink at starting games, both with ideas and just in general. How do you guys do it?" I don't think you even need to have a good idea to start with. Like, if it's an idea that you think you like at all, I would say just like go for it and maybe start small. Like start with something you could maybe finish. You could finish in like a week.
Yeah.
And just do that, and then if you want to keep going further with it, implement whatever other ideas you have. But don't like overscope it. Don't go so far that like you don't think you'll ever be able to finish it. But if you like after a week, if you have something you think is like solid, or not, no, just submit whatever you make. It doesn't matter if you think it's good or not. Yeah. Like if you put something out there, you'll get like critique, and then maybe you'll have like a better idea of what to do next.
Yeah,
just don't be afraid to share your stuff, no matter what you think of it. Especially because people, you might not like how it turned out, but other people might. Like I can think of like a million problems with my own games, but that doesn't stop other people from liking them. And also like you're your own worst critic. Also,
it was bold of Levi to publish STD. I will say that
was bold.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
just saying that was a bold move. That took a lot, I'm sure.
I need
What's that supposed to
I need
mean?
to put more games out this year. I wanna put out more than 5 games a year.
I'll
or
put
be
out a game.
credited on
That-
more than 5 games a year.
I try and publish games in sets of 3. So I have to like you know how Newgrounds like submissions like page is set up where it's like your games are like in rows of 3.
Yeah.
I want mine to be even where it's like if I'm gonna make one game, I have to make 2 other games so I fill up a whole row so it looks
That's
even.
true.
Jack, how about Milk Bar Lads can publish Xiao's game too? You guys will be my
That'd be
publisher.
funny. I don't know anything about publishing though.
It's
Like,
okay. I'll just put your logo on there.
oh, okay, yeah, that'll work.
And then I'll give you money if I make
it. Put the Nickelodeon like thing in the corner of your game at all times, like it's a TV show. And Nick.
Yeah.
The next
Slightly
question. Goofy Not Nightmare said first video game. Oh wait, we only have 5 minutes left. We should go pretty fast.
It's okay.
Go.
Alright. We're not gonna take any more questions. This is it. First video game you remember playing, not just on Newgrounds, just in general. Also, first game you completed. First game I remember playing was Super Mario Sunshine. The first game I completed, maybe Pikmin 2. I don't remember. Levi?
Maybe
Shao?
what?
Pikmin 2.
First game I remember playing was Pac-Man, and the first game I remember completing was New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. So.
Super Mario World is my answer.
For both?
No, for completing, Super Mario Galaxy, I think.
Good picks.
Wait, no, maybe
Yeah,
Lego
good
Star
picks.
Wars actually.
Okay, I don't like that one as much.
Wait, actually,
Wait.
I did.
Wait a
No,
second.
actually, maybe even sooner. I think Mega Man X is up there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question. Chalupa asked, "Do you guys have any tips for naming games? It's a big thing that hinders my projects.
Don't name your game
publication."
STD.
Yeah, don't do that. Also, I feel like I always come up with the names for my projects at the very end or at the very beginning, because like either I have an idea, and I like make that idea, and then like by the end of it, I feel like I've got like a good enough concept that I could maybe like come up with a silly name for it. Like that's what I did with Dead Estate. Like I made like a Resident Evil kind of knockoff roguelike, and then at the end of it, I was like, oh, I don't know what to call this. So I just looked at the name of Resident Evil, and I was like, what's something that's kind of like a knock on this? And I thought of like, well, you know, Resident, like you know, estate, like you know, resident in a house estate. There's zombies in the game. Dead estate.
I honestly did not know that story. I didn't know that had anything to do with Resident Evil at all. I just thought I didn't even think about that. That's crazy.
Shrimp OS is unique though. That game I had the name for first, and I thought it was really funny, and then I just made the whole game off that.
Although I joked about STD, I came up with the name STD because, I mean, obviously it's an acronym for the actual name of the game, and I wanted to keep the acronym when I first came of it because like, oh, that's funny. I'll name it like something stupid, because since the game was so inspired by like punk like stuff, like punk music and shit like that, I wanted to make like a gross sounding name, and the first name I came up with Sleazy Teeth Descent, and I was like, that doesn't flow well. And I did kind of something similar to Jack. I was like, all right, let me like look at this game and like, what do you do? Like you shoot, okay, cool, like you're gonna die a lot. And I was like trying to make it like connect with the STD acronym, so I was like, oh, shoot, trip, die is like perfect. I remember I was in a call with Conundrum when I came up with that name, and I was like, holy shit, this is like perfect. That has to be the name of the game, and here we are.
You shoot and you trip and you die.
Yep.
Shao,
you have to do that.
Shao, how did you get the name for Shao's game?
I didn't know what to call it.
Could you explain?
I made a game.
And it's yours.
It's my game. Yeah.
That's it.
What is that? It's funny that you're not in the game. You're not in the game.
And there's only 2 minutes left on
Not my
our
voice
thing,
or
so
anything.
and I think we're done.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna donate to the ASAN.
Okay.
Where's the link? I don't. And everyone else should do that too. I don't want to be the only chump donating. Everybody else has to donate $50.
Yeah, everyone donate your whole life savings to this.
If I'm the guys, please, if I'm the only one who donates, I'm gonna be like the loser at the party, standing alone in the corner. Please don't make me the only one.
You're gonna be
Please, everyone else
the
has to
lonely
donate.
Wojak at the party.
I'm gonna be the sad people Wojak. Where
You're gonna be the small apostaya. I'm gonna be the big Alright, I'm gonna bring on Brandy Buizel and Nick Hunter.
Wait, can you post the donation link?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really hope that you guys stay and listen to these wonderful animators, because up next is the animation or movie portal. So not completely animators, but movie creators, I should say. That's a better way to put it. Movie creators, film developers of some kind.
Is this it?
This is it, you guys.
What?
Please,
Really?
It?
Yeah, say farewell.
Wait, hold on. I'm curious. Yesterday I couldn't donate to Chris's stream. It kept rejecting my credit card. I wonder if it's gonna do that when I try to donate here.
You don't have any money left. You spent 30K in 3 days, Jack.
I think he kept rejecting it because I kept donating like $2 to Chris over and over. Okay, it looks like it took it. I donated $50. Everybody else has to donate $50 too. Levi.
Yeah.
Wait, $50?
Everyone donate $50 to Jack.
Okay, Red, you have to
He'll
announce that
definitely
Jack.
give it back.
Red, you have to announce that Jack donated $50.
Oh wait, I have to message Tom, don't I?
Just stroke his ego, man.
Yeah,
Just go on.
message Tom. Message Tom.
Just let everyone stroke Jack's ego, so.
Literally finds Tom in my messages. To Tom Fold. Donation.
By the way, Future Cop LGF said bye. Thanks for cool show.
Bye.
They were listening in the stream. Future Cop's cool. Alright. Brandy's here. Nick's here. And then...
Wait.
yeah.
Can I stay? Please?
No. You, get out of here.
Bye, Brandy.
Okay.
Wait. Let me stay. Wait.
Bye, Brandy. Bye, Levi.
We'll just transition like this. We'll pop out. Again, thanks, Jack, for donating 50 to the charity. That was very nice of you.
Don't leave, Jack.
Brandy has to donate $50 too.
I do? Shit.
Yeah.
I thought I was donating my time.
Wait, what?
Oh, is it just gonna be us alone up here? Hey.
Oh wait. What?
Hi, my name's Brandon. That's Nick, and we're two schmucks.
Yeah, pretty much.
I fell and slipped. I slipped and fell in the shower right before this. And so I banged up my elbow. And I was like, oh, but you know what? Autism needs me. Gotta fight through the tears and get into it. Don't forget to donate or even just like retweet for the cause, you know? Shal, can you just like toss a link into the live chat somewhere? Just in case anybody's like, boom, boom, just joining now on the YouTube stream, etc. But yeah, today we're going to be talking about how do you do that exactly? So it's Newgrounds supporter. But what's the message to Tom that you got to send? Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, and you can feel free to stick around. You don't have to like pop in and out. But we are going to be talking a whole bunch, and you know me, I'm very gabby. So the fact that Nick's here, he's barely going to get to talk.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm probably gonna say yeah or or maybe answer a question here and there because I'm terrible at talking. But might as well let's do this anyway.
Yeah, so Shal, when you asked me to do a panel of some sort about the movie portal, I was like, yeah, but we're gonna be talking about games too. So yeah, I think the big thing here is like I want to address something about the movie portal that is just like a constant that never gets talked about, and that's hosting collabs. There are so many collabs. My name's Brandon. I go by Brandy Weasel. I was the producer on Lucky Boy. I hosted the 2021 Summer Animation Jams. I've hosted several other collabs. I've worked with Nick here on a bunch of projects, starting from 2018, and we made a game together, which was super fun. And Nick is really impressive and cooler than me because he's worked for studios like Titmouse, and he was on Spindlehorse for a really long time. But we're going to get into all that. But the main thing that I want to talk about is, like, when you're a producer, it's very different than working on animation in general. So I want to talk about collabs. There's so many collabs on the website. They always, like, spring up. Some die, some fail, some succeed. And I think it's kind of a miscommunication on why collabs work and about project management. So, for example, everybody wants to host a collab because they want to work with other cool people, you know, who make cool things, and they want to make this big project. But why do they fail sometimes? You know, why do they work? Why is it sometimes the biggest thing on the website, and sometimes it's just you know?
It is because it is a test of patience, basically.
It's a test of a lot of things, and Nick and I both know something about hosting collabs because we've hosted successes and utter failures. For example, in our first collaboration, we were working on the Summer Animation Jams in 2018. Nick and I were working on this cartoon about me locking a bunch of animators in a basement, and it was my first time really managing a project with other people involved. So I didn't really know what I was doing or how to communicate what I needed from other people, and it broke down into just like bad time. So me and Nick still like stayed up at the end for like 3 nights in a row, just constantly working.
Well, there was more to that. It's like at the time we didn't even know each other. Like because I think somebody told you my name. It's like I think it might have been like Logan, like Doggle. It's like he might have thrown out my name, and then you messaged me, be like, Nick, I need an animator. Like, are you available? And I was just like, yeah, sure, like let's do it. But like it turned into like 3 days of almost like no sleep. Like,
yeah, I will say like collabs are definitely a way to make friends. For sure. And it's like that's how you meet a lot of people. That's how you work with people, and it's really fun to do that shit. I'm just playing in the background the cartoon that we're talking about right now. It was the What's in the Basement, and it doesn't look good. And the parts that look the best are the ones that Nick did, because I don't know how to draw for shit.
Oh wait, really quick though too. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Nick, I don't think you had a chance to introduce yourself as well.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry about that. I'm just Nick, and I used to go by Nick Connor, but now I just go by Course because I wanted to go by Nick Course, but then somebody said that out loud, and I didn't like that. So I'm just go. I should go by Course now.
Yeah, Course. Hey Nick, did you know that coarse means rough and unpleasant?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
And then wait, Nick, what are some things that you do as well?
Oh, well, I mean, I did a few animations by myself, but like they were pretty like bad looking because at the time I was still pretty new at animation, and then I worked with the brand on a few stuff when I was like a bit better because because at the time when I started doing stuff on Newgrounds, it was also a time where like I started drawing at all. Like before that point, I never like drew or did animations or nothing. I went out of high school and just like took an animation course, and that's about it.
And Nick actually started out before I even met him. He worked on something that I had actually seen, which was
right before that. Like in the same school that I went to study, I met who would become my first boss, and like and he brought me along to like work on Mr. Fear, which is like a music video that I could be linking right now so that you guys can see it. Because I could probably try to stream it too if you want. I can't stream it, never mind.
Just send me a link. I'll put it up.
Yeah, I'll put it right here. Copy.
Thank you.
Yeah, but like I worked on that one. That was pretty much like a whatchamacallit. Just work for experience. So I wasn't really so I didn't got paid for that one. But like for the next music video, which was Summer Nights. I did work on that one and and actually got paid and everything. It's but this one in particular, I just love so much. I learned so much working on this one. Like my boss taught me like a lot. It's I still miss them. I still wish I could work with them, but I can't because they're back in Argentina, and the money that they offer me is just not enough now that I live here in Canada.
Yeah, the cost of living is different.
Yeah.
But, so Nick started out as like cleanup animator, went up to actual animator. Nick's such a great animator, and then he moved on to being the cleanup lead over at Spindlehorse for a hell of a
Well, it was first I was just a cleanup over there, and then I got promoted after a while when they were when they were trying some stuff. And it's and I did that for a year, and now I'm just by myself again.
Nick was actually my boss for a little bit when I was on cleanup for one episode.
Yeah, just for the 1 week that he stayed in, and then he switched to composition.
Yeah, well, compositing. But what I want to address is, so then you're starting to change roles, and when you turn into a lead, you're a bit of a producer in a way. And something, and you'll agree with me in a second here. Because when I was producing on Lucky Boy, my senior film, I quickly realized that I wasn't going to have enough time to do any of my work. Because suddenly I was managing a bunch of people. So when I was working on Lucky Boy, I was, the main artist. Like, I knew how to do everything, 3D, stop mo, 2D. I was in charge of making sure everything was possible and looked right in every single shot. But then I also had to check in with people daily to make sure that they were doing their work. And it became to be half my time was being spent literally just talking to people. I didn't have time to work on my stuff anymore. And since I was the biggest contributor to the project, that wasn't working. I was like, Dom, we can't do this because we're never going to get done. If I need to help people with 3D or 2D or tell them how to do stuff, and then also check in there making sure that they're doing their stuff, I won't have time to work on any by myself. So I immediately decided I need another producer. So I split up the role with another person, and it went a lot smoother because producing in itself really is its own job. And that's something I want to talk about with collab management is when you're starting a project, a really big collab, the more people you add, and you guys were talking about this a little games towards the end with AAA studios versus indie, but when you start to increase the amount of people, it's just the job of producer gets stretched thinner and thinner. And there's a certain point where I just went, I understand why producer is a role in itself, because you just look at spreadsheets all day and messaging people to make sure that they're going on target. You have no time to work for yourself.
Actually, yeah, that's actually pretty on point.
That's why I want to bring up Nick's job at Spindlehorse, is because when you went from a cleanup lead, you actually did a lot less cleanup than you probably could have, because you were spending so much time looking at other people's shots and approving them and getting corrections and notes.
Oh yeah, it's it was definitely I still have I still wanted to do my own shots because I still like doing cleanup, but it definitely have that time into just talking to people and giving them directions or writing tutorials for them so that we could all be on the same page. Or sometimes when my opponents wouldn't come across, I would get them in a call and just tell them straight up if they can do this and that, and that's how I got a little bit better at talking to people. But it was still pretty painful. Yeah, it's definitely you're going to be very scatterbrained at one point, doing that kind of stuff. You're not gonna remember if you check down on the same people because you already do that daily. You're gonna be
your spreadsheets will have
spreadsheets. Yeah, your spreadsheets are gonna have spreadsheets, and you're also gonna sometimes be doubting them if something doesn't look right to you. If you forgot to update one thing or two, that kind of stuff.
And you also have to now discern whether or not people are lying to you, because there's also the thing of motivation for a project. So when you have motivation for a project, it comes in 3 forms, I think. One is direct personal passion. The second is wanting to be a part of something greater, and the third is, money. Those are the 3 great influences, I feel like. So whenever you want to join a project, it's usually because one of 3 things are incentivizing you. You want to be along with other people, so that way you can be lifted up by other people being amazing. You want to participate in something because of the pure passion of wanting to do it. And working for like Spindlehorse, it's a job. Get
Yeah,
paid money.
I would also probably add on top of those. I would also add like a personal challenge, is so like a motivator sometimes. Like that was definitely one for like for the sketch collab. Like at least I think it was like the 2021, the one that I run. It's like that one was pretty much just Henry Ice like threw it on me, and I was just like, I mean, I think I could probably still make it work if I like do it right, and it turned out like at least I hope it did turn out pretty good. At least I at least I got the feeling that everyone in it like I enjoyed working on it. So I hope that was the case.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to the sketch collab in particular, that's one that I feel like anybody can work on and anybody should work on. Because it's a really like baby's first collab. Like if you're looking at the animation, it's like it could be really good, it could be really crappy. It might be somebody's first or somebody's 50th. Like the sketch collab is the most open collab on Newgrounds, so I highly recommend if you're interested in animation to apply to it each year that gets hosted, because I mean it's the perfect place to be shitty if you're afraid you're gonna be shitty. You can be bad, and that's totally fine because you're gonna improve if you stick to it. And it's really nice to see yourself like hit these benchmarks of like, here was my first one, Sketch Collab 2020, and then 2021 I got a little better, and then 2022 you're like massive improvement because you've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And there's one point where the Sketch Collab in 2022 actually closed off applications because they're like, oh, there's too many people, we're gonna have 100 submissions, we can't do this. And I was like, oh, but that sucks because the Sketch Collab is so open. Like, it's the easiest one to apply to. Anybody should be able to join it. And they're like, yeah, we hit the limit. So what I did is I stepped in and I was like, I can help you guys manage the project if you want the help. And my only requirement is that there's no cap. Like, as many people who want to apply can apply. And they're like, all right, that's fine. And so what I did is, because sometimes like a project lead, they need help organizing in their own way. The same way I needed help with Lucky Boy to spread out my time, is I came in to act in that co-producer role where I jump in and I'm like, I'll manage the Discord, I'll talk to the people, I'll check in, I'll engage in the work in progress channel, I'll make sure that they always either see an emote or a comment from me to make sure that like I'm as enthused about their animation as they are. I manage the spreadsheet. At first they didn't even have a spreadsheet, and I had to like put one together. I was like, all right, here's the things that are important. What is their Newgrounds name? Because we have to credit them. And then we have this column here for like Newgrounds link to just confirm we got the username right. If the link works, we see a preview image. What's their Discord ID? Because for some reason, everybody's like, I gotta have a different Discord name than a Newgrounds name. Because everybody's a monster and hates me. Wow. Then like, what's their status? Are they in progress? Have they even started? Have they shown us any work in progress yet? How long is it gonna be? Because for the Sketch Collab in particular, we didn't know how long each shot would be. They could be any length. We didn't really have a set cap. It was like, try and do less than 10 seconds. Because we don't want to like limit your first animation. It's like how far you want to push yourself. We just had a limit of how short it could be. It's like, all right, can't be less than 5. Because otherwise it's going to blip on screen and just be gone.
Yeah. I definitely did that for last year. It's like I did want it to know what was the whole time, so I did tell everyone if they were gonna do like 10 or 10, like 5, 10 or 15 seconds, so I can like organize it in my head how I was gonna edit everything later. And I do have to admit, like the limit might have been my thing, because I told everyone like I was gonna have like a few people, because I also didn't want to make this hell on myself like when I edit everything together. So that was the reason, because of the limit. But at least, but I mean, if you're putting everything together and you're willing to put everyone like it's like because really that translates to like work you do. It's like how much you wanna like put in.
Yeah,
or how much or at least how much you think you can put in at least.
Yeah. I also think, like, conversely to the Sketch Collab, where I feel like it's all about inclusion and making it as long as possible. Like, as many people who want to join can join, because, people will drop out, and that's going to happen. Conversely, I also did some other projects where I forced a limitation, whereas, like, so Sketch Collab is set to music, whereas there was a different collabs that I did based on some Newgrounds contests, which was the Neverending Dance Party collab. And the limitation was the length of the song. We couldn't go longer than the song. So the limit of all the submissions was, well, we just had to cut back. So even though I received over 100 submissions, I can only include about 60, no matter how I tried to squeeze it in. And so I feel like each collab wants a separate thing, and so every collab that you do is going to have a different spreadsheet. Like the one that for the sketch collab, when you look at it, is like, oh, is this the perfect spreadsheet? Is this what I should be following? It's like, no, this is just the information that we needed at the time. Whereas something like the advent calendar, which I work on every single year, that spreadsheet's completely different. It has completely different needs of what we need to talk about and what is happening with other people. What are, the information that we need is like, it's completely different. And then Lucky Boy needs something else entirely. The way we storyboarded Lucky Boy is we knew it was going to be multimedia, and we had to go, all right, how many shots use motion capture? How many shots use two-dimensional effects? How many shots use actual photos or live action or 3D sets? And so in our storyboards, we actually color-coded all the elements in the storyboard to follow what medium it was made out of. And then I compiled that into a spreadsheet. And that's how we sorted. All right, so we know, we have 51 mocap shots in total. We have 137 shots in the whole film. We know how long each frame is, We know how hard the shots are going to be, so we know who to give it to. We know how many stop mo. So when we have stop mo for we had a studio for 3 weeks to work with. We shot in Dom's apartment, all the stop motion scenes, and we had 3 weeks to do them all. And we're like, we need to make sure that we know every single shot that has any stop motion involved, so we can make sure we film something before our time runs out. They all need their own thing. So one spreadsheet isn't just going to be a catch-all. You're going to need different spreadsheets for different projects. So don't feel like there's I'm doing it right, I'm doing it wrong. No matter what, you're just going to learn to do it better.
It's like really interesting to make it so that you understand it. It's like doesn't matter if it's like
it doesn't
organized.
Have to look pretty.
Yeah, it's like if you can read it, then that's all that matters, because you're the only one who's going to be reading after all.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes other people will be looking at the spreadsheet, but it is still just for you as a producer, as a leader. If you have other producers, you have to make sure that they understand the spreadsheets too. And God, I love spreadsheets. You can get so fancy with them. Look at this wonderful checkbox. It's like it just tells you that somebody is so done with their part. I love shit like that. It makes it so much nicer to work on.
Yeah, I do have to admit, when I got that lead role, I got super into making sheets all the time.
Yeah, I still have Nick's sheets open with guides and Toon Boom on how to do shortcuts and how to draw certain characters.
Yeah,
I just love it. Yeah, so when you end up in a producer or a lead role or a collab organizer role, what's going to happen is most of your time is going to be spent helping other people create, and you're not going to have time to create. And that's not a bad thing, but then it comes down to motivation, where you should be the most motivated person for the project you are leading or the project that you are hosting. If you're not the person who's the most motivated, you can't expect other people to be more motivated than you are. Yeah. It's really good if you see somebody in your Discord and they're posting these whips constantly. It's really impressive and they're super excited for your project. That's great. And you should not hate that they're more excited than you. But that should tell you that you need to be more excited as well. You need to set an example and set a tone for your Discord or your group. Or everybody in the project, however you communicate. You need to be the one who's setting example as a leader. And this is something that I learned not just from Lucky Boy, but I learned from the basement jam I did with Nick. I learned it with the summer animation jams I did. In round 2, we did this bumper collab. And I wanted to do something that was like Adult Swim bumpers for this live stream of cartoons that we were going to do on the Newgrounds Festival YouTube. And I wanted to do a bunch of bumpers, and I wanted people to just feel like they could submit as many as spammy bumpers as possible. But, I could write the requirements as much as I want. It doesn't really, set the tone. But the moment when an example is submitted, for example, the first one was submitted by my friend Malcolm, people were like, oh, this is short. This is easy. I could do this. And then I go in and I set my own example. I'm like, all right, here's one that I worked on. This is a completely irrelevant animation that I repurposed for the bumper collab. And it's like, you can do that too. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. I want to be a part of this. And then I keep making more examples to be like, look, it's easy. You can do them quickly. And it can be whatever you want, It follows all the guidelines every single time, but it shows how accessible this collab would be. And then people go, oh, I should be a part of this. And then we ended up getting 70 bumpers. It was just spamming the portal within the span of 2 weeks.
That's awesome.
It was crazy. And from that, I learned, okay, well, when I went out to do the Never Ending Dance Jam, I learned I should set an example for that too. Because like I wanted people to have 1 week to animate essentially 160 frames for this contest, because it was a contest first and then it turned into a collab at the end. But for the contest, it was the same exact principle. If I want people to be excited for it, I want people to think, oh, I can do this. I made it accessible by going, here, I made this animation in 1 day. It's 160 frames long. You have a week to do the same thing. So I did the harder one for you to show you can do this. You got this. And, I think it worked out pretty well. And then, like, after I made an example, I asked Pixon, and they made an example as well, which was way more amazing than mine. And then people were like, oh, this is really high quality. This is cool. This is fun. I can do this. And then we got a bunch of submissions for this. We got hundreds of entries. And then I got to turn it into an awesome music video at the end. And what I learned from that, I then carried over to the next year, where I did the Endless Summer Loving collab with the exact same principle. Is I went out and I set an example. I created the first shot of the music video, and I was like, this is all it's got to be. It's just got a loop. It's nice. It's simple. It's got positive vibes. And people are like, okay, I see what you went for. I'm going to do my own thing. And then I get just an amazing variety of submissions of people equally excited for the thing that I was excited about. If you want to make people feel that passion for their own work, or feel like they want to be along with other talented creators, or, well, not in this case money, but, one of those three motivators, you just have to set that example. It could be the tone in your Discord. It could be your tone with other people. It could be the submission that you create yourself. You should be at the forefront. One of the reasons that the Dover Boy reanimated, which Nick actually worked on.
Oh, yeah.
One of the reasons that collab succeeded so much is because Zurel was so passionate about reanimating the Dover Boys, and their individual contributions, like
it's like not just that. Sorry for interrupting, but like I actually got a bit more insight on that, because like it's something that made like that really good was like the Discord server that they have for that. Everyone was super active in there, and like everyone was having like a lot of fun. So that's why like it's like after like when you see the collab, like pretty much like 90% of the shots are like super good there.
Yeah, and you can't force, that enthusiasm and that talkativeness in the Discord. You have to set that example by yourself as if it already exists. It's like when you see a small streamer on Twitch and they're talking as if they have a chat of 50 people, but you see that they have like 2 or 4. They're really prepping it up and livening it up. They're acting like the audience already exists. There's people equally motivated to be there. And so you need to set that example in your Discord or in your application process. You need to show, hey, I did a submission. It's this easy. You can do it too. And you get to have yours along other great submissions like this. And we can be one big piece, be part of something bigger. You got to make sure that you're as motivated, if not more motivated, than everybody else to do the project. And, they'll follow suit because people love passion. People follow passionate people.
Yeah.
That's a big one. I got really
yeah. Don't really have much to add to that. That's pretty good.
So one of the first projects Nick and I worked on was actually a game called Near Deadline, and the whole reason that game got made or finished, we made it in 37 days. Every single day, I woke up and I worked on the game until I went to bed, and Nick did exactly the same. Nick and I were both equally motivated, and we hammered out this game. At first, it was a small project, and we were going to do it in 1 week, and then we're like, oh, man, I don't think this is it. I think the game's bigger than this. It's bigger than us. And it's like, shit, we got to keep going. And so we paid for 1 month license to use the engine's extended features. And we're like, all right, we have a deadline now. We have 30 more days.
Yeah.
And Nick and I were just like hammering it out the whole time. And then we just finished with 2 days remaining. And we did some bug testing.
It was in between that and like you trying to teach me like programming for the first time. So it was a lot of like just put that over there, and like and when we had a base, I started doing sprites for it, and pretty much that's when it started like that's when the ball started rolling down.
Yeah, and the big thing was like when Nick pitched the project to me, I was like, I want to teach you to program because I feel like you should make this game yourself. It's your game. And then Nick was so excited about the project that during it, I started taking up larger and larger roles working on the project because his passion like leaked into me. And I was like, oh, well, now I want to see this game be done. Who's there?
Yeah,
Jade slamming the fucking door.
Damn it, Jade! Jade, don't you know that the autists need us?
It's true.
But yeah, I pretty much managed to sucker Brandy into the thing.
Yeah, it's just you want to suck other people into your motivation, because it doesn't come from nothing.
It doesn't.
You can't just expect it to come from nothing. And that's like why stuff like the Advent works, is because it's been going for 5 years, and people now understand how big it is and how exciting it is every year. Everybody looks forward to it, and that's why we get dozens, hundreds of applications. You know, I think we got 300 applications last year, and I was like, I can't include that many people, but you know, not every project has to be like this. You can start your own project as well. You just need to understand that the free time that you have should be going towards that project, you know, because it's something you're passionate about. Like, if you're more passionate about playing Overwatch competitively at home, you know, that's on you. That's how you spend your free time. Don't expect somebody to be more into your collab project if you'd rather be playing a game than doing it yourself, you know?
Yeah, it's valuable. Having people who are just as passionate as you are, like that is not a common thing.
Yeah,
and so
it's just something you have to inspire people.
Yeah, and
I was actually inspired last night
when
when HeyOPC was streaming Pokemon. That's why I bring up the Twitch streamer thing, is because he was just like on it. He started streaming Pokemon recently, and he was acting like it was a group of 50 people. And I checked, and it was just 4. And then it started growing and increasing, and over time it got to 30. And it was like he was hyping everybody up with the energy of, I'm communicating with 50 people. But
I
you know,
usually
it wasn't
tab out
always
of my
that.
friends' streams because sometimes they're boring as fuck, and I just like to leave it open.
To be
give them
fair,
a
he
view.
was playing against a Weedle for 8
Right.
hours.
But
so
he was funny. So he was like
He
one of
was.
the. I was just gonna say I normally will tune out of my friends' streams. No offense, you know, friends listening.
Jay
but-
Petrio asks, is Summer Lovin' coming back this year? It's not, unless somebody else hosts it. I highly encourage other people to take over and host them. I miss the summer animation jams. It was just such a big undertaking that's all I did that summer in 2021. And in 2022, editing the Summer Lovin', that was just like 3 weeks of me perfecting it, just making sure that like it flowed so well, and I never got sick of the song. I had to make sure that nobody else would get sick of it too. Summer Lovin' would be rad if somebody else hosts that. You could be the one that hosts that if you're super into it. And if anybody has any questions or wants to ask them, you could do that at any time during this. And if you ever have questions in the future, feel free to DM me. Like, I'd love to help you, because I feel like anybody can start a collab on Newgrounds. Anybody can. It's like, you don't have to be big. You don't have to have the most unoriginal idea. And by that, I don't mean, you know, originality is bad. I mean, unoriginal ideas are the ones that most people connect to. Like, let's reanimate OKKO because there's a reanimator for everything else. And then I'm sitting here like, that's such an unoriginal thought because that episode hasn't even been a year old. Why are you reanimating it? It's like you're insulting the creator.
This is really, this is really specific, Brandy. This is personal.
Yeah, I hate OKKO reanimated. I'm very positive about how much I hate it.
Oh boy.
Because positive stream. I'm positive that I hate it.
I wanted to say something too. This is not on the subject anymore, but it was in my head this whole time. How we were talking about like workflow and like work management, and how you gear it towards what makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
And while you can have a big giant spreadsheet, I've seen Jack with just like notepad and like a little tiny list of it while doing his data state stuff, and I think that's really funny because it'll just
I
hell,
I have a notepad of bullet points open right now.
Yeah, it's like it's very funny how that can just work out sometimes, and then other times you do need like a big old thing. I don't know. It's my point is just that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it's you imagine a whole lot with a game sometimes like that, but seeing him program, he's just like, he doesn't even have like good grammar for himself or anything. It's just like add little gun to area or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what my notes are right now. Here is like, my notes go in order like this, and this is just a peek behind the curtain. Note number 1, slipped and fell in the shower, but the autists need me. Note number 2, we're not talking about just the movie portal, we're talking games, screw shall. And then feel free to ask questions at any time, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's all like short little blurbs.
Yeah.
You know, every tool or note or list or spreadsheet that you make is for you first and foremost. So make sure it's in the language that you understand. like cuneiform.
Oh, actually, by the way, another I think about it, I actually do have a piece of advice I want to give, like anyone that ends up in a role of leadership, like in the future. It's like learn to like recognize when to give up. Because because I told myself this is really hard, and I'm at this point I'm kind of not having fun anymore. But like I mean, technically I am earning good money, and I still want to challenge myself, so I'm still gonna keep doing it.
Are you referring to how you transitioned from?
Yeah, I'm referring to like to mainly like hell of a boss. Like at this point, like when I got that leadership role, like I was super excited, and I think I did pretty good at the start. But like over time, like the nerves started getting to me, but I just didn't want it to recognize failure. And at the end, it did like ended up hurting more things in the end. So
I feel like it was a good change for you, but we do miss you on the production because you were great, and I know you don't think you were great, but you were great. And Nick then went to work on Hi-Fi Rush as a cleanup artist instead of in a lead role, and I'm sure you enjoyed that way more because your time was actually doing the part you enjoy.
Oh yeah, it's like yeah, pretty much.
That's what Nick means by like know when to give up. It's like know when like the producing isn't for you, you know.
It's like just know when you're not doing as good either, because it's like because at that point you might as well give the job to someone who's like more fitted than you, and you go back to the only thing you like actually.
I think this relates to I think this Bellier Fox. Their question is, how do you mitigate the risk of burnout when hosting a collab project? And sometimes it's you don't. Snackers has a great news post on the website where they detail how the Bartman reanimated collab was a mistake. And it's like how like that was such a painful experience for them. It was like nail biting, grinding. It was like constantly bugging people to finish and then people dropping out. It's like management was just not for them. And so Snackers has never done a big collab like that since because they're like, that's not for me. You know, they knew when to give up. They're like, no, I'm good. I can work with people, but I'm not going to ever do a big collab like that again in a host position.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't really mitigate it. Like burnout, there is ways to mitigate, but when it comes to hosting something, you know, if it sucks twice, like, all right, if you have a bad time once, it might be, you know, that's a fluke. But if it sucks twice in a row, like, you should understand, is like, that might not be for me. Yeah. You know, I might like being a part of big collabs or have the idea for them, but the actual hosting and, like, being in charge of a bunch of people, that's not for me.
And for project, just walk away for a bit. Like for any projects, too. Like, walk away and see how you feel when you get back. And like Brandy said, if it sucks again, get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, like for me, I balance game development and animation as my ways of avoiding burnout. Is like, so when I'm animating, you know, I'm really enjoying myself in the process and it's a lot of fun, but sometimes it becomes like too much work and I don't want to deal with it. You know, is I'll be doing a bunch of cool projects and then, man, you know, I'm just really hitting that burnout here. And I don't really want to work on it anymore. What I do is I just transition to working on games again. And then when I get bored of games, I just go back into, you know, animation or visual effects. You know, the way I reduce burnout is just having multiple creative outlets.
Yeah, or at least, I don't know, in my case, like last year I got severe burnout, and pretty much what I told myself is that I was going to use this year to kind of just focus on myself. Just, I don't, like, you know, just, I already went to the doctor. I already got like diagnosed with something I didn't know I had, so now I'm taking pills for that. Now I'm just on my free time. I'm just doing like a stupid like horses in pixel art, just to entertain myself.
Yeah, and they're great. Now, you know, you're getting back into thinking of concepts for games again.
Yeah, that too. It's like I'm doing that in the background, like just telling Brandy like my ideas to like maybe we can do another thing in the future. But like it's like, yeah, just taking it easy, pretty much.
Yeah. I will say there's a question about Lucky Boy, which is what's my inspiration for it, and it's like, oh, man, you know, inspiration is just everything you've ever absorbed, then compiled in your brain and spat out again. It's basically like a dream, you know. It's like it's just a bunch of inputs and stimulus that just conglomerate into one thing. You know, so Scott Pilgrim, Amazing World of Gumball, sure, but like, there's also like this one YouTube video where this guy's like, Tabak! You know, that's also such a big influence on small things like that. You know?
Yeah, so sometimes it's literally just a passing thought, like near deadline. Like that was just like I told Brandy, hey Brandy, what if you can what if you didn't need to sleep? If you could just I don't know, just bounce.
Animate all day. It was based on a true
yeah.
story of Nick on Crunch, and then he turned it into a game. It was like, all right, well, what if I'm on Crunch? It was like, all right, well, what's the gameplay of that? It was like, all right, what if it's Pong? But
yeah, you just avoid getting hit by sleepiness, pretty much.
Yeah, and Nick, ever since we released Near Deadline, he's been thinking about ways to do a sequel of much grander proportion and different genre too.
Yeah, just taking that one super slowly, because that one I do that one is a bit bigger than what I think it is. Which I should probably just scale down so I can. It's probably no better to talk about it right now. Anyway.
Oh yeah. No leaks there. Just like to mention that Nick is still working on games.
Pretty much.
Not as long. And Nick started by himself. He decided to take the initiative. He bought a Game Maker license, starting to learn a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Like Shao's game.
Yeah. You don't have to keep going.
Shao has a game?
It's called Shao's game.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. What is it about?
Not much.
Not much. You're not missing out.
Yeah, it's not a. Whew.
I made it in Game Maker in 4 days.
Yeah, it was a nice short one. I like making games in tight jams as well.
I will say it opened up a part of me that wants to make small games like that, just in general. But
yeah, and I will say we've been talking about a lot of successes as well. Nick and I have also had a bunch of failures, and one big failure is this project we almost never talk about called Ivan Almighty Balances the Universe.
Oh my god! I think
we were doing a shitpost collab that turned out to be one of the worst creative experiences ever, and it totally fell apart. And I got so many hate messages.
Yeah, but weirdly enough, I think the main reason why it failed is because we got the wrong person in there, and that one person completely killed all motivation.
Well, it killed motivation and momentum, but the thing is, they were also clearly the most motivated to make it. It's just what they wanted to make wasn't what everybody else was into.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it was just it fell apart because we weren't as motivated anymore. And then, if like I said, if you're not the most motivated for your own project, you can't expect other people to be. And if everybody is equally in charge and everybody is equally unenthused, it's just not going to happen. I'm still waiting for Line Thicknesses collab to come out that I've admittedly lost motivation for a long time ago, but I addressed that. Goku.
Oh, yeah, huh.
Yeah, I know. Everyone bailed, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's just it happens.
That's not true. Everyone just
I
forgot.
definitely bailed.
Everyone just forgot its existence. That's all.
Forgot it repeatedly for.
Yeah, I think that's worse almost.
Yeah, I think that is worse.
I would do that though again. If that popped up again, I would do that.
Oh, you would?
Yeah. I would.
Yeah.
Me and Jade got really far in our parts too.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Jade, because Jade's amazing.
Yeah.
A kick-ass animator.
She did a lot of time studying the style of emulating cell shaded traditional animation for Dragon Ball Z with kind of the highlights on the outline and the sort of texture covering all of her frames. And try to make it look like it was actually a scene from Dragon Ball Z. And that was her goal. And she was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. I will say there's probably one last thing I want to address, which is when do you need a spreadsheet? And the answer is as soon as there's more than 3 people. I feel like after that, you're pushing it. Because communication, when we were doing your deadline, we didn't have a spreadsheet, but it was only just us 2. We're constantly communicating back and forth. We had someone doing music, but they weren't as in the loop as we needed to be. So we just had a back and forth communication. Then you have a third, and it's all right, that's a bit of a stretch, but you can have a nice little knit triangle of communication. That's easy enough. But the moment you go bigger than 3, it's just best to get everything written down in nice and organized, separate little columns. You
It's
know,
like
and have a
it's like
checklist.
it's like basically the more people, the less people are gonna be on the same page. So that's what the sheets are for. It's like as long as there's 3 people, they can be in the loop about everything.
Yeah, because the most important thing as a producer role is not just like your knowledge of everybody else's work, but their knowledge of what they need to do.
Yeah.
So you need that to-do list always there. But yeah, generally that's what I think like the big problem with collabs falling apart and failing is everything that we've talked about here. You know what can't fail, Shao? Can't fail is this charity. So you need to go to newgrounds.com/supporter and donate.
That's true. That's that.
And then
newgrounds.com/supporter. Yeah.
Yep.
And
just a flat donation, and then make sure you DM Tom or Shao about what you are donating for.
Which is ASAN. Unless you aren't. Unless you're just donating because you want to Newgrounds. I mean, but this is a charity.
By the way, personal question: what is ASAN? I don't know. In case people don't know, because I also don't know.
Autistic Self Advocacy Network. So it's.
Okay.
Yeah. So Brandy meant it when he said he wants to help autistic people.
But yeah, I wasn't sure what it mean.
Yeah.
I see.
He genuinely likes autistic people and wants to raise money for them, which we have raised probably more than $300 at this point, right? Something like that. I mean,
That's nice.
Yeah.
And how many hundred of that came from Jack?
Jack says all me.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah. So thanks for everyone who contributed to that, by the way. And thanks for everyone for tuning in so far, by the way. Hopefully you want to animate now. It's or make movies or projects of making movies. It's hard.
Yeah, I think when it comes to producing projects, is even as far as games and animation, there's a huge overlap where they're a lot the same, but also very, very different.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you feel like you're good at managing and you want to bleed into something else and be like, oh, maybe I want to try a live action thing, films, do that as well. Wherever your heart takes you, just make sure that the producing aspect is for you. Because if it's not, you're going to need somebody else to keep you in line.
Yeah, I found out I love video editing. That's extremely fun. I started, and I'm still gonna animate, but video editing is oh man, I want to direct little movies too. It's just and edit them, and I would like to learn more on After Effects. It's really fun. I think I want to do what you do, Brandy. What you do is cool.
You don't want to do that.
You do. I like what you do. It's fun.
I like what I do too.
Yeah, and it helps to animate. It helps to know these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can't be a director if you don't know the actual art that's involved. I think.
I will say you can be a director without that. For example, Guillermo del Toro doesn't animate, but he has mad respect for it, and he understands what his artists need, and that's why he was able to direct such an excellent film.
You don't think though at some point, he learned a way more?
I'm sure he learned a little bit, but I don't think it was necessary as much as the respect for it is necessary. For example, a friend of mine works at DreamWorks as a production assistant, and she doesn't know anything about 3D animation, but she does know regular animation, and so she tries to extrapolate what they need into what she's familiar with to be able to assist them as a producer. And it turned into she found a love for 3D, and now she's taking classes to learn 3D.
But inevitably, that's just going to come to you, that knowledge. If you're going to get so involved, I feel even if you don't want to, it's I don't know, right? That's how I feel.
Yeah, I just feel like you can direct things, and you shouldn't expect this to happen, but you can direct things without having prior knowledge at all. For example, Nintendo's famous for hiring game developers who don't play games.
Well, I would probably say that you could be a director without the practice, but with the knowledge.
That's the funniest thing you've ever said, Freddie. That's very true. Yeah, you could.
It is true.
You could just be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, there was at Double Fine
it.
Studios.
Yeah.
Double Fine has a subset called Two Player Productions that
Yeah.
films documentaries about Double Fine, and they do this event called Amnesia Fortnight, where for 2 weeks they create and develop a bunch of demos for game ideas that anybody in the company can pitch. And one of the years that I was playing games is one of the people who pitched an idea was a member of Two Player Productions. So he was just on the filmmaking crew. He wasn't even a game developer. He pitched it. Everybody loved it. They made it. I played it. It was pretty fun. And then they reused his concept in Psychonauts 2 as a level. And it was like, oh, this is amazing. And it's like he came up with a great concept. And it's just like he understood the objective, even though he had no idea how to make it himself. You know? So sometimes you don't need to have the knowledge to create it, but you can't expect other people to come in with that knowledge for you. You know, it's like why Ego Raptor started animating in the first place is he wanted to be a voice actor, but nobody needed his voice. So he made cartoons, so he needed his voice. And that's how he learned to animate and draw, because he needed to do that so he could be a voice actor.
Yeah. I also thought you were saying that people work at Nintendo and can't make video games because they suck ass. And
No,
make shit
no.
like Pokemon.
No, they're impressive. They come up with stupid, fancy bullshit to make their games run on terrible hardware.
Okay, they're just saying that there are bad game developers, which is true. Which is the same thing. It's like, I mean, the amount of knowledge that you have. Like, it's like, yeah, you can do something, but the more you have, the better. I mean, it's pretty redundant to say, but yeah, it goes hand in hand with that. It's like, if you know things, it makes making things easier.
Yeah, Jack has a good point. Wes Anderson, they don't know much about stop motion animation, but they put it in most of their films. And Fantastic Mr. Fox was fantastic. I think it just comes from a respect for the medium, and then trying to compromise like between what you envision that you know you can do versus what that medium allows that you're not as aware of. You know, he wasn't necessarily like fighting the medium, but he was showcasing its best points through his own style.
But even in that case, the point is like even in that case, he still has knowledge of other things that he can apply on this, but he doesn't know anything. I don't think people like I think. Sorry, I know you probably didn't mean this, but like some people might have thought like that you meant like some directors who don't need to know anything to be directors.
Oh no, that's actually true. Definitely.
Oh my god.
Well, for example, and so that's an exaggeration. But for example, like with Lucky Boy, Dom was the director, and Dom had no knowledge of 3D, motion capture, stop motion, any of that. He just knew like storyboarding and storytelling. And I was like, all right, let's write this thing together. We've got these cool characters. Let's do this. And he was like, I don't know how it's going to get done, but I know what I want it to look like. And I was like, I got you. I got the how. And that's like how the team worked. It was like he had the what and I had the how.
But you think the speed and momentum would probably have picked up and been better had he had that.
Could be,
how.
Or it could have gotten in the way and we might clash. You know, like if he was like, "Well, I know to do it this way," and I'd be like, "Well, I think it goes better this way."
Good point.
You know, instead there was a level of trust where he was like, "I respect what you know and what you do, and how you're going to do it. This is the vision I'm going for," and I'm like, "All right, I understand your vision. Let's do this together."
Yeah.
Yeah, that is honestly kind of how I work with Brandy too. It's like I know what I know, and I know Brandy knows his stuff, so I just let him do his stuff, and I do my stuff.
I know Brandy knows more than me, but he needs me because he doesn't have his own ideas.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I get really enthused for other people's projects. I like being like a script editor. Like I don't like writing ideas, but as soon as somebody else has an idea, I go, "Oh, but what about this?" And it's like, all right, you know, I love helping people out.
I mean, personally, I love that. Like when you work with me, it's like I did. Like I had no complaint. It's like I just love that you were as into it as I am.
Mm-hmm.
Like a cable network.
What?
What?
Like you said, I love when other people have ideas and I start doing this, and this, and I was like a cable network, you know.
Oh, dude.
Like the curse of being on a cable studio.
But less evil. I'm still
evil.
rubbing my nipples to hear your misery and woes, like in that South Park episode, but not as evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just like making cool stuff. That's why I put on all my profiles is I make stuff, sometimes for fun, or sometimes for money, but always for fun.
I gotta make more stuff.
I almost got that flipped where it was like, sometimes I do it for fun, but it's always for money. No. I just like making stuff.
Yeah, and I think movies are the best way to start for everyone listening. If you want to just get right into it, and you're like, I got to make something. I mean, you'll need movies if you end up, do stuff for games.
Sorry, you're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Oh, am I cutting out? Okay, I was saying,
Just a little bit.
if you want a place to start. Movies are a great way to start. Is my point, because you need movies for everything, and just like Brandy said, like there's a demand for movies for Egoraptor as a voice actor. You need to voice something.
It's more of like if you have a desire to work on a project in a certain way. Like for example, if I was like, I want to be a filmmaker, but I don't have any actors or sets, I might go into stop motion because that fulfills my filmmaker desire, but with what I can do and what I can handle. He wanted to be a voice actor, but nobody needed him in cartoons, so he made the cartoons that he could voice act in. Stuff like that. And I feel like games are even more accessible than movies, really, is I feel like anybody can make a game. And I say that as a game developer. I've been making games since 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah. People always forget that about me, is I have a game on Nintendo Switch and Xbox One. People always forget, just because I stopped making games because I got so into animation in college.
I think the same thing, though, is like with knowing, like, so Jack's knowledge for pixel art and stuff like that, like, well, it's not movies, it's definitely like, that's something that like he can use for his game development. So it's like, if you can make movies, if you can direct, then or tell a story, then that can impact game development as well.
For Jay Retrio, this is the game. It's called The Story Goes On. That was the first game I ever made. It was before I worked on Your Deadline with Nick.
Yeah, I was about to say like it was something like The Last Story something. Was about to.
I didn't name it. But I did make the logo after I heard the name.
Who did the artwork for this?
This was actually done by a Newgrounds artist called Spectral Beacon.
Oh, okay.
Spectral Beacon. It was really cool, and I turned it into an animated bumper towards the end of our trailer for it.
Yeah.
Which I super love.
It was fun. I played this.
It's very nice.
Against my will, but I did play it.
Yep. I always have to force my friends to play my games because they don't respect me.
Yeah.
It's true. My best friend didn't play this game until I got a license to publish Nintendo games and then started developing it for Switch. That's the first time he played the game, which was 2 years after it got released.
That is fucked up. In fairness, I didn't meet you until after it was published, so.
That's true. That is fair.
I get bonus points for that.
Yeah, people are always like, "You make games?" I was like, "Yeah, that was actually my original thing. That's why I joined Newgrounds, because I make games." Yeah. I made games and I wrote reviews on shitty microphones.
But yeah, it's like I don't know. Do we have anything else to talk about? It's
There's about 3 minutes until the next.
Yeah, that was a cool hour.
Yeah. I really.
What's up? What's next on the docket?
Coming on. It's gonna be Art Portal.
Ooh, like what do you mean? Like people coming to talk about like
Yeah, like so you guys basically covered the movie Portal. That's like the whole thing. And so next we're gonna like art guys are gonna come in and talk about art, and it's gonna be like a few, and they'll probably just go over the different ways that you can make art and maybe make money off it or something. I don't know what the fuck they do. I'm not an artist.
You don't know. You just say I don't know what they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as they don't mention NFTs.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Silly Nick. You don't make NFTs. They're descended from the gods.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's descended from the AI gods. I forgot.
Yeah.
Elon Musk snorts it out himself. He goes, and that's how an NFT is born.
That's him shooting at his son.
Story Goes On should be on PS4. I would, except PS4 dev kits are expensive, and I didn't want to spend $2,000.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
For the same reason, it's not. It wasn't released in Asia because you have to go through different review boards. Like you have ESRB for Americas, you have PEGI for Europe. Australia has their own one, which is thankfully pretty cheap. But then you have like Japan. Just to apply to Japan to get a rating at all is like $1,200. Yeah, so I was just like, dev kits, things. It's like, we just can't afford it. It's fine. It's our first game.
I like PS4 too because I get little trophies.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like PS4 better as well. I bought an Xbox One just to play my game. That's the whole reason I bought it, because I didn't have the console, and I wasn't making the game for PS4, so I was like, shit, I don't even own the game I made. So I bought an Xbox One just to do it. Just to play my own game. Like a loser.
All right, well, with that, we'll say farewell to our movie creators here. Thank you so much, Brandy and Nick, for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Sorry I didn't do most of the talking.
No, you're fine. I loved every bit of it. I think it was very productive, and I really appreciate you guys taking an hour out of your day to do this.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty. Take care, dude.
Have a good day, Nick. Brandy,
Yeah.
take care. Next, Rick Stubbins, and Doggle, and Boogworks, and Ben.
And newgrounds.com/supporter.
Yeah, please. Thanks. All right.
Are we on?
Donate everything you have.
Yeah.
Well, as a
You don't need
wonderful
it.
panel.
They need it more.
That was a great little panel. Someone said,
Yes, we need it
extremely
more.
interesting and helpful combo.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, bad news is this next panel is not going to be helpful at all. We're going to waste about an hour of your time.
That's okay.
But
Yeah, fuck you!
I'm the boy. Anyway,
All
so
right.
I'm Rick
We're all
Stubbins. I
here.
make funny drawings. That's Doggle. He makes funny renders. That's Boogworks. He makes really good and also funny drawings. And
I'm
that's
just really
Mainly
loud.
Potato, who's not here.
Where is he? There he is.
He's here now.
Okay, here we are. We're back. So I heard we were here to talk about NFTs and minting NFTs.
Oh yeah,
However,
that was
before
targeted.
we
That was
start-
targeted at me, by the way.
It's
That
true.
was entirely
NFTs are
me.
actually the coolest thing. Everyone should use them. But,
Yeah, I'm a
before
fan of
we
the
begin,
Ethereum NFTs.
I just want to say, Shal, if you wish to bump the charity again, because we're gonna forget, because we're gonna get caught up in all the stuff.
Oh yeah.
If you wish to speak about it, now would be a very good time to.
So I'm just adjusting this stream. Please, it's autistic advocacy. Actually, you know what? I'll just have Red Queen come in here because they're the ones that's supposed to be talking about the fucking charity.
You said that with such contempt, man.
Yeah, that's really contemptuous.
The charity.
Hey, thanks for having me on again. Okay, so Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, it's actually an organization that's run for and by autistic people. So we're basically, hold on, let me just quickly grab up the little blurb that they had again. Sorry, it's like 4:30 in the morning.
Oh my God, go to
Sorry,
bed.
yeah.
The time zones are kind of like that.
Yeah, I keep
No,
forgetting
I'm
Australia.
setting up out of pure spite.
Australia is a crime against reality existing, honestly.
All right, so the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network is an American non-profit advocacy organization run by and for individuals on the autism spectrum. ASAN advocates for the inclusion of autistic people in decisions that affect them, including legislation, depiction in media, as well as disability services.
Yes.
Oh,
So if you go to newgrounds.com/supporter and you send a flat rate of however much money you want to, and then afterwards you message either Tom Fulp or me that you donated, we'll shout you out on the stream, and I don't know, maybe something else will come out of that. Probably not, but
Yeah,
I would appreciate
good,
it.
you know.
Maybe
Yeah.
some other autistic boy will grow new legs. Well,
Yeah,
thank
you know,
so
it's a
much.
network by the people, for the people, and of the people, but the people are autistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank
It's
you.
for a great cause.
All right, we'll get out of here, Red. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let's
Aye.
Wow.
let these guys do their thing.
All right. So, I guess to begin, what we were told to cover is essentially getting into visual arts for someone who's maybe, on the fence about it. I guess we can mainly go over how we got into it. That'd be probably a good place to start. Does anyone want to go first and share their little story of how they got started?
You can go first.
Clearing your throat counts. Clearing your throat counts. You go. Doggle, you're up.
Huh?
You're up.
How'd you first get into art?
Yeah.
I first got into art when my father showed me a photograph of a painting that he did. My father was a graffiti artist, and with that, no, just for fun. So my dad is the catalyst for most of the things that I do, and is the reason that I am the way that I am. And also, I am just my dad. But throughout my childhood, I mean, my dad was the main art figure in the household. He brought me music and all this other stuff. He tried to force me to become a guitarist before he tried to make me an artist and everything. But
Is that why he named you Jimi Hendrix?
He named me Jimmy, but not Hendrix. He gave me a very racist last name.
Okay.
But my dad was the big thing. He, being a graffiti artist, I was very much into seeing all of the just random, crazy, weird designs he would do, which is very much inspired everything I do still. But it was mostly my dad that started me up with that. Both of my parents did push for me to be an artist or an actor or a musician for years and years before I actually got into it. But I would say it was mostly my dad.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I guess what got you started onto Newgrounds? What latched you on?
For Newgrounds, that more so was I was just a really big fan of cartoons, and I was a kid, so I really enjoyed seeing just fucking goofy, crazy shit all the time. So around 5 or 6, I was doing stop motion animations with my buddy, with my previous best friend. We would take his his VHS camera with one of those digital encoders or whatever at the time, because I was born in that era, and we would just click stop and play as much as we could with our little film camera for shitty little Lego animations, and I'd post those, and they'd immediately get blammed. That's my exact first interaction with Newgrounds.
Oh,
My
yeah,
second,
yeah.
my second after that was I talked about it previously when we were me and Cam were doing our talk. I popped in seeing his game on a YouTube channel, and that enticed me.
Yeah, I think my first interaction with Newgrounds was probably in the computer lab in grade 4 when a kid pulled up that one video parody of the Ultimate Battle, the Ultimate Showdown, and it's the one where Godzilla is having sex with the building. And then the day after, they introduced a web blocker. So he ruined it for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an absolute tragedy. Really.
Honestly.
Yeah, I'm crying.
Yeah, honestly. My personal thing was, you know how, I guess this applies to a lot of people. You know how you just doodle random crap in every notebook you own for, most of your childhood life? Just, complete nonsense.
Yeah.
Not really perfecting a skill, but more just, getting out your frustration at sitting in class and not listening. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that sort of developed more and more. I would waste more and more of my time doing this stupid skill until I invested too much and became, personal stakes got involved. I'm the opposite, actually. I didn't have anyone in my family who did visual arts that much, or anything, really. People played instruments, and that's about it. But it was always just an outlet to get out the, wacky, crazy ideas in your head, which some of you may have. Put them onto... Sorry, what was that, Boog?
That was kind of the case for me, minus the musical instruments. Nobody in my family was kind of a visual artist, but I always doodled and shit. But the closer I got to getting out of high school, the more serious it got.
Yeah, it became terminal.
It became terminal, and there was no hope after graduation.
It just metastasized into a full artistic passion. Kind of over for you at that point.
It really is.
It's the only thing I know how to do, and I'm the best there is at it. Snick bub kind of shit.
He is actually the best. If you haven't checked out Boog's Newgrounds, it's Boogworks on Newgrounds. He draws the freaking best mech I've ever seen in my life. Probably the best painter I know personally. Absolute nutter butters. But no, afterwards, he just kind of... I don't know. People go through this phase and they kind of drop it. There's a lot of people out there who just kind of, doodled as a kid and it fell by the wayside as they got older and got stuck in an office cubicle and just kind of atrophied till they died. But for some people, you pick up that skill and you kind of run with it. You can also just pick it up, even if you don't doodle as a kid. Honestly, I know plenty of people who just decided they want to learn how to draw.
Yeah, just start drawing. Didn't one of our buddies basically?
Yeah, he did before his shoulder injury.
Yeah, before his hand told him, "Fuck no, man."
Yeah, so basically, the threshold for stopping drawing is your entire body failing out from under you. That's the only limit that I'm willing to accept for you not polishing that skill, in general. But,
yeah, and he just decided a year ago or something that he was gonna draw a bunch of boxes until he felt good with that, and then just start drawing other things, and it worked. it actually worked.
We can get into learning how to draw later if you want. That whole box method is still absolutely insane to me.
That's very interesting. The box method is very, very interesting, I will say.
No, it's not like the breaking up. It's not the whole like break down the body into boxes for like perspective thing. He just drew like square.
No,
boxes.
I know what you're talking about.
Draw what 1,100 cubes a day. Or
I know
something?
exactly what you're talking about. I have a friend. I won't name any names, but he actually has I think 8,000 to 9,000 boxes that he has to still draw by monetary contract that he's legally bound. Yeah, he's
legally bound.
Well, I'm sure he'll talk about it at some point. It's shall. He is legally bound to draw.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a blood oath. I get it.
Yeah. He's legally bound to draw 8,000 to 9,000 boxes for a handful of people.
So if he doesn't meet that, somebody owns his soul. It just rips it out of him.
We drive there, we kneecap him. That's
Well, first it's his pinky. Yes, it's ring finger.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's a kind of method. It's a kind of method it's a method that works for certain kind of people who have a certain sort of aptitude or willingness to do that one thing, and that's essentially the big deal. If you don't want to draw boxes, that doesn't mean that you're not cut out to be an artist. Or anything like that. If you want to draw
has to go
stuff,
through the whole Russian Academy stuff where they just stick you in front of a live model for like 7 years.
Yeah, you do not have to dedicate to a singular thing that may or may not improve a very hyper specific ability that will help you in drawing. Well, the best, it depends on who you are as a person and the way that you learn just in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just.
I was going to comment on the box method as if you had no prior experience, something that is rudimentary, combines many of the rudimentary base techniques that you need in order to draw more complex things and drawing a box. And
everybody knows what a box looks like, and that's why it's.
A box, a box from everything you can, every shape you can break down to essentially a box. Even spherical or organic shapes, they still can be broken down into a box. So when you start able to perceive that, you're drawn enough to you draw them enough to perceive them. It's the other stuff is more has a better potential falling into clicking into place and you understanding it, so you can start drawing what you want to draw.
I suppose the real point is it's not about drawing boxes. It's why drawing boxes helps, because it's a rudimentary shape that has a lot of basis and everything else. So that's why it helps, but it doesn't have to be boxes.
From a overarching abstract perspective, 2D art, which is I guess what this panel's about, is mapping 3D forms onto a 2D surface, and that the most basic reduction of that is the interpretation of a box, a 3D box in your brain or wherever the hell you keep it, onto a 2D place. Just nailing that down, getting the idea of depth in general is a very essential skill. There's lots of art styles out there that don't rely on depth at all, like flat looking stuff, matte stuff, but even that to some degree relies on that simplification of shape and the projection of. I don't know where this thought is going. You get what I'm saying, right?
I got you.
Yeah.
I figured you out.
Well, I'm glad that we understand each other.
Oh, we get it. I hope our
the audience doesn't matter.
What
privy to this. Yeah, no. But no, I mean, there are different ways to approach it. People have different things they want from the skill. No one should hesitate to pursue their own vision for what path they want to go down. Everyone has their own idea of oh, this artist is freaking great. I want to draw exactly like this dude, but that's fine too. Obviously,
this artist is a goddamn hack.
Exactly. I don't want to draw this ever again.
Yeah.
But there's different ways of approaching it. You can find tons of resources online. We named the box method for one. There's a whole course revolving around that. Even pencil, honestly, a pencil, a notepad, just go out to a park and just sketch people and objects.
Sketch people, things, objects. Try and replicate life on the page. It's if it's your first time ever doing it, it's going to look probably not great. That's okay.
For years on end. But
For a long
after
time.
a certain point, listen, the way
After a certain point, you can look at the first one and then the one you just did right now, and you'll see an appreciable difference. And go.
I think that's something important too for all of us here, if anybody is trying to get into any form of art, to look at the people that you look up to's Newgrounds pages and look at the beginning of where they and look at the exact when they started and see, oh, they weren't that good. They were not that good when they started. And beginning in whatever field you're starting in, art-wise, you're not going to be good when you begin.